Yeah. Marshall. So what you know about teamwork? Cause I've been in the clouds trying to make the dream work. Always done it on my own, that's why it seem hurt. Cause I ain't met no one that ever put me first. So what I know about teamwork? Cause I've only ever done it on my lonesome. I gotta deal through it out, yeah, I grown some. Don't expect love if you've never shown none. I spent last year in the haze, so many records got made. I kept that shit to myself, I only wanted my pay. I took some time from stage, got in the bed with the snakes. They wasn't doing their job, I let them slither away. I wanna build me a team, so I can get to my fans. I need someone on my side, that's gonna give me a chance. But shit just ain't what it seems, don't let them in on your plans. I hope they know what I mean, I hope that you understand. So never land, never pan out. Wings talk, think I better let them span out. Was too chill, think I better let the man out. Grew up with hand-me-downs, now I'm never taking handouts. Man, if you knew all the things I'm motion when I'm planned out. But I need help to do it, so can I get a fan count? Never understood me, now it's funny how I stand out. Me, myself, and I, homie, welcome to the madhouse. So what you know about teamwork? Cause I've been in the clouds trying to make the dream work. Always done it on my own, that's why I seem hurt. Cause I ain't met no one that ever put me first. So what I know about teamwork? Cause I've only ever done it on my lonesome. I gotta deal through it out, yeah, I grown some. Don't expect love if you've never shown none. I know my girl on my side, I'm trying to build this alive. Thank God my family alive, and I just wanna provide. They say it's gonna take time, but I've been losing my mind. She helps me grow and evolve, my family ready to ride. So why am I feeling low when life is giving me highs? I put my value in sales instead of hoops by my side. But I can see it to front, that's why I'm not coming back. Yeah, I was slow to react. Don't give a damn what they thought of it. Yeah, I'm feeling glorious. I'm flashing the audience, man, should've recorded it. I took a color pill, used my computer skills. Now I got agents after me, word up to Morpheus. The future I sorted it, do this till I'm bored with it. Invest in myself endeavors, hope I don't get audited. My body is a temple, but I fucked up the ornaments. I'm so gassed up, the US probably at war with it. It's a message to the earthlings. Join the team round here, we put the work in. It ain't teamwork if only one of us is working. Only thing I'm signing is when fans bring the merchants. I ain't got a thing yet that I wasn't deserving. And I ain't famous yet, but that bitch be flirting. I'll make it rain, start a wave and go surfing. I'll make it rain, start a wave and go surfing. So what you know about teamwork? And what I know about teamwork?
Hello. Yes, it teleported us all over, or at least most of us, so that was great. That worked out. I was kind of worried. Not gonna lie, I was definitely worried. Okay, Gavel, if you're in chat, paging Gavel to the stage. I need to pull up our first interview. So, oh wait, first I need to go grab my notebook because I need to give you all a recap. The sad news, we found out that we learned a hard lesson on YouTube, and that is they do cut you off at 12 hours like someone in chat told us. Hey Jenny, they cut you off at 12 hours, but I also learned an even harder lesson, which is that StreamYard cuts you off at 10 hours. They stop recording after 10. So we do not have the entire end of our last interview, which was with Terry Lynn on Terry Lynn's panel. I am not going back over that, but I will read you through my notes just to recap that one. So give me 1 second. Are you there, Jenny?
What you doing?
Hi. Welcome to the stage. All right, let me grab my notes real quick.
How y'all doing? Yeah, we're not gonna watch Terry Lynn again. That was difficult. And Sadie says, hey. I'm sure you can hear. She did not start barking until I came up here. I don't understand it.
Isn't that how it always goes?
I don't know why. I'm gonna mute, sorry.
You're fine. A bit about it. I decided to grab my extra pop. So I got a backup pib already on deck as I was grabbing my notes. Okay.
Oh, I know what she's barking at. I got a smoothie delivered, so we got smoothies.
Oh,
That's what she's barking at. Yay! Perfect timing.
she loves it. She's like excited for that Uber guy. Okay. Holy cow. Man. So I let me do a quick recap of the notes that I wrote down. And we're gonna compile these after we get through all the interviews and really go through probably try to lay them out somehow in a cohesive way and compare the inconsistencies that we're noticing from all sides. But
Yeah, I started the
have
Matrix
you
already.
started a
So.
matrix? I figured you
Sure
did. Are your
did.
bladders empty? Yeah, everybody's bladders empty. And that was a big problem last time, 14 hours and I had to go pee 3 times. And then, yeah, that was a big issue. Sorry. Uh, but I definitely wanted to make sure we had a separate stream. So I'm so glad that worked out really well. We could still talk about the Chroma recap, that stuff, and highlight that, and then keep this in a completely separate stream of its own. So that's great. So on 3/18, Seth, Sebastian's biological father, he went up on the panel of a creator called Terry Lynn. He volunteered that he told us that he had volunteered for a polygraph, and they did not give him one. He told us that Sebastian's room was a mess, but also let us know that law enforcement had already been there. He mentioned that there were 12 dogs. And this is something that I actually commented on Titanium Built, which is another content creator on here who's making reference to the fact, I guess in some of the newer interviews, Seth has now said that he doesn't speak with Katie or Chris, but on 3/18 he was saying that he speaks with them daily or every other day, and that he can get in contact with Chris more than he can Katie. So that's, something he's changed there. He says that Chris stays in Memphis in his camper because he works, and he also told us that Sebastian bruises easily. That Vanderbilt diagnosed him with his autism last year. He says that Seth is really trying to teach him a lot of things, that he's very shy kid, but he's extremely high functioning. He's just shy. And one of the things that he was trying to teach him to overcome that shyness was he told a story about going back and giving the waitress at a restaurant his number, not Seth's number, but Sebastian's number. He said that when he was 6 months old, he was in Florida. They were in Florida, and at 6 months old, he was diagnosed with the isolated chromosome 6q27 terminal deletion syndrome. So he was diagnosed with that in Florida at 6 months. He said that the Proudfoots have not searched with him. Sebastian is his only child. He said that custody, it was agreeable. He was not going to be going back to court. They were not going to be going back to court to change the agreement, but it was agreeable. He talked about Sebastian having seizures in his sleep and that it was not an issue for the past 8 years. He claims that Katie has hit him, Seth, not Sebastian, and that he enjoyed playing Magic, Dungeons and Dragons, and going fishing with Sebastian. Seth also told us that he was homeless when he lived in California, and that at that time, Sebastian had told him he would rather live with him in the car than with mom. He said that Sebastian sounded like a typical teen who had wanted to do homework, chores before mom gets home. This was the last time he spoke to him, which was the Thursday before he went missing, and he called it something different than went missing. Do you remember what it was, Jenny? Because it stuck out to me. Was it eloped?
Elope, yeah, because I never heard that. I was like,
Yeah,
why do
it
they
was.
keep
Let
saying
me write that
eloping?
down. It was peculiar that he said that he spoke with him the Thursday before he eloped, and I was like, "What? That is a
Hmm.
weird way to put it," but that is
Yeah.
what he said. Um, he said that there was no bedwetting at Dad's, but it's not that simple. He said that when Sebastian would get to his house, that he would make him remove a pull-up if he had a pull-up on, and he told him that you will not be wearing that here. You don't need it. And but then he later tells us in the interview that if and when Sebastian had accidents, he would force Sebastian to clean them up, which I mean, he's a 15-year-old young boy, so of course he's gonna tell him to clean it up. I would too. They let us know that the TBI tracked down the Uber. So there was an Uber in the neighborhood that had become a big question, and the TBI had tracked it down and spoke with the two people in the vehicle. They had taken all the phones of all the parents, and they had his for 12 hours, probably downloading it and whatnot. He tells us that he has an old soul, and that Sebastian does as well. He did not come. Okay, so he moved here to California. It took him 4 months after Katie and Sebastian moved here. And he said he had to gather up money for that. He said that Chris Proudfoot did not come back immediately. This is Seth claiming this. He claims that he came back after they started asking questions. He told us that Sebastian has a lazy eye and that his vision is worsening, but he kind of made a joke about it, like, oh, it's getting bad like his pops. So I don't know that it's like it's getting really bad. It's just more that, like, as he's getting older, there is a degree of worsening to it. Seth said that his house key was still in the top drawer of Sebastian's dresser, and that the bus stops in front of their house for school. He also let us know that Sebastian FaceTimes Chris's daughter for long periods of time at his house, which kind of led us to believe that this boy obviously has more access to the internet than we're being led to believe. He said that, here, let me put this up. So this is his missing poster, most up-to-date missing poster. And he said on here, it says he weighs 113 pounds, and Seth says he's like he's a $1.6, $1.8. But again, that's such a small difference. But and then on here it says that that's what he weighed at his last checkup. So who knows? FaceTime the daughter. He said that law enforcement thoroughly searched mom's house several times in different agencies. That comes from Seth himself. He said that Sebastian has never mentioned being mistreated. I got that underlined. He was very adamant about that Sebastian has never mentioned being mistreated. He said that law enforcement pulled records, pinged phones, and pulled the data. So he was just reiterating that they were very thorough. Law enforcement was very thorough. This was a weird question, but someone had asked him if Katie was a swinger, and he said he had known Katie since she was 12, started dating her at 18, and said she was not a swinger. Not a swinger. I don't know why someone asked that, but they did. He
Oh,
said,
because the dad had liked
oh, that's right. We
a
did find out
swing
later.
group that was
Mhm.
swing as in dance music,
Yes, so the
swing, not
stepdad liked
swinger.
a swing group on Facebook, but it was a swing dance group, not swinger as in pineapple on the door swinger. He told us that Sebastian never sleepwalks, and that he does have his dad's number memorized. He said that Sebastian had an iPhone, and he said he was my perfect child, and I have that underlined twice. He was very adamant, he's my perfect child. He did say that Sebastian had a chest brace, but had stopped wearing it, but he did not say when. He said that there was nothing from the neighbors. He spoke with them, and they gave nothing. They had nothing. He said that for Christmas, he had wanted to go see his grandparents, and he was showing greater independence. Sebastian, he told us a little bit more about Sebastian, that he wants to work with animals when he gets older, and he's also directionally challenged. There was a red flag for me, which was that they had found a little, he called it an ATM, but like a little bank that Sebastian had created. I'm assuming out of like Legos or Connects. But they had found that in Sebastian's room, and it had a lot of money. It had the money that Sebastian had squirreled away in it, which means that he didn't take any money with him. He told us that Katie was the one to file for divorce in 2016, and he left it at that. And I now know why. He did tell us this really cute memory about the Wii, a game that they played. But I didn't write the memory down, unfortunately. There's something about them playing the Wii together. He was asked if he thought Sebastian would go after a cat because he had talked about Sebastian loving animals and loving cats and stuff. And Seth said he didn't think so. But then there was this mention of a neighbor out looking for a cat. And I have that underlined to look into further. Then he talked, it goes back, and these are just straight off my page in the order as they're happening live. One of the things they go back to talking about the move from Cali, and this is such a peculiar statement, but Seth states that he was asked if how Sebastian did with the move from Cali to Tennessee, and he said that he was good with it because he left behind a bad history in Cali. And that just seemed like a very peculiar statement to make about, well, I don't know when they moved, but he would have been younger than 15. So what kind of bad history can someone under 15 have? And just the way that it was worded was very weird for me. Not accusing him of anything, it's just a weird wording of something that that Sebastian had left behind a bad history in Cali. And that might make a little more sense as we go along today, hopefully. It is difficult for parents to admit our failures. Absolutely, every last one of us. Let's see what else we have here. Wait, what did she say? She said they played the PlayStation in the game Call of Duty, I believe. It wasn't Call of Duty. It was a Modern Warfare, maybe? It was some shoot 'em up game. I don't remember which, but it was definitely some like first role-playing shooter game. I don't know. He said that it was still dark at 6 a.m. I actually looked this up with Nanya, but I can't remember what we found. Oh, we looked up when the sun set. The sunset, it would have been dark by like 6:05 PM. I don't know what I could probably pull it back up what we had for the
What are you looking for?
when the sun rises on February 26, 2024 in
Gotcha.
Hendersonville, Tennessee. I'll look that up in a second. Sebastian has watched people on YouTube play video games. He did enjoy watching people on YouTube play video games, which, that to me indicates he could possibly do live chats and stuff. He was supposed to go live full time with Seth after summer. From summer on, he would be living with Seth full time, and he had stated that he was already enrolled in school there. There was no phone in the jail that he was working in that night, so he missed a call and a text, and he got it at after 7 that next morning when he got out to his vehicle. Sebastian was a freshman going into his sophomore year. His glasses are with him, so Sebastian took his glasses with him. He likes Naruto, however you say it. Only has to call Ellie if he's so Seth was telling us that he doesn't have to inform law enforcement of when he's doing a search unless he's doing a search alone. He talked about EquiSearch. Texas EquiSearch was in the area at that time. At that time, the Cajun Navy was not. So he talks a little bit about the Texas EquiSearch being in the area. He said that all three of them were in agreement on the custody on some on the what was it? I just talked about it. They were all three in agreement on the GoFundMe. But then he worded it and he said that, yeah, we had agreed not to do a GoFundMe because law enforcement had told us that it looks bad on parents and that people could use it to attack, parents of missing children. So we had all three agreed not to. But I didn't set up the GoFundMe. My sister did. So those were his words. He said that Sebastian hasn't growled in years, that he had 2 dogs, and they had gotten rid of the snakes. When Sebastian was diagnosed with autism at Vanderbilt, they were told to study up on Asperger's. Like all of the information and pamphlets that were given to Seth and Katie were about Asperger's. Dad does have a Gerber life insurance policy on Sebastian. I'm not going to go into how I think whole life insurance is a ripoff, but whatever. Um, and Dad does have a PR people. He said he has PR people and his sister taking care of a lot of things for him online. That Sebastian's bedroom windows were locked and that the GoFundMe is up to $14,000. And the reward is sitting at 35. Then there was a little clip we had some bonus footage at the end. There was a little audio from Grandma, which is Seth's mother, I'm assuming. It might be his stepmom. I don't know, but I think it's his mom. And she said that Sebastian was not a runner. But he had a reason to be, but he never did. He said that he was not jolly 100% of the time, but is a happy kid, and that he had told her that he has a worry about his mom's house. But then she also tells us that she only talks to Sebastian twice a month. So those were my notes from that final interview that is cut off from my video. What you got, Jenny? What say you?
6:21
Mhm.
a.m. was sunrise,
Okay.
and the GoFundMe has hit the goal.
So it's up to 15,000.
It is.
Okay. And the reward is still at like 35, I think.
Yeah. What the thing that I heard on the news, they said a minimum of $3,000 when they said it. So I don't know what the actual number is or what the stipulation was that made them say a minimum of. So, yeah.
Interesting.
So I put the links for the stuff we've already covered with the in order with the number,
In the
and
chat.
we did them a little bit out of order. Like we did Dutchie's before we did Terry Lynn's, Dutchie's second one.
And her
But
second one was before Terry Lynn's.
Mm.
Okay. Interesting.
But it's all in the chat.
I wonder if that's because of how they're uploaded on YouTube, because I just went by the date. But
You did, but when you went back, remember you said, "Oh wait, these were before that." And it's
that's
because of
right.
something that was said in the interview. But I just want to say they're in order in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you so
Not
much.
the order we watched them, but the order they occurred. So that's where we are.
I'm sure. Yeah, I bet it does leave Bomb with a lot of mixed emotions. I'm glad you're able to advocate for your son too.
Yes.
Yep,
I
she
hear
did.
so much about the parents did it, blah, blah, and not knowing why people feel that way. It looks really strange.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'm like, excuse me, what? So whatever. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, because Jenny and I are listening to these in order, and we're trying not to deviate out of order, although I cheated and did go a little out of order and listen to some of Duchess's stream last night when she was listening to the Nancy Grace stuff. But for the most part, I haven't gone out of order, and I would say up until Terry Lynn's stream, it seemed like all of the parents were on the same page. And there was a shift there in that stream. And you start seeing the parents start to turn on each other. And I wonder what it is. Could it just be time? Something as simple as time?
I don't know. I did see the grandma started being very present, which I did not see before. And I know that she's upset. I
Oh,
get
for
it. But
sure. She has to be upset. Her grandbaby's missing and she wants him home. I think that's the thing that I struggle with is I see all these parents being heartbroken.
we have to understand, especially when parents when a kid can pick up on the issues that parents may have with each other, they're going to tell each parent what they think they want to hear.
Yep.
And so that's why when he said, I would want to live with you in a car rather than my mom, maybe he did say that, but I don't doubt that he did, but he's probably telling his mom he want to live with her too. And unless there's something that's uncovered that is like horrible, I think it's probably just like what every single kid does. You tell people what they want to hear. I know with my grandmother, it was like that because my grandmother and my dad didn't, for a long time, didn't care for each other. And she would talk bad about my dad. My dad would say stuff about my grandmother. And so you kind of, when you're young, you don't know, but you want to make them happy. And so I don't know that there was anything nefarious there, at least not so far to me. Yeah, they're not together for a reason.
Yeah, I agree with Cash. They are not together for a reason, so of course they are stressed. Absolutely. And then, yeah, I can look into that. I'll definitely look into that. I like to make sure that this is the first of doing streams like this where we're deep diving on a live instead of knowing all the things before going live. So typically I like to fully submerge myself in a case before speaking on it. But
I kind of like this
this is
better
interesting.
because, like, I'm not set on anything. Like, I kind of enjoy that, right? That I can just kind of go for it because we did that. You guys knew about Karen Reed. I didn't know anything.
Yeah.
And so as I came into it, I could be open to all of it. And I like that very much.
So we have here, I think we're going to Nancy Grace.
Woohoo.
Okay. And then I need to find, while some of these are playing, I do need to find Josh's stream because we were told of some new ones. So there's Josh's stream where he does a phone interview with Seth. And then I think there is the new Nancy Grace. So let's see here. This is with Seth, I do believe. Yep. Let's try it at 1.25. Okay, we were already on it.
Autistic teen, Sebastian Rogers. The hunt is on for this boy. Did he wander away from home entirely barefoot? This as eerie surveillance footage emerges outside Sebastian's home, purportedly of two people with flashlights. What does that mean? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. First of all, listen to this.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
You are hearing Sebastian's mother.
I guess I didn't pick up on that when we played that interview on that news station, but she, 3 to 4 minutes in. So that's how quickly it was before she called Chris. And because I know that was a question a lot of people had, and I did as well. Like, how quickly?
Yeah. How long did you look?
So 3 to 4 minutes in, she says. Interesting.
Describing the moment that she realizes Sebastian is gone. Again, I'm Nancy Grace, and I want to thank you for being with us. The search for Sebastian is on. And let me, right off the top, give you the tip line, 615-451-3838. Repeat, 615-451-3838. Look at him. This boy needs our help. Where is Sebastian? Joining me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But first, I want to go out to a very special guest. This is Sebastian's father joining us, Seth Rogers. Mr. Rogers, thank you for being with us. Could you recount for us when you learned Sebastian is missing? I know it just seems completely surreal.
Son, there's no words for it. I mean, when I found out that he was gone, I was just like, I headed over to Katie's house. See what was going on, and he's not here. I don't know where he's at. I've been looking for him every day. It's just...
Seth, what have you been doing to look for him every day? And I know that to be true. You are looking for him every day. Guys, please look at Sebastian. This young boy is autistic. He may not, in a scared and emotional and lost state, he may not even be able to tell someone who he is and where his home is. He is out there lost, and the Lord only knows where. Seth, what have you been doing to find Sebastian?
been handing out flyers every day. I've been on some podcasts. I've done some face-to-face interviews on the news. I'm just anything I can. I've been to the south side of Nashville. I've been to Franklin. I've been to Bellevue. I've been through Henderson. I've been through Gallatin. I've been through Clarksville. I've been through Oak Grove, Kentucky. I mean, I'm handing out flyers, finding out. I mean, I want everybody to see my son and know that he's missing, and that if you see him, call 911. I need my son back.
So at this point, now remember, this is on March 20th. It doesn't sound like he's done searches then, or that just the way he described all that. He's handing out flyers and driving around all these places, just looking for his son. And I'm not discrediting him for not searching. I do believe that law enforcement told them that it wasn't, in the best interest or whatnot. So I think it sounds like all the same things that, Katie and Chris were doing. And I just think like it's the most that they could do. They're doing the most, going on, like he said, going on podcasts, giving interviews, spreading flyers. They were doing what they knew to do. And they have since stepped it up, I do believe. Or he has stepped it up, I do believe.
Just trying to get my mind around what you and Sebastian's mom are going through, because when I go in to wake up my twins, if they're not in the bed, which is rare, they're usually still asleep. If they're not in the bed, I immediately glance in the bathroom, and if they're not there, that's totally out of character. They're always right there in their bedroom in the morning when I wake them up. And that would be totally out of the normal if they weren't there. Tell me your understanding of what happened.
Katie told me that when she woke up Monday morning, that he wasn't in his room and she can't find him. And I heard that once I got there. When I got off of work, I had a text message from the stepfather, Chris, and a missed phone call. And I called him, and he told me that Sebastian was missing and he didn't know what had happened. So I had
okay, let me ask you a couple of quick questions, Seth. Number one, is there any type of a burglar alarm in the home?
I don't know. I don't live there.
Okay, that is not helping me. Let me see.
Well, okay, I know he doesn't live there, but he's went there, so I'm gonna say possibly not, because that would be one thing you would notice, right? If you went there, or it'd be one thing that the other parents and law enforcement would be talking about, I would think. But I do want to remind everyone, we learned in previous interviews that he stated he gets the message when he gets off work at 7, but he had received it at 6:20. So they did message and try to call him right away, but where he was working, he didn't have his phone. So he didn't get it until he got out of work and got into his car. So just a reminder of that.
I'm going to go to Aaron Cantrell on that from News Channel 5. So we don't know if there's a burglar alarm. Was a window open in Sebastian's home, in his room?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, Nancy, we don't know. We do know that they did search the perimeter of the house. And I know one day when I was out there, when they were searching, they had a dive team out there. They were searching the grounds. But the area is very, some parts of it is very rural, and they're doing a lot of construction around the area. So there's a lot of construction, lots of subdivisions being built in that area. And like you mentioned earlier, the flashlights in the backyard, that was a very common area where people could potentially be walking. But it is odd at that early in the morning that there were 2 flashlights, and considering that's what detectives are saying, that they believe that Sebastian left the home barefoot with the flashlight. So that is very odd. But as you can see in these pictures here, it's a very rural area. They've called in teams from across Tennessee. I mean, they've gone as far east, as far west, bringing in different units to come search the property. They've trained ponds. They're looking everywhere. And they've searched about a 10-mile radius in thousands of miles, just going back and forth, until unfortunately they had to scale back that search.
So Seth, what time did you get to the home that day?
I got the message at about 7:20. I was there at about 8 o'clock.
So immediately, when you got to the home, tell me about the state of the home.
The home was clean. I mean, it looked like it normally did when I walked in.
So were there any signs of forced entry at the front or back door or on Sebastian's window that you could observe?
No, there was none.
Was anything stolen from the home?
Not that I was informed of.
Okay. Do you know if there are burglar lights, motion sensor lights that would turn on if someone moved on the perimeter of the home?
No, ma'am.
Dang, Nancy. Dude, you're muted if you're talking.
I was. Thank you, Jenny. I was
You're
like,
welcome.
she's just like rapid fire with the questions, like boom, boom, boom. Right,
He doesn't
Bambi,
even get to
slow
answer.
down. Let him answer. She doesn't even give him a second.
But, like, on 125, it's so funny. There's such a noticeable difference with her. She's even more clipped. You know how
Mm-hmm.
she's like, "Tell me about what
Bop, bop,
happened
bop,
when
bop, bop.
you"
Yeah.
yeah, and it's even more so now. It's funny.
And we're only on 1.25. Yep.
Mhm.
So basically, no new information. I'm not hearing anything new yet. I don't know if besides the
Uh-uh.
3 to 4 minutes in, I just didn't notice that before, but
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to understand his daily routine. Did Sebastian get up every morning and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
What school?
Beach High School.
How far away?
well, that's new. Beach High School. I'm guessing it's like BEECH High School. Just a new little tidbit
I don't know.
as we're going through.
I think it's like 0.6 miles.
6 miles? Did you say 6 miles?
0.6.
0.6 miles, very close to home. Did he walk or take a bus or ride a bike?
He rode the bus.
He rode the bus. Is he mainstreamed? He is autistic. Is he mainstreamed with other students?
He's in their Why We
What?
Try program.
What is that?
It's for the special needs children, where they are doing the same tasks that the mainstream does, but they get a little bit extra time. You know, if they have like 30 questions, then in the Why We Try program they get like 20, and they get extra time to answer them. So they're still learning the same stuff.
Okay, I'm trying to understand. That morning, your wife calls you, your ex calls you about 7:20 a.m. Would that have been
No,
on a school day?
no, it was her husband that called me.
Okay, was that at 7:20 a.m.?
No, 7:20 a.m. is when I got to my vehicle because I got off of work at 7. My shift ended at 7. By the time I found out to make sure that I didn't have to stay over or anything, then I got to my truck about 7:20, and they had texted me and tried to call me on my cell phone at around 6:20.
And you found out about it at 7:20. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, did he go missing on a school day?
From my understanding, she put him to bed Sunday night, and yes, Monday morning he's missing.
Okay, so he's in his room Sunday night, Monday morning, he's gone out of his home. Could you tell me the level of the severity of his autism?
He's very intelligent. He's very smart. He just lacks social skills and reading of people's body language. Um, he likes things to be in a routine. He likes to control his environment.
I'm looking at Sebastian right now, and it is breaking my heart thinking of this young boy, this autistic boy.
She is breathing hard. I muted you for a second to see if it was you, but no, it's Nancy. She's got some
No,
in the
I was muted.
in the microphone. But
I
one
wish
of the
he'd stop saying this autistic boy.
Mm,
I really
well,
do.
he is autistic though, and it does need to be noted. But what I wanted to reiterate here is that Dad is telling us he's highly functioning, extremely functioning. He just has some social cue issues. And that is something that mom and stepdad have told us as well, that it's a lot of social issues more so than anything else. Highly intelligent. So it frustrates me when people try to make him sound like a small child, because I don't think that any of the parents are putting that out at all.
Possibly out in the wild, possibly with strangers he doesn't know. What would his reaction be to that, Seth Rogers?
I don't know because I've never seen him have to deal with this. Most of the time, if he's with me, he gets his information from me about interacting with people. You know, if I sit there and I'm meeting new people, I talk to him. It's like, son, you can introduce yourself if you would like. If he does, he does. If he doesn't want to, I don't make him.
Seth, when was the last time you can verify that he was alive and well?
When I talk to him on Thursday,
How often do you see him?
I get to see him every other weekend. if he's on like a spring break or a fall break, or he's got an extended time away from school for like school days. When we had the break.
You can verify that he was alive and well.
When I talked to him on Thursday.
How often do you see him?
I get to see him every other weekend if he's on like a spring break or a fall break, or he's got an extended time away from school for like school days. When we had the weather was bad out here and they canceled school, he was with me. Summer breaks. I get him whenever he's not in school, except
Seth,
for the week.
Whenever you have the opportunity to be with Sebastian, isn't it true that you exercise that opportunity? You are with him every chance possible under the law.
Yes, ma'am.
Guys, I'm bringing in the rest of the panel. You are hearing Seth Rogers describe the moment he gets off of work at around 7 a.m., gets to his vehicle and realizes his wife and the stepdad have been calling and texting him, thank you, since around.
He's like, don't forget ex-wife, Miss Nancy Grace, ex. Stevie, okay, I'm not very knowledgeable on autism. Me either. Thankfully, there are quite a few people in chat that are to help guide us through it. But Stevie asks, but does not very good on social cues translate to being easily led or easily manipulated, like maybe from someone online? I would say yes, from the things that we've been learning from those who are knowledgeable on. Oh, thank you, Shay. Thank you. I'll look up that in a second. And it would depend on his symptoms, is what Truth Exposed is saying. The spectrum is so vast, so vast. He was not able to understand concepts of money or time, correct, Anna? That is something we learned in a previous and he's directionally challenged. That was another thing we learned.
We also learned that they were trying to get him behavioral therapy.
Someone said it was yes, it was in the divorce records, but that was like 10 years ago. I wondered if it was an interview, but I had not heard. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that possibility. I was just curious where it was, but maybe that's what Shay said to me.
6:20-ish a.m. It's on a Monday morning to tell him his son, an autistic boy, is missing from their home. And from what I can tell right now, you heard Aaron Cantrell jumping in earlier, and thank you for that, Aaron. Please don't hold back, Aaron. We're not having high tea at Windsor Castle. Aaron is joining us from News Channel 5 in Nashville. Aaron, thank you for being with us. I don't hear anything so far about a forced entry, about a window being open, about anything being taken from the home. I understand that the mother put him to bed at regular bedtime for school the next morning, and that around 6 to 6:20 a.m. Monday morning, she says she goes into his bedroom to wake him, and he is gone. Aaron or Seth or anyone else on the panel, do we know that anything else was missing, such as his backpack, a cell phone, something he liked? Do we know anything about anything missing from the home? Anybody?
His mother said that he's missing a keychain flashlight. That's it.
His keychain flashlight. Interesting, Seth Rogers. When I come in, I put my driver's license and credit cards, which are.
So what she actually said was that she cannot locate the keychain flashlight, so she does believe it to be with him. So, I mean, pretty similar, obviously.
In a rubber band.
Yeah.
And that's my pocketbook. All of that and my key in a certain spot in the kitchen. Rarely do I put it anywhere else. This is what I'm asking, Seth. You told me that your son, autistic boy, Sebastian, likes things in a certain way in a routine, like many of us. Would he have had that flashlight? And I believe you said keys, flashlight and keys attached to each other?
It's a keychain flashlight. It's a flashlight that would go on your keys.
I bet he always put them in a certain place, didn't he?
In my house, all of his stuff is in his upper drawer. When the police showed up at my house to look, upper drawer, house key, wallet, everything's in his upper drawer.
Aaron Cantrell.
Okay, so I'm glad he clarified on that, because in the Terry Lynn interview, the way he made it sound, I thought he was talking about that it was still in Katie's house in the upper drawer, but it's actually, of course, it's gonna. Why would it move from Seth? Like, if he hadn't been to Seth since the previous weekend, well, I'm glad he clarified. So it's at his dad's in the upper drawer.
News Channel 5
Yes.
National. Hold on just one moment. Joining me right now is an expert, a board-certified behavior analyst, an autism expert, Chief Clinical Officer with Little Stars Therapy Services, Courtney Lasky. Thank you so much for being with us. Isn't it true that autistic children, like many of us, like things to be in a certain order for many, many varied reasons? If this was missing from Sebastian's home, I would venture to hypothesize he took it with him.
Correct. Yes. And, without knowing Sebastian personally, I can't make any assumptions about his behavior, but knowing that this was not a typical history for him to wander, to leave the house in the middle of the night, it is interesting that he did leave with that keychain flashlight.
Another thing, which is quite the dichotomy, Courtney Lasky, and I'm going to throw this to you as well, Seth Rogers. If he was in such routine, as I believe he was, due to his circumstances being autistic, why would he have left without his shoes? That is not his routine. This is not a child that leaves a home without his shoes. First of all, Seth, how do I know he didn't have his shoes?
3 pairs of shoes were at the front door. His old tennis shoes, his new tennis shoes that his mama had just bought him, and the boots that I had just bought him. His mama had told me
another set of shoes.
His feet were growing. The last time I had him for the last weekend I had him, his mama told me that his shoes weren't fitting anymore. And she asked me to get him shoes. And we wanted a pair of boots, so we went to Boot Barn and got him a pair of boots.
Is it possible he wore a different pair of shoes?
I don't think so, because if he's not fitting into them, she gets rid of them.
Okay, let me tell you something, Seth. My son and daughter have one of those shoe racks over the back of their closet door. And I see those closet doors 10 times a day. I would see if shoes were missing. I would know that.
There's no shoes in his room.
Okay, there's my answer. He left without his shoes on.
Shoes get taken off at the front door, same as my house.
Same here. I always have people take their shoes off at the door. Just habit. So there were no shoes in his room. All the shoes were still sitting at the door. Can we confirm that, Seth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Guys, you may think, why is she asking and asking and asking about the same thing? I'll tell you why. Behavioral evidence of routine.
Well, his routine is not being a runner, and so yeah, clearly this was not routine at all.
Right.
Let me see. I just want to say, yeah, Marty doesn't need any addressing. Like, that's what they want. They want you to address him, so just ignore it. But he's disabled. He has chromosome deletion. Autism is a dual diagnosis. Yes, they are hyper-focused on the autism. Absolutely. And I was kind of like, Virginia, like, oh, well, she's just saying who he is. Because last night I heard Grandma Sherry speak on, I don't have autism. How did she say it? Oh, if Burden's still in here. Just the way Grandma Sherry worded it, it's like, it's not like something she has, it's who she is. She is autistic. She doesn't have autism. You know what I mean? The way she worded it was just beautiful. And so it made me think, pertaining to this case, he doesn't have, like, with the chromosome deletion, yes, that's a syndrome he has. But, like, being autistic is who he is. So it's not a negative thing.
No, it's not. That's why the way she just kept saying it, it's like, we understand that that he is autistic. We understand that. Like, it's just the continued, it just kind of, I don't know.
Yeah. I wondered that too, Nicole, and except for maybe it was just things that Dad kept. Sorry, I moved to my comfy chair for the rest of the evening so that we can.
The comfy chair, you guys, she loses
connection not
all the time.
You
moved it. I told you.
Yes.
I was like, why don't you just move it?
She did. Jenny used to yell at me all the time. We'd be talking in Discord, and I'd be in the comfy chair, and everybody be like, "You're in the chair. We can't hear you." I'm sorry, but don't worry. We're good to go. I think we're good to go. But my back's hurting a little bit, so I needed to come put a heating pad on it. But I wondered that too, Nicole B, because a lot of the emphasis of things that Seth gives wouldn't really matter, would they? Because he went missing from Katie's house. So, like, his key to Seth's house being in the top drawer of his dresser at his dad's house, okay, because that's where it's normally stored. You hadn't seen him since the Sunday on the weekend before he went missing, staying with his wallet and his keys. And it's just, I don't know. I don't know why the emphasis on them, but maybe it means something to
Well,
someone.
she was trying, I think, to get out of him. What does he normally do at your house? Like, because she's like
The
trying to
routine.
drive home
She wants
this
to get the
routine.
routine. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is why we
No,
got
that's
Jenny's brain here. Okay, so we do have an interview with the teachers. Okay, so I think Jenny has a whole list of interviews going, so maybe we'll put that together. Anyway, we'll figure that out. Thank you, Shay. I appreciate that.
Hold on, Courtney Lasky, because this touches on you as well. Dr. Sherry Schwartz is with me, forensic psychologist specializing in victim advocacy at panthermitigation.com. Dr. Sherry, thank you for being with us. Dr. Sherry, when I say routine evidence, I don't mean mundane evidence, just, the regular evidence. I mean evidence of routine. For instance, if I came and sat down in this chair in this studio and Jackie was not right there, she would either be dead or on the way or in the hospital, period. Because that's her routine, right? So this autistic child would not have left in the middle of the night without a pair of shoes on. And that is telling me something probatively. It proves something to me. What do you think of it, Dr. Sherry?
I agree completely, Nancy. I actually saw an interview that Mr. Rogers gave about this particular issue and how when he was younger, Sebastian, he went outside barefoot and he stepped into an anthill of fire ants. And so dad doesn't believe that he would go out barefoot. And so this goes to that behavioral evidence that you're talking about. This is another fact that's very important that we need to pay attention to, because this is not something that Sebastian would normally do. And we know this because he's had a prior experience. So these are really important cues in an investigation like this.
Dr. Sherry Schwartz, a lot of people may think that means nothing, that I can't find his shoes, but it means a lot to me. And I guarantee you it would mean a lot to any mother or father hearing this evidence. Seth, what does it mean to you? Was he prone to go outside and wander around at all, period, number one? At night in the dark, number two, and without his shoes on, number three? Would he ever have done that, Seth?
No. I mean, the only time he goes outside at night at my house is to put the trash in the trash can, which is right outside my front door. That's it.
I'm very curious about this. And one more thing, while it's on my mind, does he have social media, Seth?
No, he does not.
Okay, good. I can rule that out, or at least we don't think he does. Does he have a cell phone?
He does have a cell phone.
Where's the cell phone?
At his mom and stepfather's.
So he didn't take his cell phone. Seth, is he like every other boy in America glued to his cell phone?
When he has access to it, he loves.
What do you mean by that? When does he have access?
When he has access to like YouTube and stuff like that, he is glued to his phone because he likes to watch videos about Minecraft and he likes to watch videos of people playing.
Okay, so going to the phones. Don't worry, I'm not falling asleep on y'all. I'm nice and comfy, but I'm not falling asleep on y'all. I am totally catching up on the comments. Thank you, Ramos Sherry, for saying I am autistic. Yes, that's what it was. I am autistic. It's who I am. It's not a disease. And I'm so thankful for the people in here who understand autism and they can help us with it, because it is such a hard thing. And someone said previously, I think that they're reiterating the autism because they don't understand his chromosome deletion syndrome. And I think that that's a good possibility. That is a good possibility. But unfortunately, I think that in our ignorance, a lot of us are trying to convey that as young or simple-minded when that's not who Sebastian is at all. From everything I'm hearing, it's not who he is at all. And it's a shame that some are trying to portray that. But we also learn here just now that, so Katie and Chris kind of make it sound like he's never on his phone. He's only on his phone to make phone calls, and they've deleted everything. They've got it locked down. And Seth paints a different story. Yeah, he watches YouTube. He watches video shows. He does this sort of stuff on his phone and whatnot. I think he had a lot more access to the internet than we were initially led to believe. Yes, the moms, he didn't need a key. That's right, Shay. Thank you for the reminder, because I had the keypad. Thank you. And he had that memorized. So I don't know. I just think he had a lot more access to the internet, and I think it's something that's being overlooked. Or was in the beginning. Maybe not now, but it was.
Minecraft.
Okay, you do know that is social media because people can talk to each other on Minecraft. Did you know
No,
that? I didn't know that. I found out.
I'm talking about is the videos. He watches videos of people playing it on YouTube.
Does he play it?
I think he has it for his Switch at his mom's house.
Well, you can't, even though he watches people playing, unless he's watching a kid stream, like if it is designated for kids. If he's watching an adult stream, it could be a live stream. And maybe dad doesn't know that. Maybe mom doesn't know that. I didn't know YouTube had live chat until I came to YouTube. True crime. Leon said, maybe I'm wrong, but why insure your child? I'm in no way thinking any parent is involved in this, but I don't get it. Some people put an insurance policy on your child because heaven forbid something happened to them. You still, you have to pay for a funeral. Nobody covers that cost for you. And some people don't have that readily available. So having a small insurance policy of some sort is beneficial in that arena. With the Gerber one, it's a whole life plan that does it doubles when they get to 18 and you can swap it into something else. I'm not for sure, but because like I
don't
said,
like those.
I don't like whole life. But anyway, heaven forbid something were to happen to your child, that would be one reason to have a plan. I'm guessing if it's Gerber, it's not much, maybe 10 grand at most. Not a red flag for me. Not even a yellow flag.
But he does not.
Yeah.
And he's glued to that all the time.
We need a forensic search of that phone pronto, Seth, because I find it very curious if he went voluntarily that he didn't take the phone with him. Okay.
Nancy, we need a forensic search of that phone pronto. I'm sure law enforcement have that. In fact, they've told us that law enforcement have all the phones. What do you mean you need? Oh my God. That's like Dolly out there searching the barn that's a block away. Come on.
Because it'd be a cold day in HELL that either one of my 16-year-olds would go anywhere without their phone. And it's not just them. I mean, everybody takes their phone with them everywhere they go. It's like their magic wand. You can't be without it. So I find it interesting. Did the mom have the phone put away? Could he have taken it with him?
Most of the time I've seen the phone plugged in on the counter on the little bar in their kitchen.
Okay, I'm going to Courtney Lasky joining us, expert in children and teens with autism. Courtney, you've been listening. Weigh in.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you, Nancy. This is a very unusual pattern of behavior that we're looking at. If this child has access to a cell phone, like you said, Minecraft is social media, YouTube is social media, anywhere that he would have access and the ability to talk with others. My concern would be related to his autism diagnosis and that deficit in communication and understanding of social skills. Is it possible that peers at school or someone has contacted him through these gaming methods? Bullying, peer pressure, was he persuaded to leave perhaps from his mom's house in the middle of the night?
I know that
you jumping in, Seth?
Yes, ma'am. I know that his phone was locked down. He had no internet access. He only had the ability to take pictures on his phone, text on his phone, FaceTime, and telephone calls. Everything else was locked down on his phone.
Have the police looked at his phone? Have they taken his phone to look at who he may have been speaking to?
Yes.
Then how is he? Sorry, I'm still trying to get to the bottom so that I can stay in real time with you all, but I'm losing my head. This is why I don't stream from the chair. I'm not going to say who I'm not like in a recliner. I can't do it. But anyway.
Well, she's like saying her kids always, were on their phone all the time and blah, 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 blah. He had already told her before that. I mean, it's been known that his phone did not have a lot of access, and he just reminded her again. But she's like, my kids have the phone with them all the time. Like,
yes,
it's not
but his
the
phone's
same.
not the same, right? And there's our Reese. We had a Reese's cup in here earlier. I hope no one timed out this Reese. This is not the one that came in saying that Sebastian was found. I knew it had a picture of Reese Witherspoon as your profile picture, but also, didn't he just say that he would watch YouTube on his phone, and now he's saying no apps?
I didn't know he said on his phone.
I thought that's what he said. Yeah,
You're probably right. Yeah, I just didn't hear it.
Yeah, let me get here to the bottom. Anybody else hear that? Life insurance can be impossible to obtain after a diagnosis. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he probably had that since he was a baby. Right. That's what I'm saying, Benny. How do you watch YouTube then? I thought he said it was on his phone. I was given a pamphlet on guerrilla life insurance when I son. I worked in TEDS. We had pamphlets, blah, blah, blah.
You have a weird background sound.
It's probably my ice maker because I'm just playing this off of my.
No, it's like it sounds like something in the wire in the phone. Like, you know what I mean? It's like.
Huh. Hang on, let me see. Is it?
I know what the ice maker sounds like.
Yeah. I wonder if it's picking up the headphone I'm listening to.
It's like it has interference.
Hang on, let me try.
Of some kind. You guys, I put the link for this video and also the link for TBI Newsroom in the chat if you guys want to check that out, because it's the only real facts we have are TBI Newsroom.
I'm sitting here asking you how this sounds, and you kept ignoring me, and then you started talking over me, and I'm like, oh, okay, excuse me, ma'am. And then I realized I'm muted. That is 2 in one night, y'all. Okay, how's this? Do you guys still hear an electrical buzz?
No, I don't.
Okay. It was picking up the audio through my earbuds, my headphones, instead of through the computer. I switched it over to the computer. We're clear now. Good. Thank you. Good, good, good. We're all good.
Yay.
Thank you, though, for telling me that. I hate it, like, if you go on, a long rant with that without fixing it, so I appreciate that.
I always want somebody to tell me if something's messed up because I don't want to go the whole time being messed up.
Poetic Justice. It is a GE Opal 2. The best nugget ice maker in the world.
It is wonderful.
I got Jenny to buy one. It's so good.
But now I don't know what I ever did before.
I know, right? But
I love that ice.
I agree, though. The life insurance is not a red flag at all. There was some argument on Terry Lynn's about they must have got it when Sebastian was young, because Seth was saying that there was an issue in the divorce over who got to take the life insurance policy. Katie wanted to take over payments and be the policy holder of it, but he kept it. So I'm guessing it was something they just got for him when he was little. Brand new. I know, it's the best thing ever.
The good ice.
The good ice.
The good ice.
Question: Where is this coming? Where's this coming from, Aaron Cantrell? That people saw flashlights, 2 people with flashlights around the property the night that Sebastian disappears. And I keep seeing in all the headlines the night that Sebastian wandered off barefoot. I don't think that's what happened. He's never wandered off before. What? Go ahead, dear.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we got that video a little later, so we just got that video maybe and released it within the last week or so. But this is from just neighborhood video, like the Ring doorbell cameras. In that subdivision from the reporting, there's not street lights there, so that's why it's so pitch black and it's so late at night. But you see those 2 flashlights. But what's interesting is where these lights are. It's almost a common area, so it wouldn't be odd if someone may have been out at that time walking their dog or something of that nature. But the fact that Sebastian did leave with a flashlight, and there are 2 flashlights seen in that video, and it is pitch black, very concerning.
Put him up. Why do you keep saying Sebastian did leave? Why are you saying that? Would you go out in the middle of the night and leave without your shoes on? I'm just curious. Would you, Aaron?
I would not leave without my shoes.
He was flabbergasted. Look at him. He's like, she's trying to put him in check. What? Oh my gosh! Every time I pause her, I'm cracking up at the pause where we're paused. But he's on a roll. I'm gonna go back to you. It just cracked me up. He's on a roll and stating this and that. She's like, and he's like, oh no, I would not, ma'am. Sorry.
But the fact that Sebastian did leave with a flashlight, and there are 2 flashlights seen in that video, and it is pitch black, very concerning.
Put him up. Why do you keep saying Sebastian did leave?
Put him up.
Why are you saying that? Would you go out in the middle of the night and leave without your shoes on? I'm just curious. Would you, Aaron?
No, you make a good point. I would not leave without my shoes.
Aaron,
I don't think he would either. Even more so because you're hearing Courtney Lasky and Seth Rogers state this boy is autistic. He doesn't think the same way we think. We have to try to think like him. He liked everything in a particular routine. His routine was he wore shoes every time he went out after they ate.
Okay, so Tracy, Grandma Sherry, I hope you're still in chat. They're making this sound like because he is autistic, he will never deviate from his routine. And from what I've read, because I have read in between these live streams, but from what I have read, that's not necessarily true. He can deviate from his routine.
Well, you have to at times.
Yeah.
I mean, Granny just had to, or Grandma Sherry just had to a few months ago.
Yes, she did. That's true. She had to move. And so that was a big deviation from her routine. So she had to readjust to it. But they're making it sound, I sound like Nancy there. But what I'm trying to say though is obviously he's going to want his shoes. He's very particular about that. And we've heard that from all of them that, he's not going to go outside barefoot because of the fire ant situation. He doesn't like sand. We know that, but it's still possible for him to leave without shoes, correct? The way they're making it sound is because of his autism, he would just never leave without shoes.
Well, I wonder too, like, did he have maybe like bedroom slippers or something like that?
Yeah.
That maybe, especially if they didn't allow shoes in the house. Maybe he had something he could slip on,
Look at Bendy tonight. She's like,
what?
Nancy's bump his teeth too tight. She's very turned tonight.
She is. Like, I guess I hadn't watched her in a long time. Look at her face where you paused it.
I know. I mean, I'm like, every time I pause, it's a face.
She's like raging.
That is not the case. Audacity has, I think you said in the chat earlier, you have a child with autism or you either one, but she says that is not the case. It's not OCD, it's autism. Right. That's what I was reading. Like, yeah, some are going to be extra particular, but it's not the end all be all.
I'd like to hear what Tracy has to say about Jace too, because I know there have been times like that she was, there you go. She wasn't there for a couple of nights, but or sometimes I know she says sometimes he wants X, Y, or Z before bed, and it seems like he has no problem, not no problem, but he doesn't seem to have an issue with having to have everything exactly the same all the time.
And
situational.
TPE, yes, and TPE, you nailed it. He's a teenager. Teens do teen things, like just completely out of the norm, and we don't know why. And I always used to, teens are weird. We all know that anyone who's had a teen or has been a teen, which is every one of us, teens are weird.
Yeah, they are. And I always thought that was really weird to compare also with like with Summer's case, because they're like, she never left the yard, she never went down the driveway, she never, and I'm like, she is 5 years old. There's a first time for everything.
Yes, he did take the garbage. They did mention he took the garbage in his slippers. I was just thumbing back through my notes, but then, and she also mentioned he would take the garbage, he would go outside in his socks sometimes as well. So,
Oh, Tracy Pimps did so the slippers are still there then in that case. Is that what you're saying?
I'm guessing, maybe that's just a question that was never asked to any of them, or maybe we haven't gotten to it yet.
Okay. So we don't know.
Okay. It only takes once, right, Nicole B? It just happened, it can happen. The first time can be the first time, and it's,
Ant bed incident. Okay. So no, why would he go missing? And let me ask you something else, Aaron Cantrell. Isn't it true that Emergency Management Agency Director Ken Widener has told us that the canines could not pick up a scent outdoors?
Exactly. They have not been able to pick up a scent. They had a false hit, but then that did not turn out to be anything, because when Sebastian went missing, it was kind of a warm day that first day, but after the next day of the search, it went extremely cold. It was rainy, which made it even more concerning, because here you have this 15-year-old who has autism with no shoes on and maybe a sweatshirt and sweatpants, but it is now cold, so they were concerned about hypothermia as well. So
ever since hearing Grandma share, I'm going to be yelling that at everyone who says this 15-year-old who has this 15-year-old who is autistic. But anyway, good Nunya, why is she yelling at this guy? Because it's Nancy. She yells at everyone. I don't think Nancy has a non-yelling tone. Not that I'm aware of.
Because that poor dude's like he's a Tennessee reporter, right?
Right. And he's like, you can tell he's caught off guard by this. Like, and a lot of people respond to her in the vernacular that they have, which is, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. But he's like shooketh a little bit. It's throwing him off.
Yeah.
It's throwing him off. Yes, it is. Now that I know. And see, that's the thing. There are things that we don't know until we know them. And I'm sure I have heard that before, but hearing Grandma Sherry say that last night, it's embedded into my soul now. Like it will never change.
Well, don't get mad at people because they don't know.
No. I'm not. I'm just like, come on.
You're so excited to know it because it's such a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing, and it should be celebrated.
I think so.
She never learned to use her inside voice. That's right.
So what is an inside voice?
I love Jenny's doing the clicks, Nancy. Click, click, click. Okay. What is this? Like a little fort thing out there, or a hunty? Oh, maybe this is like a homeless encampment or something. I don't know.
I think this is where that dog hit out in that park.
You think?
Or where allegedly the dog hit. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I don't know. This was on the 20th, remember? This interview is on the 20th, yeah.
Well, they don't have any leaves on the tree, so they all look the same.
They do all look the same. Those pesky trees looking the same and everything.
It's their fault.
Here we go.
A lot of factors kind of changed the search as well, but they have not picked up a scent at all.
Officials have now been able to analyze home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood and discover signs of what may have happened to Sebastian. 2 people near the family home, and as I recall, it was around 3:10 a.m. that Monday. 3:10 a.m. Who in the hay is walking around? 2 people, 2 flashlights at 3:10 a.m. in that neighborhood, and coincidentally, it is the same time during which Sebastian goes missing, which leads me to our guest, Douglas McGregor, geographic profiler specializing in violent crime and missing people. You can find him at the Geo Profiler. Douglas, thank you so much for joining us. A lot's happening right here. No canine scent outside. No shoes. No break-in. No theft. The phone's still there. Weigh in.
So if we look at each of these, the no shoes thing, there's a lot of autistic people who actually enjoy going barefoot. It connects them with the earth. They like that texture, that feel. There's a whole campaign, barefooting for autism. So I know that, and I did read the article.
Let me stop you right there, Douglas. Let me stop you right there. Seth Rogers, he's right. But does that have anything to do with Sebastian? Did Sebastian go barefoot outside? Was he part of Barefoot for Autism? Do you know?
No, he's got a pair of slippers that he wears, so he doesn't have to put on socks and shoes. He puts those on if he's going to go out to the trash or check the mail and doesn't want to put socks on.
Have you seen him since the ant bed incident go outside barefoot?
No, not at my house.
Okay. All right. Back to you, Douglas McGregor. Go ahead.
So continuing on with just how he left the premises, the other question I have is the wording in that law enforcement is giving out with regard to what he was wearing, the clothing, that he was in a black sweater and black sweatpants. How do we know that? Did he go to bed in that clothing? How do we know he didn't wake up in the middle of the night and change clothing? I think the wording should be he may be in a black sweatshirt and sweatpants, or he may have those things on him if they are missing from his house, but we don't know that he left in those.
That's a really good point, Seth Rogers. What about it? Is that what he slept in? How do we know that's what he was wearing?
His mom said that he was wearing black leisure pants and a black T-shirt when he went to bed.
So we
T-shirt.
Well, we heard on Dutchie's last interview that we played that, and did you write down what she had said? That basically what is on the Amber Alert is different because it was like the telephone game. What she relayed to law enforcement is not what they ended up putting on the Amber Alert, and they have been trying to get that to be changed. And then Seth even mentioned it on Pascal. So all three seem to be in agreement on this. Like they have stated the same thing, but for some reason on the alert, it is different because the telephone game. So I'm going to say this is the accurate one. Let me take Tracy's comment down. What's it say on here? Last seen 9 p.m. when it's long sleeve black shirt with a picture on the front, black track pants with a white stripe down the side, and no shoes. So, like I said earlier, all three parents were in agreement, and he's also a dad. So if he says black t-shirt, he might mean the same thing.
He also said leisure pants, which is different than tracksuit.
Exactly. So he could just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it's like t-shirt material, but it's long sleeved probably or something like that. Okay.
That's what I'm guessing because we have heard all three of them say what mom has said is the same or is what it is, but TBI put it up wrong, and they have been trying, all three of them have been trying to get them to correct it. So when they're all three in agreement on something, I tend to put that in the, is probably a fact category.
Guys, I want you to hear what Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy of Sumner County Sheriff's, has to say.
Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Did he? Did he walk off? If so, why are canines not picking up his scent? I can tell you this, Seth Rogers, and to you, Douglas McGregor, the best witness I ever put on the stand in all the years I tried cases, and I don't mean shopliftings, I mean felony homicides, violent crimes, was a dog. If the dog tells me the dog cannot pick up a scent, I believe the dog. So I'm having a hard time accepting what I'm hearing, that this young autistic boy just wandered out in the middle of the night without shoes on. Okay, back to you, Douglas McGregor. Tell me more of your analysis.
So looking at what the canines were able to pick up, those canines should be picking up multiple scents. And it's all based on Sebastian's routine activities. Does he go to a friend's house during the week? Does he go to the corner store? Does he occasionally walk to school, even taking the bus? Those canines should be picking up all those scents from that 7 days past, because canines regularly train from scenarios where someone's gone missing from 1 hour up to 7 days, and bloodhounds can pick up even longer than 7 days. So those canines should be picking up scents. They should be tracking those scents and then ruling them out.
Sorry, I'm muted. I caught it before she said it. It doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
She ain't put no dog on the stand.
I know. I brought that up.
She said that.
The best person she put was a dog on this. It is what she said. So I wanted to hit on a couple things because I'm not really hearing a ton of new information. I've only got like 2 things wrote down from this interview, which I suspect as we go further along in these interviews, we're not going to hear new information. We might hear a few additional details, but what we'll mainly be listening for now is the change in information. But a minute ago, they were putting so much emphasis on that video. Remember, we played that video in part 1. I want to read this again. This is the TBI newsroom. And right here in there, what about the tech? What about the technology aspect? Have you collected security video from area homes and businesses and have cell phones been checked? The answer is that many neighbors and businesses have provided video from home and business surveillance systems. We are grateful for that cooperation. The video has been collected and from the beginning of the investigation has been analyzed and enhanced where possible by tech experts with the FBI, and Secret Service. Remember that. To date, nothing gathered from these video systems have been determined to be significant. Again, to date, nothing gathered from these video systems has been determined to be significant. We do caution that some surveillance video being shared, this is another important one, some surveillance video being shared in the public may have been misinterpreted or misidentified or not shown in its entirety. It has been determined that it does not hold any evidentiary significance to this investigation. I feel people are putting way too much stock in what we call the flashlight video. Way too much. And they keep going back to it and reiterating it. And we have the TBI telling us, look, TBI, it's not just us. It's not just the county police. It is the TBI, the FBI, and the Secret Service.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, y'all, don't put too much into that.
I agree with that guy. And that was exactly what I was thinking when he said it. Like, so scent dogs didn't pick up anything at his house. That makes no sense.
Well, I think we learned, okay, so I'll spoiler alert from the little bit I listened on Dutchies last night. That's not true. But it would have been a concern, obviously, if they didn't. But I do want to read here a little bit about dogs because we hear the dogs, in so many cases, not just this one.
Yeah, because why is she acting like they're infallible? Because that's not true at all.
Exactly. And that is one of the things that is said in here. And this is the very first link that I clicked the first link on how accurate are search dogs. A well-trained search dog should not make frequent mistakes, but how accurate are they? How often do search dogs miss locating what they were trained to find? And how frequently do they make a mistake and indicate something is there when it's not? And then it goes into that there's several different types, talks about the studies. Several research studies on search dog accuracy measured two factors. How often did the search dog miss a target scent, and how often did the search dog misidentify a scent, i.e. give a false positive? So Helton reviewed the results of 12 different detection tasks, including cancer detection, scat detection, termite detection, and bomb detection. He found that search dogs found and correctly identified the target scent 91.61% of the time. That's very impressive. So the range equals 75% to 100%. So looked at another way, the search dogs missed indicating a target scent in an average of 8.39% of trials. So Helton also found that the search dogs gave false alarms, indicated a scent was present when it was not, an average of 3.42%. Additional studies concluded in the field provided more insight into the accuracy of search dogs. 3 field research studies, Harrison, Long, and Smith, found that the search dogs located the correct species of wildlife scat 89% of the time. While it's often difficult to determine how frequently search dogs miss locating scat we're just talking about poop here. Use search dogs to determine the presence of ferrets. Here's the part here. As these studies indicate, the majority of detection dogs are accurate most of the time, but they are not infallible. They are not infallible. The training and experience of the search dog team, that is both the dog itself and the dog's handler, are probably the biggest factors affecting how often a search dog makes a mistake. So I will drop this link in the chat for anybody else wanting to deep dive into it. But just like Jenny said, they're not infallible. They can make mistakes.
But you've also got to consider too, they're only as good as their handler.
Exactly.
Or their trainer.
Trainer.
Both.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I don't know what dogs were included in that study. Were they all trained by the same place, going through the same course?
Right.
Because in order to be certified, it's not specific about things like that. So you also have to consider all of that and what they're given for a scent.
And I do think that I appreciate search dogs, and I do put a lot of weight
Very
into
much.
what we hear about the search dogs. But I can also pull and cite so many cases where the search dogs failed or came within yards of the individual that they were looking for multiple times and didn't pick up on a scent. So to me, I put it into the category the same as a polygraph. It's a tool. It's a very important tool, but it's not the end all be all.
Right. And also, yeah, that's why they take several dogs. It is.
Yes.
But that's also the point, I believe, that they were making in what Deets read, that if other dogs are hitting, it's likely that they might do this. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it does depend on that. But I have no issue with. I think dogs are great.
They are. Yeah.
All
They're-
dogs, but search dogs are too. I just I wish that to say that because it's like almost like not no that's not a good example. I was gonna say like a polygraph, but um you, just because if they didn't pick up a scent, something's wrong because he took out
Yeah.
the garbage and that
Right.
was witnessed by a neighbor.
Yep.
So they had to pick up something,
Yep.
right? And supposedly they pick up the most recent scent.
And we
So it's not
also
like yeah,
have
go ahead.
to remember though that law enforcement, and when dogs are being used, they are an extension of law enforcement. And so they might not tell people. They might not tell the family. It's part of the investigation. So
Yeah.
like I said, spoiler alert, we do hear more about the dogs in the next Nancy Grace, but
Okay, good.
they're just keep that in mind always, that there's probably a lot more information pertaining to this investigation than what we are receiving. Which is
Yeah.
They also have to test the dogs regularly. The percentages fine versus miss have to be recorded for court reasons. Yes. Oh, thanks, Bex. I hope you're doing well.
As an activity from the past that isn't associated with him going missing on that Sunday evening.
Guys, we were just showing you an aerial sketch of a landfill search. There's nothing good about that. Seth Rogers, why have you been told that authorities are searching a landfill?
They told me they just wanted to make sure that there was nothing there.
Aaron Cantrell joining me, News Channel 5 out of Nashville. Aaron, what can you tell me about this landfill search?
Yeah, Nancy. So they had got a tip that potentially from the garbage workers that maybe the trash may have been off a little bit. So just following up on that tip.
What do you mean by that? You can't just throw a grenade.
I can't. It's with him. She is.
Dang. She don't like him.
And he has such a cute little baby face. I just want to pinch his cheeks, and he's
I know.
so flabbergasted.
Adorable.
I wanted to say, Anna Morris said, I think the fact that Sebastian had left and returned to the house by car and had gone in and out threw them to the wind. There's actually a really great, I don't know if it's a docuseries or an interview with Maura Mori's sister talking about the search dogs. I think it's in a docuseries. I will find that and link it in the chat because they can pick up this, like, dogs are just amazing, and they can pick up the scent even if it's super windy, like so many things that it blew my mind because it was a lot of really good information on dogs and what they are capable of doing. But again, like we were saying earlier, they're only as good as their whole team, the handler and how they were trained, etc. Look at her mouth. She got no chill.
Made into my mind palace and expect me not
mind
to follow.
palace.
It means something was off.
So basically, the workers said they had the same garbage truck drivers that come to the house, and when they picked up the garbage can, it just felt more heavier than normal. So they just said that to the authorities. So just to follow up on that tip, they went out to the landfill to search because that's where the trash is taken. There in Sumner County, they take it out there to Kentucky. So just following up on that tip, that's what kind of led them out there because we're used to our garbage, the same garbage truck workers coming out there. They know kind of how the trash usually feels every single day, so it felt a little off for them. So that's why they told that to the authorities. So that's kind of what led them to the landfill to start looking around.
What?
Seth Rogers, have
Yep.
you been asked to take a polygraph?
Just a tip. I had heard this in chats previously that the trash people had sent in a tip that the trash was slightly off that day at pickup.
What?
Mm-hmm. Twist calls BS on that.
I kind of do too. I feel like after the fact, you feel like it was heavier. And how many trash cans did you pick up that day?
Mm-hmm. It's weird, but they were only at the landfill a few hours. Like, they weren't there very long, so
Yeah.
they got in and got out, I guess. No, I don't think we have anything from there's no confirmation from law enforcement about the dogs that I've seen. Shay or anyone else knows anything different? I don't think
There
so,
was
though.
a lot less from law enforcement than I expected.
Yes, there is very little. Here's what they have
Very little.
on the dogs. Right here's what I have seen from them. Bloodhounds and handlers have searched the same areas, but that's it. They're just saying that they have, which they're being really tight-lipped, really tight-lipped.
No.
Would you be willing to take a polygraph?
I volunteered. No.
Okay, here's
Seth Rogers, have you been asked to take a polygraph?
No.
Would you be willing to take a polygraph?
I volunteered.
Look at her face. Like, I'm
Wait
sorry.
a dang minute.
She is the queen of facial expressions. That, like, look at her. Let me put it in normal speed. Because that
hold
was...
on. Let me listen.
Mm-hmm.
He just said no, he was not asked to. He volunteered, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why have I seen people saying, like, bashing Chris Proudfoot for exactly the same thing and saying there's no way if they offered, it was that Pat Brown lady.
Mm-hmm.
If they volunteered, they would have had them take it anyway. I was like, what? Because I know a bunch of people say they volunteered in Summer's case too, that they never asked them to. It costs money. And if you don't suspect someone, why would you?
Yep. What I don't think. Why would law enforcement need to? They took both the stepdad and Seth dad's phones. Confirmed that they looked into them elsewhere. That's all in the TBI newsroom. I mean, it doesn't say that they did it to them specifically. They're just saying they did this to everyone involved. We've heard Seth and Chris both state that, they pulled information, they pinged phones, they did this and that. Like, if they verified where these two men were, why would they need to give a polygraph?
Well, she was saying because I only listened like a couple of minutes, and she seems very strange to me. Like, I haven't really watched her, but the things she was saying were very strange. But she used to be on Nancy Grace, I guess. Pat Brown.
Oh, Pat Brown. It's kind of, yeah. Okay, Sophie King, we're getting to you are stuck on the belt whooping video. We're getting there next, love. We're getting there next. But let's watch Nancy Grace's face here.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Be willing to take a polygraph.
Oh, did you have something about Pat Brown?
No, I was just going to say I thought it was very strange that he got sent up the river for the exact same comment.
I know. And it gets worse, I hear.
I volunteered.
I'm glad to hear that. You know why? I held every parent.
She says she's glad to hear that, but she looks like she doesn't believe him or something. I don't know. It's just the way I believe him. I believe there's no need to polygraph him, but just her facial expression cracks me up.
Parent to the gold standard. I don't know if you've ever heard of Mark Class. His daughter Polly was kidnapped from the home. She was horribly molested and murdered. When cops came, he, like you, was separated or divorced from his wife and lived separately. You know what he said when they came at the door? He's like, take my fingerprints, search my home, search my car, search my office, do whatever you want. Find my daughter. Find who took my daughter, because it's not me. I'll take a Polly. I'll do whatever you want. And they did all of that. Of course, it wasn't him, it was somebody else. But that said, has the mother and stepfather taken a polygraph?
I know the mom has.
What?
I said I know his mother has.
Mm-hmm.
So she agreed to a polygraph. What about stepfather?
I have no idea.
Guys, there is a reward for information in the search for this little autistic boy. Aaron Cantrell, I want you to take a listen to what Chief Deputy Eric Craddock has to say. Listen.
Last Monday morning at about 6:30, Sebastian was reported missing from his home. Since then, we've conducted an extensive and exhaustive search.
For this,
I'm going to put this in normal speed for us.
Little autistic boy. Aaron Cantrell, I want you to take a listen to what Chief Deputy Eric Craddock has to say. Listen.
Last Monday morning at about 6:30, Sebastian was reported missing from his home. Since then, we've conducted an extensive and exhaustive search around the home, looking for any evidence, any trace of Sebastian. At this time, the decision's been made to scale back on the ground search operations. Let me be clear that this does not diminish our commitment to finding Sebastian. This is simply us transitioning from the ground search to the investigative side. We are still committed to finding Sebastian and bringing him home safe. We have no leads, no details to indicate that Sebastian is not alive.
From what I know, I can tell you that at this juncture, the family has totally cooperated with police. I'm curious about these flashlights. Back to you, Aaron Cantrell, joining us from News Channel 5. Aaron, I'm deducing, nobody's told me this, that the flashlights of apparently two people were seen in that neighborhood. Was it on Ring Cam?
Yeah, they believe it's a kind of a neighborhood kind of video. So either Ring or some version of that in the neighborhood, which I'm in a Facebook group called Finding Sebastian Rogers, and neighbors have posted in there. Like one neighbor said, if he would have walked near their house, you have those automatic lights that sometimes come on, but that didn't come on. But in the video with the flashlights, you see two flashlights. That's all you can see because it's so dark. There's no street lights in the neighborhood, but you see two lights walking towards kind of a to the right of the video. But then you see, I think it may be into a wooded area, and then one of those both of those lights disappear. But then you see one person stay away, but then some other person or thing comes back into the camera. So that's kind of.
I was just getting ready to give him crap for saying person, and then he said or thing. So that's good because we don't know what those are.
I have a question. There is a picture that they keep showing of Sebastian inside the house, like well inside the house with shoes on. And he has a bag, like he's about to get ready to go, but.
Oh, I think it's like a school picture. Is that what you mean?
No, he's inside of the house.
I know, but like getting ready to go to school. Yeah.
Yeah, but you would put your shoes on before you left if the rule was not to wear shoes in the house, not stand in the dining room with shoes on.
That's true. But maybe that was just, I don't know. That is weird. Maybe it's at dad's that's only the rule.
They both have the rule, he said. He goes, just like at my house. You take your shoes off at the door. Maybe they were brand new and didn't have anything on them.
Maybe he had house shoes. I have someone in my family who has house shoes. They're like just regular tennis shoes that they wear at home because they don't like going around barefoot. They don't like slippers. So they have house shoes.
But that was the whole point of the shoe thing, though.
Yeah,
he only
true.
had the 3 pair. Yeah.
Nicole,
it's not extremely weird. It just, I was like, wait a minute, he's got shoes on.
I don't see anything from you, Nicole. You might have the wrong person. I saw that she said I sent a Facebook friend request earlier. Yeah, it must be to the wrong individual. I don't know. Try again.
Odd too, because you see two flashlights leave, and then you see some sort of body of something of one person walk back through the camera.
I'm curious, how close were the flashlights to their home?
That's kind of what I took.
Home? Very close. So it's kind of right behind the home, kind of in like a common area of the neighborhood. So, like a subdivision, there may be kind of like some grassier area. Maybe people may walk their dogs, that sort of thing. So kind of a common area, but very close to Sebastian's home.
So these flashlights, we think 2 people, were right behind Sebastian's home. Is that correct, Aaron?
Yes.
Okay. Are you also telling me that there are lights that come on automatically that are motion censored on Sebastian's home?
That's what one of the neighbors alluded to in a Facebook post early on in the investigation. There was a Facebook group started, and right now it's flooded with a lot of individuals. In the beginning, it was definitely more just family and neighbors. And one neighbor did mention that if he was to have walked by their home, their motion lights would have come on if he walked on the side of their home. So that was kind of odd too, because that's why the neighbor said that was suspicious to her, because her light normally comes on if anybody walks past the home.
So her light comes on, or the Proudfoot's lights come on? I'm taking it as the neighbors would come on.
That's what I thought when I heard it the first time.
If he were to pass. Okay.
Yeah, the lights would have come on, but that didn't happen.
But like I have motion lights, and I'm sorry if they go off. There's some that would light up my bedroom, but if I'm asleep at 3 a.m, they go off. I'm still gonna be sleeping. I ain't gonna see them.
Well, maybe they mean the camera picks it up then.
Oh, that's a possibility. That's a good. Okay, I get that then. Thank you. This is why I like doing it this way.
Me too.
Awesome. Yeah.
Two great brains that taste great together.
Unsupervised Maniacs, Nicole, Unsupervised Maniacs said you must have contacted the fake Fed profile. You're going to have to contact me under deets. Yeah, I see there's... Oh, and Unsupervised also did... I don't know if you saw my comment above that you got an email from someone, but shh. Yeah, I know. It's like the flashlight, and they were debunked by law enforcement before this too. That's the thing. Like they're going on and on about these flashlights, but Ellie has already debunked them.
News Center 5 that he is on, it was Nick Barris who released it and made it. He did like 3 or 4 videos on it. Right? Like, okay, so you could see this, and he like zoom in, and like I get it, but I mean, did law enforcement know at that time that they weren't?
Yeah.
I never saw him come back and say they weren't valid.
I haven't either.
That's the problem, I think.
No, it's an S. Deets with an S. Streets with an S.
Home. And Aaron, those lights, the motion activated lights on Sebastian and the neighbor's home did not come on.
No, which is in the video when you see the flashlights. That's why all you can see are the 2 dots of the flashlight. You can't really see anything else.
Aaron, this Ring doorbell camera or something similar, did it ever show those outdoor light sensors coming on that night?
Not in that particular video. So that's the only video that we've been able to get our hands on. Authorities have said they've received several videos and things of that nature sent into them. But all they could confirm for us with that video was that was one of the pieces of evidence that they are looking at, and they are aware of that video. But authorities could have other videos that they're looking at, but that's the one that we've been able to get our hands on, which is just very odd considering, again, Sebastian, they have said that he had that flashlight with him.
Douglas McGregor. It grows curiouser and curiouser, to coin a phrase, because if he had walked out of that house, those motion sensor lights would have come on. But from what we can deduce, they didn't.
Yeah, exactly. And I've seen the video. And my first question would be, let's just set aside the motion sensor lights for a moment. Who would he leave that house with if it wasn't one of the 3 parents? Who would it be? And those, that would be the next step in the investigation at that point, looking at that video.
That was the picture you were talking about, right, Jenny?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like I said, it may just be their brand new shoes, right?
Or he's just, in the kitchen. He's got his backpack. Mom said, "Hey, walk back here so I can get your picture." It could be that too.
It could be. Here's something I want to understand though. If the lights never came back on,
right?
What happened to him?
I know. That's the question. That is absolutely.
He went out of there somehow.
Yep. People don't they don't evaporate into thin air.
And I think it's interesting because that's the only one they could get their hands on. That's the only neighbor that still had something to give them, that was willing to give them something. That's really what that is.
Could be.
Yeah, curiouser is not a word. That's right. And to coin a phrase. Come on. Curiouser.
He's not a big boy either. He's anywhere from 106 pounds to 113 pounds, right in there. So he's a small. How tall is he? He's 5'5", so taller than me.
Me too.
I'm a shorty.
He's barely taller.
Spoiler alert, they had no cameras, only the neighbors. Thank you, Nanya. All right.
Be spoiling too much.
Yeah, come on. All right. We're almost done with this one.
And those, that would be the next step in the investigation at that point, looking at that video.
And Seth, who can verify his last conversation other than the mom and the stepdad? He was at school on Friday. You spoke to him Thursday night. He was at school on Friday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know he was alive and well, say at 3:30 on Friday afternoon. Who saw him other than the parents from that afternoon, 3:30-ish, till we find out he's missing on Monday morning?
Hold on.
Hang on. I'll get there.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know who.
I was just uncapping my pen,
sorry.
so I wanted to.
That's why I feel bad, because you're just trying to. I know what
No,
that
you're
feels
fine.
like.
You're fine.
It's like, what? Okay, so did he just say that he last talked to him on Friday?
Yep. And that's why I was uncapping my pen.
Because previously he said Thursday.
He did. He sure did. Okay. Could be a misspoke, but let's go back. Hear it again.
I know he was alive and well, say at 3:30 on Friday afternoon. Who saw him other than the parent?
Well, she
other than
said
the mom
it.
and the stepdad. He was at school on Friday. You spoke to him Thursday night. He was at school on Friday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know he was alive and well, say at 3:30 on Friday afternoon. Who saw him other than the parents from that afternoon, 3:30-ish?
Okay. So there was.
Find out he's missing.
That's why we go back and get it. So she was just saying that he spoke to him on Thursday. The school has seen him on Friday, and now they're going to go into, maybe something happened to him after that.
On Monday morning.
But the neighbor saw him that night.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Beginning of February, what they're talking about is he spoke to him on the phone on Thursday. I am still up in the air on when Seth actually was with him last, because he confused me with his verbiage, and I'm hoping he mentions it again. It would have been the Sunday, his last Sunday that he had him, which would have been, so he went missing on the 26th. That was Mom's weekend. So his weekend would have been the 16th through the 18th. So I'm guessing the 18th is the last time Seth saw him, but I'm just guessing that. I don't know it to be a fact because I'm waiting to hear him say it. And then he says he spoke to him on Thursday, the 22nd, on the phone. Oh, and then early February was when Chris, the stepdad, saw him last. Or was the last time he was home?
I don't know who else.
Seth. So I don't have any proof of life between Friday afternoon and Monday morning?
I haven't been informed of anything. My only proof of life would be Katie, his mom.
Okay.
Wait a second. He's the one who told us on Pascal's show. This guy's confusing me. Hang on. I gotta check it. Pretty sure he told us on Pascal's show that search hounds, no hints. Also said, follow, see, just got off work, blah, blah, blah. Spoke to him Thursday, February 22nd, before he left. States a different weekend. He's the one who tells us on Pascal's show that there is video proof of Sebastian alive Sunday evening.
So why is he playing this game?
I'm curious as to why he's stating this now. That was on March 11th. He states that. I obviously don't have a timestamp. Some of these things, like if I think it's important info, I'll go back and make sure I get a timestamp. Like that one, I'm marking to go back and get a timestamp of in case we need it in the future. But yep, that was on Pascal's show. Wow. Okay, so here he's stating he only has Katie's word.
That's not okay. Maybe he means for the last time someone saw him.
I don't know. We'll see as we go along. Proof of life on Sunday. Again, we do not attack any of these family members in the chat, but you can have your opinions. You can have your opinions. It's weird. Sticky note noted. Chalkboard timeline.
Okay, who is cooperating with police? Guys, I want to give you the tip line again. 615-451-3838. Repeat. 615-451-3838. Listen to Sebastian's mom, Katie.
We love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. We just want our boy home. Bad.
That is from WSMV4. That also has the full discussion with Sebastian's mother, the full interview. WSMV4. To you, Seth Rogers, what are your final thoughts?
I'm just looking for my son. I want him to come home. I need people to look at his picture. Keep your eyes open. Keep your head up. If you see him, please call 911. I need my son back.
Do you think he left that home alone?
I have no idea what to think. It's not like him.
Seth, am I missing anything?
I'm missing something. This puzzle just isn't making sense. There's missing pieces to it. There's just missing pieces.
I've been following this search, and law enforcement has done a thorough job of using different assets at their disposal. But the search needs to be expanded. The number one reason that autistic children go missing are runaways, endangered runaways. And once that hits a certain point in time, statistically, it turns into a parent abduction is the number one leading cause. But based on his age, they need to expand this search. Where might he go? What method of transportation might he have? And they need to research everywhere that they've already searched within the 5 mile or 10 mile radius, because autistic children, they have a tendency to hide or avoid stimuli. So just loud noises in general, helicopters, sirens, people shouting, they may hide, they may seek out crevices. That construction site that the dog hit needs to be researched thoroughly. And this is something that not only law enforcement can do, but
do they think that they have not searched that thoroughly? They told us the area around his home was searched and searched again and again and again.
Well, we saw even found a beanie.
Right. Why do people think that? And I'm not blaming this guy, but why do they think ooh, this needs searched again, or we need to focus on this or that? They've told us over and over and over how much was searched, and it's like we just don't listen.
Well, he was specifying because Sebastian is autistic, they need to extend the area, right?
Yes.
Was that what he was saying?
Mm-hmm. That's what I took it as.
Statement analysis or body language analysis and things like that. I like to listen to it. I think it's interesting, and I think it can point to things, but over and over, it's very fallible.
Yep.
Very, very. And it depends on what your baseline is. So if you're doing a statement analysis and you don't have a baseline for the statement,
yeah.
it's really difficult to how could you possibly say this is out of character for them, or because like Don Wells lip they pointed out he licks his lips a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But that's something, if it were somebody else who did not do that, would be a sign that they were nervous, or or not being forthcoming. And sometimes people are just nervous, especially parents having to speak about their missing child. So I don't know. I have a really hard time with that. I think only once I've seen that it was like absolutely clear that these two meth heads were being dishonest. And it was very obvious, like, even I picked up on it.
Right.
I'm usually like, "No, no, nobody's guilty until we have some facts," right? But, that's how I feel about it. Deets can tell you how she feels.
Again, I think it can be a tool, just like all the other things that we have, with the dogs, with polygraphs, etc. But, I mean, I know that we have sat there and watched, the behavior analysis and be like, "Wait, I do that all the time, and I'm not doing that." You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, "Wait,
Yeah.
that's something I can't control, and I'm constantly doing." So I just feel like it doesn't necessarily apply to everyone all the time, but it is interesting. I
Mhm.
do find it interesting. And I see Joe come and hang on, I think it was Joe who said it. Yeah, Joe Lookin, the guy in charge of the search from day one, was on the news, and we showed that in my other live, but thank you for the reminder. So here it is. I just went ahead and went to the timestamp. I just skipped. Look at that. I mean, yes, look at how thorough
Awesome.
they are. It's
Look,
amazing.
knock door to door.
Mhm.
Knock door to door.
Tree stand. That says tree
Trail camera.
stand. Mhm.
Trail camera. Wow.
Yeah, there's so much on here. Beanie, barn cleared, medium-sized pond, campground. I'm guessing that says like deer blind. Yeah. Cliff
And
impassable.
they absolutely could still have missed something.
Yeah.
But it's not likely, and to say that they should go back and search, I think is a little ignorant.
Yeah.
Without knowing how it was searched, when it was searched, how often it was searched, and what tools were used. I mean, we don't know.
Nope. There's so much there. It's really cool.
Wow.
It's very cool. Cell camera, trail camera. Oh no, who's got the SD cards to that trail cam? Sorry. It's a joke
Brad
from
help.
another case. Brad, where are you?
Brad's got it. Oh, what do you see how that played out tonight?
Oh, was it tonight?
Yeah, he posted it, and yeah, that creator responded. So it was
Oh, well, maybe we'll have to review that
interesting.
tomorrow.
Yeah, oh
Knock
yeah.
door to door,
Not
knock
now.
door to door. Pond roughly 7 feet deep. Yeah, they just got so much on here. Barn clear, drain culvert, barn clear, steep rock terrain.
I would imagine there's more that we don't see. There probably is a field for them to say something they want to show up in here,
Mhm.
but I guarantee you there's more detail behind it.
I
Like the
bet.
distance, the amount, what they did from here to here, and
Well, these dots here tell me that those are probably something that they can click on, all those dots, and it
Mhm.
means something for law enforcement.
Yeah, open it up.
Mhm.
I wanna go there. I just wanna see.
Do you wanna see it in person?
Yeah, I wanna play with it.
That doesn't sound weird at all, Jenny.
I wanna play with the map, please.
That would be neat. It would be neat. Here we go.
The parents can get together, volunteer searches within the community to search these areas as well.
Hold on, let me understand something. Aaron, you told me that the dogs had not made a hit. Wasn't that a false positive at the construction site?
Yes, ma'am.
But still, it needs to be further investigated. Back to Seth, you keep saying that a piece of the puzzle is missing. Something is missing. It doesn't add up. What do you mean by that?
Something it doesn't add up for him to break routine and to leave the house with no shoes, no socks on, no coat. Something just doesn't make sense.
Guys, please help us bring Sebastian home. This boy needs us. 615-451-3838. Goodbye, friend.
Goodbye, friend. Yeah, I agree with 867. And then also with you asked, was he moving to his dad's as punishment? I don't believe so. All of them have stated that it was or that they were all in agreement on it. All in agreement.
Well, there were a couple of things, like, and I brought this up earlier, that Seth said in an earlier interview that they were looking for a behavioral therapist.
Yes, he did.
For Seth, and he is also a teen boy. He was very frustrated with the idea that he was getting a mustache, right? So the hormone working too. It probably is the best idea to live with his father, if possible.
I mean, I'm with you, Jenny. Like, there's just things that teen boys go through. They need their dads on, right? No matter what, they just need their dads for those situations. And Sebastian's no different. So that could easily be it.
And I'm sure he wanted to move with his dad, but
What? You cut off.
the heck?
What?
Just heard a crazy woman's voice coming out of nowhere.
Oh, probably because I switched over to this video.
No, it's a particular crazy woman.
Oh.
It just started playing out of nowhere over here, I think. Because you would recognize the crazy woman's voice. And be like, what the heck? It's gone. I don't know where that came from. Okay, yeah. Now I don't even remember what I was saying. That kids tell their parents, each parent, that they want to live with them. So, you know, I don't think it's because he hated living with his mom. So, I mean, I just don't get that feeling that he hated living with his mom. But, I mean, and the stepdad, even if he was abusive, he was never there.
Did someone say they've only told us negative stuff? I must have missed that in the chat. But no, they've told us a lot. They told us a lot of positive stuff. I have
wonderful things.
Yep, I have 2 pages full of notes from all 3 parents telling us positive things. The bulk is coming from Chris and Katie, but they have done, but actually a big section, over half a page is from Seth's interview on Terry Lynn's. So yeah, they have all said very positive things about him and lots of good information. Things he likes to do, things he enjoys. Quite a bit.
We actually commented on it.
Yeah.
Because it was so nice. It was refreshing to hear how much they know about him and how descriptive they were about the things, the wonderful things about him, and how much he loves. And to be fair, you want to balance it with Seth. And again, I think Seth is wonderful. I'm not talking bad about him, but he's doing the same things.
Yep.
He said, "Oh, they threw him around like a rag doll," talking about with the tug of war stuff.
Yep.
And those are parents. That's what parents do. They're not demeaning things.
They all talk very, similar about him. It just seems like the narrative out there on social media is that only one side is being negative or only one side has done something. I know Suffocating, she says she's keeping her lip zipped. No, you're not, girlfriend. You're excited that we're finally on this. You've been telling me about this for 3 days. But not just.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, babe. I'm just saying, it wasn't just in Dutchie's life. Every live that these parents have done, even this one, they've said positive things, or not the one with Smileys, but sorry, the one with Nancy Grace. They have told us little tidbits of positive information about Sebastian. I think that's amazing. And I agree with Nunya here about getting the electricity at the store. That's one of my favorite stories.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they had a lot of really sweet stories about him, and he's obviously loved by everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in the quest to have a villain, like what you were talking about earlier, in the quest to have a villain, they picked the one that wasn't biological, right? I think it's easier with him too because he's so like military kind
Yeah.
of.
Sorry, I got a notification of Shady's video from YouTube, and it just the title of her video had me laughing. It says, Bullhorn Betty says that the United Cajun Navy will be spitting out sequence from her bullhorn. What?
What? How is?
Spit? What the crap is wrong with these people?
And they're wrong. That's what they're going on bad information, and that tends to be what happens here. You watch people mob up
Yes.
in chats, and like creators just get them going, and then they're like, "What?" And they don't even check. They'll never check.
I want to
just
see.
keep going.
So, I guess Tracy dropped a video too 9 minutes ago.
Oh, what?
Shit. Okay.
She don't never tell us.
I know. We're gonna play it though because we were just talking about it. So, don't strike me, Tracy Ann. We'll play a little bit of it, not all of it. So you have to go finish it at her house. Let's see here.
It seems that my post has confused people. United.
Uh-oh.
See the website right there? Hold on. Todd Terrell. Search for Sebastian. This is the page I'm talking about in my community post. Watch. United Cajun Navy. Who we are, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Registered 501c3. Nonprofit. Okay? Here is the nonprofit number down here. EIN, right there. 825013897. Okay. 82501138897. United Cajun Navy. From their website, right there. Same ones that are looking for Sebastian. Christopher Terrell is the president, then Brian, then Robert, right here. Who funds them? Tells you there. They're required to fill out a Form 990 because they're a nonprofit. This is the article. There are 32 groups with the name Cajun Navy in their titles. 16 registered under various Cajun Navy names. Okay. The Better Business Bureau is out with a warning for people thinking about donating to more than 30 groups that have the words Cajun Navy in their names. The United Cajun Navy takes pride in being the first on the scene in times of floods, blah, blah, blah. Now, let's see here. Cody Monk. Now, these ones here, right here, where it says they are a nonprofit, as is Cajun Navy Relief. They were activated during 2016. Cajun Navy Relief sent members. Now, there's Cajun Navy Relief, United Cajun Navy. They're all different. That was the whole point. They're all different. And people were saying that a different one, not this one with this EIN number, were the ones who weren't any good and weren't searching. Now, I know Chris Terrell has some issues. I understand. But we were simply talking about which company or which organization was out there searching for both Riley and Sebastian. It's this one. And this is just their ratings and stuff like that. So this one here, 5013897. 5013897. It's now United Cajun Navy. I don't know how much more clear I can be, but people were saying on my thing here that this is the wrong one. Please do your due diligence when donating because there were more than one out there with donation links. Then on this one, Facebook post bashing the United Cajun Navy. I'm sure because the YouTuber was told to kick rocks and stating they have high salaries and misuse funds. It took me about a minute to look them up. This is the organization searching for Sebastian. They don't get salaries, which we just saw. And if you look at their Form 990, you can also see that. And then I put these articles underneath, circling the EIN number so that people could look it up for themselves. Here's the comments that I'm getting. That's the wrong Cajun Navy. That Cajun Navy does not claim the one currently working on Roger's case. No, they do. Hi, Chasing. I believe this is a different Cajun Navy than the one you might be thinking of. The Cajun Navy used in Hurricane Katrina is an awesome outfit. This one is different. United Cajun Navy is not part of the Cajun Navy. Do your research before posting information. What? Clearly, they're two different organizations. I'm so confused on why anybody else is confused, but
Are you talking?
No, I just hadn't made it back over here to unmute. I said we're not gonna play the whole dang video, and we did because I was like, yeah. I was like, yes, yes, yes. Why is this so hard for people to get? Not you, Tracy, but like, I didn't read the mean ones. Oh my goodness, people are insane. 2 companies had donation links. I was just clarifying it. Yes, and I will definitely play TPEs. Thank you. We'll play that at our next intermission. In between, because I know if I don't get back to the Smiley interview, I think Sofa King is going to probably have a coronary. And so we're gonna make sure we get to it.
I know. I was like, oh, poor Sofa King.
We're there, Sofa King, I promise. I know. It's sad. Yeah, some like stuff like that. Like I know TBE, you're like that, and your Shady's like that. I was like that when I clip. Like I don't care how many views it gets. You just want people to share it and get the information out. So I appreciate that. I hate people. That's what Tracy said.
Most of them, not all of them.
I need to find that of him getting chased out of St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Oof, that's not good.
What?
Yeah, I guess JLR got chased out of St. Jude's. I've got to run and grab another Mr. Pibb. So I'm going to go ahead and start. Okay, so this is, what date was this? I guess I could just look on her video. This one is on March 20th. So same day as the Nancy Grace interview. Let me get Jenny a link. I really hate people daily, Leslie Rogers says. Yes, thank you. One of them said, all you do is put out misinformation. Are you kidding me? People are trying to equate that the size of his channel means that he is sharing facts, and it is so sad. So sad. Yeah. You know what? Why don't we do that? I'll go ahead and play Shady's video as like a brief Sofa King, don't kill me. As a brief intermission, and everybody,
everybody dance.
Put it in your earbuds, get up, grab a drink, go potty, and listen to this. Let me find it here. And then we'll do Shady's as our next intermission later in the evening. Okay, let's see here. Put us down here at the bottom. All right. Intermission. The Amazing Chronicles of the Shady. Let's see if we can do it at 1.5.
Hey, and welcome to another video. This is me, TPE, and I'm glad you're here today. So I just wanted to check in on Betty and kind of see why she wasn't down there yet. Why was she not in Tennessee with her big, loud, gross blowhorn? So I checked in, and she's still sitting at home, and I guess she is waiting on a car part. So her car's in the shop, she's frustrated, and she wants to get down there, and she's got a lot to say about the United Cajun Navy as well as a few of her other tragedy pimp friends. They're all seeming to be on the same page with this one. I don't know. It's my opinion that I think they're just so mad that they can't live stream. They can't live stream their searches in quotations, because I don't think pacing back and forth, showing some grass, showing some dirt, I don't know, to me, that isn't searching. When you're constantly looking at your live chat and talking to your viewers, you're not actually searching or paying attention, are you? So those are just my initial thoughts, a little intro for you here, and let's hear what Betty had to say.
So we're finding out a lot of stuff, a lot of unsavory things about the Cajun Navy and their practices, not only their search practices, but their volunteer coordinations and stuff like that. They're not doing very good on calling police. Yeah, they're calling police on Dolly. They're calling police on JLR. I don't even care about JLR, right? I mean, you know, whatever. He's hurt me. I got no love for him, right? So I could give shits about him, but it's not even about him. It's about the principle of the matter.
I really think tragedy pimps just don't like to be controlled. They don't like to be told what to do, where to go, you know, like where they can search, how they can search. They don't want to sign up for anything. They basically don't want to be organized. They mostly don't want to be told that they can't live stream. I mean, that's the reason they're there, right? That's how they make their money, is by live streaming. So let's be honest here, people. Why they're so mad is because they're not allowed to live stream. It's not even that they're not allowed to film. They were told they're allowed to film and upload later, but live streaming is a big no-no for the obvious reasons. And I just think these people can't handle that. That really cuts into their pocketbooks, and that's why they're there. Money.
The principle of the matter is, if JLR went to jail, I'd be on a flight. I wouldn't even be waiting for my car. I'd be up there with my bullhorn at that police department, because we have a right to be there. We're searching. I'm not asking for permission. And if anybody wants to hinder mine or harass me or my right to move freely in Tennessee, we're going to have a lot of problems there. I don't answer to the Cajun Navy. I'm not going to answer to law enforcement.
Of course you're not. And that's because you're a menace. You don't care about the missing. You only care about making money. You only care about making a big splash and bringing all the attention on yourself, when really the attention should be on Sebastian. And if someone else is organizing the search, then you should conform, Betty. If you actually care about Sebastian, why don't you get in there, sign up, and conform? Do what is right for him.
I conduct myself in a lawful, legal manner, and I hope hopefully everybody stays out of my way. I'm not going to be in anybody else's way, so there's no reason for anybody whatsoever to stop anything I'm doing. So hopefully, Proudfoot's parents don't come after me or come out of their house and talk to me like they talk to Dolly Vision, because that mom has been crying by the time I get there.
Now, do people really need to wonder why Sebastian's mother decided to go with her husband to work and not stay home alone by herself? I get it. What if her child comes home? I fully understand that. But what if there was no one else that could stay with her? I wouldn't want to stay home and have all these psychos on the internet who have made threats. What if they show up at your house? I mean, JLR likes to show up at people's houses. Betty likes to show up at people's houses. Dolly likes to show up at people's houses. So can you blame the woman for not wanting to stay home alone? I don't know. I see both sides, but I do understand how it could be terrifying to stay home by yourself.
And I pray to God that the Cajun Navy doesn't call the cops on me. If they do, I'm going straight to social media. But I will tell you right now, they will never be supported by this channel. We're not going to be doing fundraisers for them. We're not going to be telling our audience to go out there and support this organization. We're doing none of that. And they did this all by themselves. I had high hopes for them. But one thing we don't do is we don't call cops on people out there trying to help search for a boy.
Well, I disagree, because if said person is getting in the way and hindering their investigation or their search, bothering people, filming like they're not supposed to, then maybe calling the cops was warranted. Were you there, Betty? Did you see what happened? I don't think so. I didn't either.
And despite what they think, it was social media and content creators like me that actually wanted them to come out there. Now I'm saying I made a mistake. I will never call on the Cajun Navy ever, ever, ever again.
And I have no doubt that that is because they won't let you live stream. And that's how you make your money. Not only that, but you don't like to be told what to do and how to do it, even if it's the right thing to do, even if it's the right thing for Sebastian.
They're going to turn this into a hot mess. And for Mr. Flag, when I get out there, you don't have to worry about getting my attention. My cameras won't be on you, man. They won't be on you at all. I can get you shits what you say or where you're going or what you're doing. This is what I'm going to say to the Cajun Navy. I'm going to be out there searching for this boy. If you would like to coordinate, I'm happy to do so, but I don't answer to you. I want to make sure that that's clear. I do my own thing. I'm perfectly capable of reading an app. I'm perfectly capable of searching for this boy.
Perfectly capable of hindering an investigation, perfectly capable of messing with evidence and not handling it properly. I mean, we've seen all this in the past, Betty, so you're not really perfectly capable. And that is why there are search organizers there to guide you, because you don't know what you're doing. We've seen it.
I'm not looking for evidence. I'm looking for a human being. I'm not doing research. I'm doing search. So I'm doing my search wherever I identify my place for me to be. If that happens to bump into the Cajun Navy and you want to call the cops on me, buckle up, Buttercup, because I have no problem suing you. I have no problem causing you major dysfunction. And you're not going to endanger me, and you're not going to tell me what I can and cannot do. You're not going to tell me where I can and cannot go. I'm not playing those games. I'm not having a kissing contest with the Cajun Navy. I'm Bullhorn Betty. I'll do whatever I damn well please.
Here are 8 signs that you have a sense of entitlement. 1, you impose unrealistic demands on others. 2, you tend.
Sorry, it was my headphones that disconnected earlier. That like when I put them back in the case, they paused the video. Anyway, That right there, where she's like, I have no problem suing this person or that person. Wasn't that like the whole point of this lawsuit, like the countersuit? Like, so she stops doing that. Yeah. I don't know who anybody's fooling. It ain't gonna stop her from suing whoever she wants to sue. It's just not. She's out here doing her stuff and she's gonna be suing and threatening to sue anyone and everyone. But earlier, she said that Katie's mom, like the way Katie's mom talked, or the way Katie talked to Dolly, I didn't think that. Did Katie ever say something to Dolly? I don't know if the chat knows anything. Let me know.
You tend to feel sorry for yourself a lot. 3, you punish people passively when they don't do what you want. 4, you constantly see others as competition or threats. 5, you have a deep-seated conviction that your needs are always priority. 6, you have a hard time negotiating or compromising. 7, you crave admiration and adoration. 8, you believe in going to any length to succeed. Wow, Betty, it sounds just like you.
As long as it's within the law. I'm Walmart Betty. I'll do whatever I want, please. As long as it's within the law. When a law enforcement comes and tells me, well, now I gotta question law enforcement because I watch them engage in unlawful practices myself. So, Hendersonville, I'm coming. I'm coming to search for a boy.
This actually really breaks my heart, and it's not funny at all, Betty. But I will say, the circus is back in town. And I say that not to be funny. I say that because it's the money-making circus, and it reminds me so much of Savannah, Georgia. It's reminding me of what happened in front of Quentin Simon's house. It's also reminding me of Summer's case. The crazy drama, the blaming, the hate, all of it. All of it. And you guys are a money-making circus. You don't care about the missing. You care about your live streams and bringing in money. And you say you need money. I need money to go out and search. Send Dolly and Betty and whoever. Send us money. We need it. No, money is for your pocketbooks and so that you get a vacation and so that you can live stream and get clout. This is a money-making circus. You interfere in investigations and it is gross. And I do hope that the city has been warned before you get there. You're damn right I do. Oh, and Betty does kind of bring that up here in a few minutes.
I'm coming to search for a boy. So hopefully you guys have respect for me. Hopefully you guys have respect for my profession, but I really don't give a rat's ass whether you do or not. Just stay the fuck out of my way. That's all I really care about. Just stay out of my way. Let me do my thing. Just stay the fuck out of my way. That's all I really care about. Just stay out of my way. Let me do my thing.
You, Betty, you're the one with a history of not staying out of the way.
I'm not here to cause harm. I'm not here. Oh, and this is another thing. The Proudfoots. They said that they're leaving because they got threats that people were going to be outside their house. No, what you did is you got trolled by hate channels. So what the hate channels do, what they're doing now, and I did confirm this, is they're now utilizing law enforcement resources. Yes, and you know what hate channels we're talking about. And yes, it's the same people utilizing law enforcement resources for their petty YouTube BS. Remember when they used to come out and say, oh my God, Betty's taking law enforcement resources, and they were manipulating their audience because they were the ones that were actually calling law enforcement, utilizing those resources unnecessarily. Well, guess what they're doing again? That is right. These hate channels are absolutely utilizing law enforcement resources during an investigation of a 15-year-old kid for some petty bullshit, YouTube bullshit.
I don't know exactly what she's talking about, but I'm taking it as she's talking about there are people calling ahead to warn law enforcement that these tragedy pimps are coming and that they do interfere and they do cause problems. I don't know. I don't think I have a problem with that. Just saying.
Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I'm so ashamed of them. I can't even, it's expected because they've been doing it the whole time. But see, the difference was they used to say it was all Bullhorn Betty. Well, I'm not even in town. So what is their excuse now? They can't hide because they're the ones that have been blowing up the law enforcement's phone. And I'm happy to get the chief of police on the channel to tell you that. That these channel members on YouTube are literally wasting resources, law enforcement resources, in an active search investigation. Where is the outrage? Where's the outrage? Hold on, guys. Let me go ahead and change that because I see that we got a little trolling here. That just isn't it funny? It's one person up on the wrong side of the bed and just can't control their behavior. They think it's hilarious to troll because they're a childish idiot. And let me just tell you, whoever's doing it, I really do wish you would seek some medical attention because what you're exhibiting are behaviors that normal people don't exhibit. So if you're doing that, it's probably because you got a problem. And if you have the problem and you're going to treat it, it could get worse. So I'd really like you to get at least speak to somebody about your issues. So maybe you can help. It'll probably make you a happier person too. We're all about inspiring people. When I see especially mental health issues that are going to check. I'd like to help. So if you need any assistance in any way, if you'd like maybe a counselor or something, just let me know what area you're in, and I'm happy to provide you a reputable clinician, psychologist, or whatever you need. I don't want you to be in misery. If you're a miserable person, if you get your kicks off of coming into somebody's chat and impersonating somebody else, that's just not normal behavior. It's not even childish behavior. It's just mental health behavior, and it's concerning. And we know we have an epidemic of mental health, and we need to quit excusing these people that really do need to seek help as opposed to seeking attention. And so we really need to start bringing awareness to mental health. I see why they don't want live streaming going on during searches to tip off someone, but that's it. It's not up to them. Exactly, it's not up to them. And not only that, but you can't tell other people what they can and cannot do. You can't say, oh, you're part of my search, but no, they're saying, this is what they're saying. They're saying on one hand, they don't want everybody just willy-nilly doing their own search. On the other hand, they're telling us if we're going to do a search, we need to do it with them, and we need to follow their rules. Listen, dude, you don't own me. I don't know what this Cajun Navy is. I don't really give a shit. But you're not going to tell Bullhorn Betty what they...
Both her and Dolly were just dragging Turtle Boy for the rolling rally. Now, I don't agree with Turtle Boy. Not the rolling rally doesn't bug me. It's the approaching the witnesses
the
at the game. Yes, that's a big. I don't like that at all. But is it illegal? I don't know. He's on He's being charged with witness intimidation. What about JLR going up to the parents' what is it? Campground? Is that witness intimidation? But these people that were just dogging Turtle Boy for that are now saying, you can't tell me what to do. It's my First Amendment right. Like, blah, 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 blah. Like, wait, you were just dogging that dude for doing it over there. Which one is it?
Well, let me just say, I don't know if it was because it was sped up that I recognize it so much, but she sounds insane. It may have just been because it was sped up, but it really did. When the clown music was added, like the circus music, that made it worse. But it was before that. It sounds like she's like talking to herself, crazy.
Yeah, these are the same idiots that yelled at an empty TBI building. That's so true.
And Tragedy Pimps Exposed is not a hate channel, so I don't know why
she's not.
Term people that disagree with them or call out their crap hate channels, because that's not what it is. It's the opposite, actually.
Right. I don't hate her. I don't know anyone that hates her, but
I
like,
wish she
come
wouldn't do some
on,
of the
some
stuff
of
she
this,
does.
yeah, I don't like this at all. It's about Sebastian, and it's about his family. And if you want to go search that bad, go and search. No one is stopping you from going and searching. I think that's a great thing. It's a commendable thing. But if you are outraged because you can't live stream it, that tells me quite a bit. That tells me quite a bit about who you are and what you're about. Okay, let's get this Spanish here.
What they can and cannot do, and where they can and cannot. Oh, I'm an American citizen that pays taxes, and last time I checked, the Cajun Navy hasn't paid a thing for 4 days. So unless you're paying my bills, you ain't my daddy, right? You ain't my sugar daddy or my daddy daddy. And if you ain't my sugar daddy and you ain't my daddy daddy, you ain't telling this girl what she can and cannot do.
What?
I want to be very, very clear before we go out there that the Cajun Navy understands. I don't answer to them. And I want to make sure law enforcement understands I don't answer to them either. If I follow the law and you come harass me, I will file a complaint against your ass. Period. I do not play. I'm not going out there for problems, but there's problems being created. If you don't want problems, you need these taxes. And last time I checked, the Cajun Navy hasn't paid a thing for 4 days. So unless you're paying my bills, you ain't my daddy, right? You ain't my sugar daddy or my daddy daddy. And if you ain't my sugar daddy and you ain't my daddy daddy, you ain't telling this girl what she can and cannot do.
What the heck?
I want to be very, very clear before we go out there that the Cajun Navy understands. I don't answer to them. And I want to make sure law enforcement understands I don't answer to them either. If I follow
You don't answer to law enforcement. Are you above the law, Betty? Is that why you're claiming? She's above the law. The rest of us have to follow the rules of the law, but not Betty. She don't answer to them. Is that what she's saying?
No, I didn't give a bad opinion. I just said she sounds insane. I don't know if it's why it's sped up or not. I really don't.
She's begging her not to sue.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I didn't even say anything bad. It sounds crazy.
It does sound insane. It does. Oh my goodness. My goodness. She is above the law. Okay.
I'm following the law and you come harass me, I will file a complaint against your ass. Period. I do not play. I'm not going out there for problems, but there's problems being created. If you don't want problems, don't create the problems. And the Cajun Navy is going out of their way to create additional problems. You, Cajun Navy, there, I said it. I said it.
What?
To help. And when I find out, it's because
I'm guessing TPE bleeped it, but did she just say F you to the Cajun Navy? To the search organization out there searching for Sebastian?
Did she really? See, you guys don't understand. I don't watch her.
Yeah.
Or I don't watch any of those channels unless there's something specific, like I need to see somewhere they are, like to get an idea of where things are. I don't watch them, so I don't know what the thing is right now. I know there was a lawsuit. That's it.
That's why Nanya put that in there as a disclaimer of like, oh, please don't sue Betty because she's
I'm so sorry.
happy.
Yeah, I don't want to get these in trouble.
No, you're not getting me in trouble.
It's just I'm not used to it. I guess it sounds insane.
Okay.
Because of the Cajun Navy? Bitch, you please. Like I said, I will take my bullhorn, and you will be spitting out sequins from my bullhorn for the next year.
What?
Spitting out sequins from her bullhorn. Wow. She is threatening violence on them, right?
Yeah.
Why else? Why else would they be spitting it out? She is definitely threatening violence. Wow, you better be careful, girlfriend.
Well, that's how I wanted to understand what. So I know earlier JLR said they were fake searches.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Because we saw them on 2 searches.
Yep.
One at the park and one with Seth in that warehouse.
Yep.
So what's the fake part of it?
Thank you, Sofa King. I'll get to that later. That'll be one of our intermission videos.
Okay.
I don't know, because it fits the narrative of they are scammers. It fits the narrative of scamming. That's why it has to be fake.
Well, have we seen him searching? Oh, I saw him filming people searching.
Filming people searching. He said he was scanning with his eyes as he was filming. I heard that.
Okay, that's good.
Yep. All right.
There's an ocean between us, blanket is sky. I'm on my way to see you.
Thank you for that, Tragedy Pimps. That was a really good video. As always. As always, let me grab the link for you all. That was really, really good.
I was going to ask you what a throat goat was, but Nanya says not to.
I don't know what that is. A throat goat? I'm so confused. Why are we talking about a throat goat?
Hey, girls.
The rest is that was really good. I can't believe she said they'd be spitting out, and we got Shadies to play at an intermission too. But sequence, spitting out the sequence. Holy crap. All right, let's get to interview number, what are we on? 12?
Yes. No, wait. We're on 13, I
11.
think.
13, okay.
Yeah,
this
is 13.
is Chris and Katie on Smileys on, wow, it's got 27,000 views on
Smiley Stories World.
Smiley Stories World. Thank you. On March 20th, same day as the Nancy Grace interview.
First day of spring.
I don't know. Some people told me I want to look at the chat, and some people told me to not look at the. I think I'm not going to look at the chat. I don't want to know what people are saying. I feel like it'll make me feel a certain type of way, so I don't want to see that.
Did he talk on the the device is not connected. That's what it's showing. It might take a minute because the device is not connected. You have to go out. Show me your face. Hi.
Hello.
Okay. I'm kind of surprised, but thank you and welcome for coming up here. I appreciate that. How are you feeling today?
Pretty terrible, to be honest with you. 24 days in, and there's a bunch of horrible things being said and a bunch of misinformation being spread. And
like, I'm not okay. This is not a jab at Smiley. But I hate it when people ask, how are you how do you think they are? Like, they're probably not very good. But it's also, I get that it's just a common phrase of like, how are you today? But oh man, I hate, like, not just her. I hear interviewers and news broadcasters ask that question. I'm like, how do you guys think they feel? But breaks my heart. Like hearing Seth in the Nancy Grace, I just feel from all three of these parents that they are heartbroken and they are missing Sebastian. And so, like, that question kind of gets me.
My son is still missing, and so it's horrible. There's not a better word for it, to be honest with you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad you come up here, and I will, I asked my chat to please be respectful, and I will let you say what you feel. And, you know, again, I wasn't expecting this, but you're more than welcome to say what you feel. And if it's okay, you know, I would like to ask some questions, but I would like to talk about Sebastian, and, you know, maybe we could just start there. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think Chris is still trying to join as well.
Okay. I didn't know if he was, I didn't know.
A lot of people are accusatory when we speak. Oh, it's a lie. Oh, it's not us. And
yeah, well,
the truth is no matter what any of y'all think, I didn't do anything to my son. My husband didn't do anything to my son. We love him dearly, and we are doing everything that we can to try and find him and bring him home. And his father loves him dearly as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, there's a lot of questions that people have and a lot of what ifs. And, you know, I know sometimes it's tough. I mean, I've seen a lot of cases like this, and I know, you know, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Let me say that. I would not want to be in your shoes.
I wouldn't want anybody to have to be in my shoes, to be honest with you. It's nothing any parent should ever have to go through.
Right, right. You know, I've seen in my own family, you know, I've actually had a runaway and I ended up murder, and I know it's not the same. It's not my child. Although I have lost a child, and this is not about me, it's about Sebastian. But I will tell you, nobody should have to sit in your shoes. There's not words that I can say. But also I do have an autistic son, and I know many do. I'll drop her link again. I'm dropping it again. I think she's having a bad signal. I don't know where she's at. She may be where she can't get the signal good. Like rain or anything, but you may have a bad signal somewhere. I don't know if you're having like rain or anything, but it keeps going in and out, but that's okay. But anyway, you know, the main thing is people just have a lot of questions and just trying to make sense of everything. And you're here. Okay, Chris, I'm dropping the link again. I told nobody not to get it, but you. Here you go, sir. Oh, drop again. Sorry. There you go. If you'll just click on that. But I do, you know, still with anything that we personally go through, there's nothing, it's not the same. And I understand that. And so I am very sorry. I'm very sorry for.
Let me just say that during intermission, I went and got a snack. It was some chips and guac. Yeah, be jealous. It was amazing. I'm so glad I was taking the time at the beginning of this to finish that said chips and guac, because it kept my mouth shut. Let's get into the interview with Smiley Story
World. You all three of you, I can feel when his dad talks, Seth, I can feel that pain. And you know, it's just different. I'm not trying again to accuse, like I said, anybody. I'm just trying to make sense of everything. And that's all I can say. I can't be fake. I have to be honest, you know.
So. Well, it's your opinion and you're entitled to it, obviously, but I can tell you that the pain that his father and I, and even my husband, are feeling right now is immeasurable, to be honest with you. And I have never in my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality.
Yes, ma'am. I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen to them. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Yeah, you surprised me calling me. You surprised me calling me, but I'm glad I could bring you on and you know, hopefully, you know, talk about this. A lot of people's just interested. I know it's irritating, and I know it's irritating, me included. I know I am too, but we're just all, we all have opinions, and there's no stone we can leave unturned. We have to think outside the box. And I know it's irritating to y'all. I know it's irritating to everybody, but we all want Sebastian found. And I just told Katie, we just have to go with, we all have our opinions and they may not always be good, but my heart's in the right place. But go ahead and I'll let you start or whatever you want to do.
So there's Tom too. Do me a favor. I got to drop out of this. I got to make a phone call real quick, and I will be back. This is my call. I don't care. I don't miss this phone call because it's my daughter.
No, you go ahead.
Come back and hang tight. Give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
You're fine. You're fine. We'll be here.
Is that good?
You're okay. Hold on.
Hello?
That's me. I'm gonna knock you off for a minute. You just come back when you're ready. Okay. So I think he's on mute. Okay. So Katie.
That'll clarify that side of the question everybody's been asking. No, he does not have a restraining order from his daughter. He speaks to her, just to go ahead and clear that one out, because I know there's been a lot of talk about that as well.
Okay, no restraining order from the daughter, because there has been a lot. Sorry, I was listening to a clip someone just sent me of someone claiming that they never said something that we just played them saying in my last live, but I think somebody else might address that tomorrow. Yeah. Let's see here.
What is wrong with people?
I know. If you didn't say it, why'd you hide all your lives, huh?
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
Oh.
No restraining order.
Yeah. So, I mean, he still speaks to her on the phone, as y'all see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Our little girl is precious and loved, just like Sebastian.
Yeah. So somebody's wanting to know, that question's come up a couple of times, and I don't mean to be rude. I'm just going to ask that. I have saw it, like, do y'all, do you not call her y'all's daughter, since y'all call him y'all's son?
We do, and a lot of people are reading into it. It's just how we talk. Our boy, our girl, my son, my daughter, his son, his daughter. I mean, they're our children, but our children also have other parents as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, both of our children have more than just two parents.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, was he gone for 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
So that's still consistent, beginning of February. Nothing's changed there.
Okay.
Right.
It's, it's just part of it when you work away, you see each other when you can, but he doesn't, it's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. That's not a trip that you can make, to and from every day by any means.
Oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. But did he never come home on the weekends, when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him.
Yeah.
They have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. Here we go. Paste.
No, they talk regularly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go.
A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah.
What's at the beginning of Johnson's live unsupervised? I'm gonna speed him up to 1.5. I think we can do that.
I'm trying to make sure I drop it again because I want to make sure he sees it. I'm not fancy like everybody else, so I just need to make sure I get it down there. That's what I was doing, was watching to see if he was coming. Oh, there he is. Oh, watch it over here. Okay, I watch it over there. Okay, so where do you want to start at this? I'll like just asking little simple questions, or whatever about your work and stuff. Like, did you talk to Sebastian and stuff like that? But basically, I know it's a 3.5-hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that okay? So are you working now, or are you just taking off, or anything like that, like for a certain amount of time?
So is this to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you asking me that, or is one of your?
No, I'm asking you that. I just wondered. Okay. Like if you, I was just wondering, like if you, like, are you, in fact, I'll turn my chat off for just a minute so I don't get
No, don't turn your chat off. Leave it on. It's fine.
Okay.
I mean, that way you can get all these questions coming in, because like I said, I told you, I gave you my word. I come on your show. I would answer questions. People ask the questions, but keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm
doing
brash,
the
I'm direct,
Melissa
but I'm
Jade
respectful.
hand clap.
And I ask for the same in everybody else.
Yeah, and I told them a while ago, just please be respectful, because I wasn't expecting this. Like, please be respectful, y'all, because.
So one thing right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube, and I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I won't talk to men. Not that I don't want to talk. Right. It's not that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked to more law enforcement men agencies in the past 24 days than I've probably ever talked to in my entire life. Same thing goes for women. So no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman. I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns, innuendos.
Well, let's just be fair. This is a heavily female-dominated sector. True crime as a whole. Even taking it down to trauma. I mean, I can think of a handful of men in the sector, so I'm not sure where this thing is like he won't talk to men it is coming from.
Whatever they want to be. But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. And I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy. Explain to me, Smiley, you probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
I just really wish you would, because he does go out everywhere, and he wants the truth. I mean, and he may not get the truth out of you, but I have seen him literally go in places.
He may not get the truth out of you. You're coming in already here accusing. Let me just drop this for people who may not know about JLR, which I need to do an update to this video. But just if you want a nice chronological, organized video of who and what JLR is about, there you go. You can also check out Heels in the Air. She has a lot of videos on JLR. If you are new to YouTube because of this case, look into him.
Or just watch the video that was done today about the Cajun
Yep.
Navy who's searching for Sebastian right now, and decide from there.
Yep.
That's it.
There's
That's all you
so
have to
many
do.
things. Or you could just ask me and Jenny how he dug into us and contacted friends and family and loved ones and etc. It's great. Like the man, he's a self-proclaimed troll. He himself proclaims that. And he will stop at nothing to get what he deems appropriate. We have seen him, oh my gosh, since that video, we have seen him accuse innocent people over and over. He has named Katie the prime suspect in this case. He's named Dawn and Candace Wells prime suspects, and he continues on with these narratives. And law enforcement has not named any of these individuals even suspects. And he photoshopped Candace Wells onto a school shooter's body. What else has he done to people who are still technically innocent in the eyes of the law? You can have your thoughts and feelings on them, but in the eyes of the law, they have not been named as being complicit in any of this. And he continues to dig and dig and dig. He doxed Sarah Dryer's, he shared out Sarah Dryer's neighbor's information, lots of court stuff with them, because he thought that they had something to do with Sarah Dryer's disappearance. Come to find out, she went into the reserve and committed suicide. Like, there's so many things that this man has done. But hey, he goes everywhere and he has 200,000 subs, so he's definitely credible.
Was he the one that? Okay, so I remember we watched some of the Idaho 4 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't believe some of that. I'll leave that alone. But didn't is he the one that filmed one of the roommates jogging?
Yes. Oh, that's another thing. Buster Murdoch, he filmed inside their home, but he did it from a public space outside the street, but he definitely
Yeah.
took pictures through the window. There's lots of things. I
But
can
there's a lot of people who
appreciate the going to places and highlighting cases that way, and it has
Yeah.
absolutely grown his channel, but to say that he wants the truth, really? Because are we seeing that happening now with the United Cajun Navy?
Well, good point. And the thing too, like every single day he was yelling at Elliot Murdoch.
Mhm.
Every single day of trial, and every single day he would yell at Buster.
Yep.
And it was like, well, first of all, Buster's completely innocent.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that? He's
Nowhere
suffering.
near.
He lost his mother and his brother. There's no reason to be screaming and yelling at him and trying to get him to talk.
Mhm.
He wasn't even in town.
So Laundry tells us here, also to be fair, he was in Justin's chat, meaning Chris Proudfoot, and would not go up and pulled Smiley off Justin's live to talk to her alone. So that does look bad too. I agree with you, Laundry. I wonder why he wouldn't go up there and talk, but he would
Well,
go over to hers and talk.
I would wonder what was being said that made him not want to go on Justin's. Because now he's upset about this chat making all these accusations. If he was already in Justin's and the chat was doing the same thing, I could see maybe being because he just said she told him that they would be able to talk without all this, and he's irritated because that's not happening. So that's possibly the reason. We don't know the reason, but I think he sounds very different than he sounded before. He's very irritated.
Very irritated. Okay.
Places, deep, like scary places, and like really just try to get the truth and try to like follow people that's just taking him in the woods or whatever, show him places, whatever, that he didn't know from Adam. He goes from one place to another. He may be on a plane to Mexico. Next time he might be in California, whatever. And, he's grown a lot. I just think a lot of people don't give him a chance. That's just my honest opinion.
Right. Do you know why people don't want to give this man a chance?
Well, go ahead and tell me. I want your opinion.
So I'm going to tell you my personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay. This is my personal opinion. This is nobody else's, not my wife's, not anybody else's. My personal opinion.
Okay.
So I did my due diligence and I read up on Jonathan Lee Rich. Excuse me. I read up on it. Not necessarily the best character in the world. When you start reading and the first thing comes up, everything that you can find on this individual. Now, I don't know him, Adam from Eve. I really don't. He don't know me, Adam from Eve. But when he opens his mouth and goes out there and starts spreading lies, and yes, lies, because unless you got hardcore evidence that I'm an abusive husband, abusive father, I've got a restraining order against me, unless you got proof, don't open your mouth.
I wish I had a freaking sound. Like, I don't like the soundboards, I'm not gonna lie, but like I wish we had finally a parent in one of these tragedies that has taken the time to research some of these individuals. I'm so glad to hear this.
Yeah, that unless you have proof, just that part alone, unless you have proof, because people just love to say, I really feel this. Well, this doesn't sit right with me. Well, I don't like this. And that drives me nuts. Like, I get it that you feel a certain way, but to put it out like it's a fact after you just said it's how you feel,
That's
is
a problem.
crazy.
So Sofa King wants us to play this. I'm gonna switch over because it's her. She's so adamant about the Smiley, but she wants to play this. We're going to, and I think this is where he gets run off from St. Jude's. So it is a good time to play it.
What are they doing? So let's go around the block, and I'm going to take you around the other side.
It's an hour video long. I can't watch this for an hour.
Has he told lies? And talk to him. Or go around the side.
But the question is, who's this guy?
Was Christopher here or not here?
Let's see who this guy is.
Here or not here?
Security. Here we go. I got security guard.
Security. Hi, how are you? I'm fine.
So
I'm walking on a
he's recording him. He's recording his record because he.
Is that the same guy that confronted Mallory?
What?
When Mallory from House of Williams was standing in front of St. Jude's and recording, and remember there was a woman that came up, but then there was also a guy that ended up escorting her back to her vehicle. I think it is. I think it is. Man, y'all leave St. Jude's alone. Leave St. Jude's alone.
Is he? They're recording each other. Look.
Hi, how are you? I'm fine. So I'm walking on a public street.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah. So are you familiar with Christopher Proudfoot?
Not at all, sir.
So,
but the question is, I'm just going to advise you so you know.
Yeah.
What's your name, by the way? I'm Lieutenant Reed.
So we have 2,000 people watching.
No, I said, what's your name? Sir?
JLR Investigates, just like my hat says.
JLR Investigates?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. You can't shoot at children in a hospital. This is a children's hospital.
This is a work site.
Are you understand what I'm saying, sir?
What's that?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
So what are you telling me to do?
Okay. Well, you're recording it. So
yes.
So
what are you asking me?
I'm not asking you anything, sir. I'm telling you this is private property.
Okay, and I'm on a public sidewalk.
And it's a children's hospital.
It's a building construction.
This currently is construction, but you're over there by the children's hospital.
I'm over here focused on here. Have you watched my video? Have you watched my video?
Sir, I'm not here to ask you.
Okay,
Why do they always do that? Why do YouTubers always do that? Have you watched my video? Have you watched my video? Like,
well, I know
this is
today
gonna get me all torqued up.
The neighbor came out and said something to Dolly today, and
Yes.
he was like, "I'm filming myself.
Yeah.
Go watch it. Go watch. It's live right now. Go watch it.
Go watch
I'm
my
filming
live.
myself." And
Have
it's
you
like for
watched
the
my
most
video?
part, he was, but he kept turning himself and the camera. So he was just trying to get by, and I understand that. But that lady lives there.
Yeah, that's her home. This is a children's hospital, y'all. A children's hospital where the bulk of the children in that hospital are dealing with cancer. Like, come on. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Continue to do what I do. You can do whatever. I'll call the police, do whatever you got to do. I'm on a public street. But if you call the police, you are wasting resources because I'm not committing a crime. Have a great day. Public street, pal. Public street.
Oh my
Now
God.
this guy's saying, "Oh, you're filming children and all that." No.
What an asshole.
About
We're filming children.
Jesus God. He's crazy, that guy.
He's not filming children, bro. What is he? I mean, if he was over there on the other side recording, maybe, and aiming at the building, that's a different story. But he's literally on this side, aiming at this building, not recording near the children's hospital, whatever.
It's
That's so
all the
weird.
children's hospital. Was he outside of it at one point? That'd be my question. This is wild. He's also recording parents and loved ones that are coming and going into this hospital and what they are doing there. Like, he can film wherever he wants. He isn't committing a crime. I know, but it's just wrong. Just wrong. I'm not being mean, just throwing shade by JLR and Dolly could get a job making what they do. Grift, probably. I mean, they're obviously making plenty, but they're very private and secure. There are kids from all around the world there. We don't know what the extent of their property is. We know they're not allowed to film on the property. I know he's on a public sidewalk. I don't know. Is there a city ordinance against it? Would be my question, but is there more to this, Sofa King, or was that it? Yeah.
Why are people out filming it at St. Jude's? Like, I don't understand that because Mallory
Because
got in
that's
trouble out there
where,
too, right?
yeah, this is where Seth was working. That job site that he's pointing out right now is where Seth was working. So why go there and record it? Like, are you gonna find a clue from walking around, 30 feet away from the edge of the property? Like, what's the point?
Yeah, if you're not going in there.
I said Seth. I
Hello?
meant Chris. Thank you. Yeah.
The heck?
I don't know. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Absolutely.
Boy.
Absolutely. This is gonna get laws changed. I'm telling y'all. Been telling you for a while.
Well, did you know though that the Florida law that got changed, was not because of them. It was because
I
it was a
know.
political thing. Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't know if you knew that because I
people
hear people
misquote that
say that.
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't because of them. That's right. But I do hear people throw that out all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was kicked out of the search site. Oh, so he was kicked out of the search site, so he goes over to the job site. Wow. Mm-mm-mm.
Because it's real simple. I don't have any of that. Good luck finding it. I've never lied to y'all. I've been open and honest. People don't like my answers, so people want to come back with their own assumptions. And I'm so sorry that I can't open up and give you every little piece of evidence and every little.
Well, and I'm not really good at, like, I don't roast people, but I know what you mean. Like, oh, you mean far less roasting of the parents than before we started. Good. All we're asking is that people have some compassion. They're not named suspects. Go through what law enforcement has given us. It's not much. And listen to what these parents are saying. All three of them. All three of them. It's not too much to ask. Iron sharpens iron. I have no hate towards any of these individuals, towards JLR, towards Dolly, towards Justin, towards Smiley, none of them. But take the time to listen. I don't even have a hate towards Brittany J, even though you're sitting over there lying, saying you didn't say what you said, and we already played it. Like, none whatsoever. Just take the time. Do the due diligence. Sebastian is a real person. His parents, all of them, his grandparents, his friends, his teachers, his neighbors, they're all real people, and they deserve that from us. It's the least we can do.
Little detail that we know. I am terribly sorry. It sucks because when it does and it can come out, my only question to everybody else is, when are you going to start issuing public apologies? That's not to you. That is to everybody that wants to come out and badmouth people that don't understand and don't have a clue what's going on. And I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I can understand that. But let me ask you this: if somebody has over 100,000 people, why do you care what their past is or what they say if they can help you get Sebastian's name out?
So when you and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some of yours, and the toxicity that comes out of what you guys projected about me has only toxified everybody else that puts in a lead or says, well, check out the stepfather, do this, do that, call law enforcement, check this out, do this. You take a body, every time something gets reported, a body comes away from the investigation to vet because they are required to do so. And it sucks because the same answers are the same across the board. Why they won't come out and tell in the public eye, hey, all three parents have been completely vetted. All three parents have been, questioned. All of this. Why they won't come out and say it? I understand to a point. I do. But it sucks at the same time because it's extremely hurtful that me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life, even when this is over.
Yes. Somebody send this man an edible arrangement. Like,
well, that's
seriously,
a mean thing.
why do we think that we are smarter than law enforcement?
I don't know. It's crazy.
Why do we think that we are going to get has anybody ever gotten any answers by the tactics that have began to be deployed by social media towards these parents?
No, you get more BS. You get more and more junk.
It gets muddier and muddier the more we get through these interviews. But you know what's not muddy? What law enforcement has done is not muddy at all. It's not. What they have investigated, what the TBI, the FBI, and the Secret Service have done is not muddy. Their original statements are not muddy. The forensics pulled off of their phones are not muddy. The information they have gathered from the searchers and from dog rescue or dog teams, that is not muddy.
Yeah, like I wanted to go play with that map. Because all that, we don't have access to all that information that they have. The places they've already checked, the places they still need to check, all that, we don't have all that. But I mean, like it just happened, Deets, today, that someone who has been dragged through the mud for 2.5 years in the Summer Wells case finally called the sheriff's office to talk to them. And the detective told him that, well, yeah, we're not even interested in you.
Yeah.
And the person
It's
that was spreading all the rumors, they said, well, I wouldn't put any stock in what that person says. Like literally
no,
said that.
I know, and wouldn't put any stock. Wow.
Mhm.
And you're saying now there's a negative rebuttal out there already
Yeah,
from what
from the
listening.
creator that was, driving that
Yeah,
narrative with that person.
I think we'll get into that more tomorrow. I think we'll
Of course,
definitely
but
go over that
that's
tomorrow.
that point that 2.5 years
Mm-hmm.
he's had to deal with, and the response always is, "It's about Summer, not them." It does. Yes, it's about Summer, but why would you drag these other people through all this?
Because we want answers, and I get that. Like Nancy
Yeah,
Grace said, this is a puzzle, and people as a whole, we want to figure out the puzzle, but we can't do it at the detriment to innocent people, affecting
right.
innocent people's lives like this. This is if it keeps on, it's going to change things, and I'm very strong supporter of law enforcement, and you can ask Jenny with
Mhm.
every missing
Yep.
persons case that we talk to, and she'll be like, I wish they would just give more info. I'm like, nope, they can't, and I don't want them to, because look at what it
Right.
does. But I am slowly changing my tune on that, because I see more and more more people harmed when they don't step out and
Yep.
say, even with like Brandy Neal, and they said that the parents are not the focal point of our investigation. Now, I agree that's not clearing them, but it's
They
so
can't.
it's they can't do that. And people still will take that, and
What if
I
some
don't know.
crazy thing happened and they've cleared them? They
There has to
can't.
be a better way, because this is
Yeah, this
affecting
is
them for the rest
nuts.
of their life. Yeah.
It's absolutely nuts. And like, you don't have to like Chris Proudfoot. You
No, you
don't.
don't. I mean, Sofa King's in here. She finds him extremely sus. There's a couple other people in here that find him suspicious and other things. We're completely okay with that.
Yeah.
You don't have to like him, and you don't have to agree with what he's saying, and you can find him suspicious. But even if he is named as a suspect, I would say it doesn't give you the right to destroy his life, but he's not. He's just not named a suspect. He's not named a person of interest. Law enforcement haven't even made any gestures that they're looking that direction. So you are trying to destroy an innocent person's life.
I mean, I don't know if it's true. I've heard that he's lost his job. Didn't he
Mhm.
say something like it's in question?
He did say it was in question, but then they went back down there this week. So I'm not sure where all
Okay.
that is. I'm not.
Yeah, but
Yes, innocent
you're
until proven guilty. It's for all of us, not just some of us.
right. And I don't understand why people do this to people. I don't. Is it fun?
I don't know.
Because if he did something, we'll find out. He's not gonna get away.
No. I don't agree with Chris's step parenting. He's too hard, but doesn't mean he did something to Sebastian. Exactly, Kels. And someone was in here earlier, and I was gonna address it, but we got kind of sidetracked. Let me see. Did I star it? Sometimes I star what they say. Oh, well, why aren't my star chats even coming up? This is weird. I guess.
Are you in the chair?
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's typically.
I'm
Well,
just kidding.
maybe I don't have it starred, so there's nothing to pop up. But now I forgot. Okay, let's move on. It's easy to make up your mind. It's harder to challenge yourself to think outside the box.
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly. Exactly. All right.
However it ends, we have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be. But
Oh my
Yep.
gosh!
Yeah, it
Yes.
sucks.
Yeah, you have to find him, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless. Period.
I want to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
Did you hear that? That's exactly what she goes. Well, Sebastian's the most important. We'll deal with that later. It doesn't have to be that way. Sebastian can be the most important, and you don't drag everybody who loves him through the mud. That both of those things can happen.
Yep, they can coexist at the same time. And you know what you can still do? You can still dig into the case. You can still look into everything. You can still have theories and speculate and whatnot. But you can do all of that without attacking innocent people who are currently innocent in the eyes of the law.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, because I try to stay calm, but I don't, that's exactly what I just said too. Was that people say
Undisclosed
it's
to
about
us.
summer, so we can do whatever we want, and that's
Mhm.
not how it works.
No, and undisclosed to us, Sofa King, not if it's disclosed to law enforcement, that's all that matters. And I see that so much around here, like this entitlement that we are entitled to this information. We are not.
They could have gone.
People keep saying that he's clapped.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were clicking it back. I was just saying we don't know what they're doing. They could be somewhere searching themselves, somewhere
Yeah.
that we have no idea. And I get it though. I mean, I'm not like fussing, but it's so hard for me because do you hear the pain in their voice?
Yes, all of them. All three of them.
So regardless of
But
anything, they love him. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I agree. And right now I'm hearing a lot of frustration because of how muddy things have gotten and how big of a circus their son's case has turned into because of social media. It's a double-edged sword, that social media. You want somebody, her saying like, why would you not want a platform with 200,000 subscribers? Okay, we already know JLR sharing it. So him going on there isn't going to change the fact that he's sharing Sebastian's information. So, but why do you not want that? Because then it gets muddier and muddier. That's why.
Clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I don't hear any. Yeah, y'all.
Some people have heard their clapping, and that's fine. I guess I'm currently working.
Yeah, y'all.
Now, where understand people, where I work is really nobody's business. And I would hope you would respect that, because I'm not this criminal. I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe. But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes both ways.
Yeah, I don't feel anybody should be going to anybody's job or anything like that. No, I don't feel anything like that. But as far as JLR, I mean, that's up to you who you speak with or anything.
Wait.
JLR did.
Had he gone, I guess maybe he hadn't gone to his job at this time, but
yeah,
still, like, come on, JLR's gone to plenty of people's job sites.
Homes,
You're
grandparents' homes,
I get your
parents' homes.
sarcasm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Everywhere. He's gone everywhere. Yeah, I'm obsessed with the parents, but it does not mean anything. I'm open-minded enough to prove my own thoughts wrong. Yep. And it's a crazy thing that happens. Like Nanya will text me something. She'll be like, "Wait, what about this?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, no, I don't agree with that." And then she'll come up with her own theory. And I'm like, "Yeah, I disagree." But you know what? We don't do? We don't like fight and scream and yell and start a YouTube battle over it because we have different opinions on cases. That's the wild part. That's the wild part.
Right. I just don't. I would never want this to happen to anybody. Ever, and it just keeps happening.
Yeah, that's wild.
Thing like that. I do appreciate you holding up to your bargain, speaking to me. Some of the harder questions, I it has nothing to do with you, but I'm just saying, as far as all that has nothing to do with you. It's just a matter of how I put it to every case that I care about. And there's no reason to be angry about it. It's just something whether it's me, you, or whoever, and that happens. Look, I had a grandson that went missing for a couple of hours here not very long ago, back last year, and I know how that feels. And you know, we can sit and say this happened, this one, this happened, this one, and this one don't know, and whatever. But you know, I'm very passionate about these. I've been through a lot of tragedies that a lot of these people that are my subs don't know that I've been.
My daughter went missing for 10, 15 minutes. I have no idea how this family feels. Laying in bed every night, day after day for a month. Nope, no clue.
Through, and a lot I have told them. But you know, I understand mine is not yours. I understand that, but I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate about Sebastian, and I do have to ask these questions, and they're questions you don't like. And whether you're in here,
No, it's not that I don't like them. I don't want anybody to start thinking that there's not questions I don't like. I've told y'all from the very beginning, I welcome all of your questions. The only thing is, because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not, and have been told by law enforcement, do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter.
What is that so hard? Why is that so hard to get by everyone? That there are things in all of these cases that they cannot share. Every last one. If any content creators are hearing this, think of the cases that you do support the family and that you think they're completely innocent. They have things. Those individuals have things they can't tell you or anyone. So the ones on the other side that you think are involved absolutely have things that they cannot tell because they are protecting the integrity of their child's investigation.
But,
why is it
you know, I do welcome the hard questions. I do.
Oh, sorry.
You're fine.
Why do people feel it's so important that their opinion be heard?
I don't know. It's human nature, maybe? Human.
Yeah. It could be, but that just seems like everybody wants to say, I think it was the mom, or I think it was the stepdad. And it's fine that you think that, but I don't understand what it helps.
I don't either, because I have no clue what it is. If I had an idea of what it was, then we probably would have Sebastian here. Yeah. Like, I have no clue. We can point out the facts. We can show you the inconsistencies. We can go through these deep dives and timelines. But I don't know. I don't know what happened to him that night.
I mean, it may turn out too that we hear something that makes us think, okay, well, that's pretty telling.
Yep.
Right? But I think we would have heard of it by now.
Jenny, that is so true. Jenny in chat, not Jenny on panel. Social media has fooled us into thinking our opinions have value.
Yeah. But they have value to us, and everybody has a
Well,
right
and
to
they
them.
have value to
but
things, but not necessarily to the situation or to the case.
Right. Yeah, I think it's great to be able to discuss things, but like the hatred and stuff, that was one of the things from the Facebook groups that I hated. And like Pixie can tell you that I couldn't stand this when people would go hang them up by their neck, even if they did something. It was this like vitriol, like, just all the time. And
Yeah.
it's like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
To calm down and let the legal process occur. I don't know. I just can't stand the mob thing.
Holy cow, this is a long. Yep. I agree with you, Jenny. I agree with you.
Well,
and I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to signs, flyers, or billboards to help find our son. I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening.
Yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of flyers, and I suggested with because Seth wanted, I heard him on another show. But anyway, I suggested Same thing I did with Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever, 5 minutes later. They see the picture, they see the photo. As long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me. They can read or something, say something, whatever. And, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for, 3 years now, banging my head against the wall, being called everything drug here.
So, first of all, I have a feeling these parents don't care about this story, for one. And two, you just were getting ready to tell us that Seth said the same thing on another interview, which we have heard him saying, get out there, do this, this, and this. But now it's wrong that these parents are saying, hey, take your money and put it here. Do this for our son. Like, that's wild to me.
Yeah.
Here, drug there, with this stupidity stuff, doing Summer Wells and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Meaning, first I did it to put my Cash App up for a point one day, and then I took it back down. And the next thing, I'm just like, no, they're like, you need to monetize. I'm like, you're right, I'm going broke. Trying to just keep the word out or whatever. Like, somebody just gave me $10. I spent that today in gas and going and getting flyers and doing whatever just on Sebastian. That's where I know you just said that. So
right, but that you're not monetizing on. You're utilizing it to do something to put it forward. Right. But those people who want to pocket money, on the other hand, I'm not about pocket. I'm not lining your pockets.
Right. No,
and
I get that.
I'm going to be very respectful, because I don't want to say it like I would normally say it, but I tell everybody, no, because if there are some folks that don't like cussing.
Well,
but understand something. I'm respectful about it, because I'm being positive here. But if you don't feed me, finance me, or sleep with me, I don't owe anything to anybody at that point.
Well, I think we kind of think right there, and I don't. Yeah, I agree.
What?
I agree there, and that.
She's still calling them Stankfoot? Wow. Wow, that shows a lot.
Wow.
Over there saying that people were harassing her and bullying her content, and she never put essay or abuse on Sebastian, even though we just freaking played it. Okay.
Well, she didn't directly say it, right?
Well, she said, I agree. And then she said, I was thinking the same thing. So, yeah. I mean, without it actually coming out of her mouth, you're just playing semantics there.
Yeah, I just want to be.
Mm-hmm.
I know you do too, though. Want to be fair.
Oh my gosh, Granny. Okay, this stream's not about that. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. All right. Yes, this is the stepdad on Smileys on the 20th.
That brings me to say, hey, you should not care what people think. But JLR, back to him again. And I hate to keep bringing him up because you're on here and I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. And I want
that's funny.
Not JLR, but what I want to say is one other thing you have to take in consideration, him going to all these places, not just to help Sebastian, but all these other people. That's not free. You got to remember that. That's not free. So I'm just saying.
Right, but if I'm on his show, we're talking about my son's case. Mm-hmm. I understand there's a situation of my son, not everybody else's. And I know he's doing his thing, and I appreciate it. What I don't appreciate is some of the stuff he does put out there that he when I've asked the guy, I said, do you have proof? Do you have physical evidence that I am anything what you say?
Right.
And he doesn't. So then keep my name out of your mouth.
Right.
It's real simple.
And then you don't want him, like if he does this, because he's there now, so you don't want him. And I don't know, I'm not going to talk to him on the phone or anything. I don't do that. But like, I just like what he does. But so I'm just asking because he'll hear this. So are you, and you don't want him to monetize on that, he's talking about your son, correct?
Yeah. If he's going to monetize, take that money, go buy flyers, go buy yard signs, put it on the billboards.
Okay. All right.
I mean, and that's fair. I'm asking, he wants to be on the show. That's fine. Then I want a public acknowledgement that you're going to donate every dollar that you make off of my son's show to finding him.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. And I get that. Now, can I say one other thing? Because
yes, ma'am.
Before we kind of get started, and the only reason is because fair's fair. And I will say this. And I said I would treat you fair, and I will. I try to treat everybody. I do try to treat everybody. Now, whether I have opinions or I don't, none of that matters. Okay. But I want to say this. like my heart really hurts for Seth. It really does. It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody because no matter what happened. Now listen, no matter what happened, don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled, if it was no matter what it was,
right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody. But this is just it's insane. It's insane. I feel for Seth, but I feel for all of you, but I can feel his pain so much more. But what I feel for is I do feel for his mom, and I'm going to say this when she said
what
she said.
I feel his pain so much more. Truth, I'm gonna need one of your gummies, and I don't even partake. Like
I don't understand this.
I have heard these two people crying on Dutchie's panel, tears.
I think she's saying she feels it more for Sebastian than the parents.
No, let's listen to it again.
Okay.
She hears it. She feels Seth's pain so much more. But let's hear it again. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's what I heard. But let me go back.
Oh my God.
Defining it.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. And I get that. Now, can I say one other thing? Because
yes, ma'am.
before we kind of get started, and the only reason is because fair is fair. And I want to say this. And I said I would treat you fair, and I will. I try to treat everybody. I do try to treat everybody. Now, whether I have opinions or I don't, none of that matters. Okay. But I want to say this. Like my heart really hurts for Seth. It really does. It hurts.
My heart really hurts for Seth. Keep listening.
It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody because no matter what happened. Now listen. No matter what happened, don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled, if it was no matter what it was,
right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody. But this is just. It's insane. It's insane. I feel for Seth, but I feel for all of you, but I can feel his pain so much more.
I feel for Seth. I feel for all of you, but I feel his pain so much more.
What?
Why are we pitting these people against each other?
That's what's happening.
Why are we doing this, y'all? Let's just say, for argument's sake, that none of them are involved. None of them have anything to do with his disappearance. Why are we doing this? Yeah, why was he taken not an option? And there's so much to that, but
if it was an accident, it was all stuff that would have involved
that would implicate mom.
Yep.
But I feel personally, and like I said, we've been going step by step through these interviews in chronological order. So the information that she has at this point in time is the only information that we have had. You know what I'm saying? We know a little bits about the future, but not a lot. So we have listened to Chris and Katie cry on panel. We have heard their tears. We have seen them. We have seen Seth cry out, "I want my son home." I feel all three of their pain equally. They are all hurting. Why are we pitting these people against each other?
Rock in her chair and start to talk and start crying instead of talking, and Chris had to take over, and they make that into a control thing.
Yeah.
I don't. She seems very capable of speaking, and she does speak when she wants to. And she reminds me of our friend Yennefer, the way she sounds, and they're both ex-military.
Yep.
That may have something to do, and from a similar area, but
Cray, you're right. She was there and they were not. But you know what law enforcement has done? Has taken so much, has searched so much, has poured through all of the evidence. Please, they cried in Dutchie's interview, her very first interview with them. You can hear her crying on panel. I had slowed it down and replayed it. It was heartbreaking.
You could hear crying on the news ones too.
The news one, yep.
But Sassy made a good point too. Like, if you have someone on your panel and interview them. No one should care about the creator's fees.
Yes. This is why I don't think, and I'm not saying anything towards Smiley about that, because I could never do an interview because I would probably ramble too. So I'm not criticizing her at all for that. On
Yeah,
the
I don't
news, she
want
was
to.
crying. Yep, that too. Like Jenny. Yep. Mm-mm.
I
But
mean,
what
I
I feel
haven't seen
for
her not
is I
crying
do
yet.
feel
No, I know. I
Absolutely.
know.
She's cried all the. I mean, this is the first time I think I can't hear her crying in this.
Mm-hmm.
But I think every other time that I've heard her or seen her, she's been crying. And she said they were talking about she wouldn't look at the camera. She said she was looking at his picture the entire time.
Yep.
But they
Yeah.
don't. People aren't picking up on that for whatever reason. I guess
I
because she
wonder
was the last
why.
one with him. But yeah, she can't cry nonstop.
Wow. And on this, it would be 3 weeks from him going missing. Like, she might be cried out. Like, I don't know. Mm-mm.
feel for his mom, and I'm going to say this. When she said, I read, she said, can y'all stop or ask Chris to stop saying that that's his son, because it's not, and it kills Seth, even though he don't say anything. I just wanted to say what you had to say about that.
What?
Well, let's put it this.
Okay, I saw this. So Grandma Robin, and no shade towards any parents or grandparents in here in my chat, but Grandma Robin made a post and made the comment on Terry Lynn's when we were going through it. Remember that she was very outraged because people, not Chris, other people were calling Chris dad, and he is not the dad. And so I understand Grandma's frustration. Her son is dad. Like, I would probably be upset if, in this situation, if someone was calling, I don't even know. Like, I understand her position is what I'm saying, and I understand why she is outraged that people are calling Chris dad, because he is not dad. Seth is dad. And so I try to be very careful with the stepdad and dad, and so I've been trying to just call him Chris and not anything, but it's not Chris's fault if I slip up and say dad. It's not Chris's fault if Smiley slips up and calls him dad. It's nobody else's fault. Or it's not Chris's fault at all. It's everybody who is doing that. So I don't know why that is added hate towards Chris and Katie, because people are messing up with what they are calling him.
I don't think Chris has said anything like that. I think, as a matter of fact, he's corrected people a few times.
Yes. Well, and he said in the first interview with Duchess that he called him Mr.
Biological.
Chris.
Yeah.
Right? Yep.
Yep.
So wow. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Dutchie. Good to see you guys. Many assume they aren't searching, but just because they haven't allowed cameras to follow them doesn't mean they're not. Exactly. Oh, even Seth made that slip up on Nancy. Yeah, he did. He sure did. It seems like he gets forgotten when they're interviewed. That would bother me too. I'm just saying. Yeah, I get it. I do get it. And that's part of coming from a split family. But I do think it is something that our country is getting better at. But no, I don't think he called him dad. He called him Mr. Chris is what he said, I do believe.
Put it this way. I'm a stepdad
Mhm.
to a 15-year-old young man. Okay. I came in Sebastian's life roughly, he was like 7, 8-ish. And I helped raise him, and I still help raise him. And I have a daughter, since everybody wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife out in New Mexico. Her mother has another man that lives with her. Now, whether or not they're married, I don't know. That's not my business personally. Okay.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, they were not married, but my daughter refers to him as daddy. Now, what does a child calling a person got to do with anything? Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris. I have always left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to, except for late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right. Right. Okay.
Even Seth calls Chris his dad, his stepdad.
And we heard Seth slip that up and
his
do
mother
that.
has her opinions, and that's that.
You know, and
we heard We heard that on the Nancy Grace interview we just went through where he slipped up and called him dad. Like so even Seth does it. So but I understand grandma's feelings. I do. I truly do.
Unfortunately, I hate
you said
that
something.
family disputes. And I don't care what it is. When something in your life becomes so publicized and it's so dramatic, people find a way to turn and find ways to just make it the worst thing even worse, just because. And it sucks. It truly sucks.
I personally think we should all be working together to find Sebastian because Sebastian is an awesome person who deserves to be home.
Katie, let me ask you, Sunday night, when you said there was a noise, what type of noise do you think that was that you heard?
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was not uncommon, which is why I said, hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep.
Okay. So you didn't check on him at that time, but did you check on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight when you got up to go to bed?
No, and because I didn't have any reason to. You know, when he was little, I used to check on him all the time, but he's older now and he's 15, and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, when Seth said that when he came, that everything was in pristine condition except for his room. Like, I know that the LE was there, and he said that the LE was there. Well, I mean, what did he mean by that? Was that just like the bed was unmade, or where you looked under things, or was it like what did he mean by that?
Sebastian's room is always a little bit messy, but even more so with all the people coming in, all the law enforcement coming in and looking through things, me looking through things, like everybody was searching everything.
So I have a question then real quick. So you're asking that question, is that because there's somebody's trying to insinuate that we tried to cover something up because the house was clean? Or
No.
Please understand why I'm asking that question, because whether my house is dirty or clean really doesn't matter. But okay, I'm just trying to understand this.
Okay, well, I'll explain it to you. It's because I have a son that is autistic. He's 28 now, but I know it's all different types of children on the autism spectrum, but they like stuff in order. And so I was just wondering, like, I was just trying to think back, and I'm just wondering, like, what did Seth mean by that? Like, was it just because the bed was messed up? And then I know the cop, like doing these cases and stuff, I know the cops. So, I mean, it's not like you have to be paranoid that I ask you that. It's just, I was asking that because I was thinking back on things, not only personally, but because I was just trying to make sense of, and then when Katie said, well, it was just his room's out of order and stuff, I'm just thinking, well, some kids, maybe they do, if they're autistic, I don't know. I just asked that question. When I ask questions, I just.
So is she saying that his room would have to be pristine because he is autistic, or they have explained on multiple interviews that how many times was their home searched? I think it was Seth that told us 10. I don't even think it was them. I think it was Seth that told us 10. But we've learned that, and I know we've heard it out of Seth twice, that when he came into the house was pristine, like always. So that's not out of the norm. It's typically like that, according to him. But Sebastian's room was very messy, but law enforcement had been in it and gone through it multiple times. So I don't understand this.
Sassy said there are children with autism that are messy. I have one, and that is a fact.
Right. Sassy, you do. Absolutely. That sounded weird, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
She's always talking about
Sassy
like
knows what
having
I
to,
mean.
having to try to get her to clean up her room and stuff. It doesn't mean, that's, I guess, a misconception.
Exactly. Let's not release their current. Yes, please don't put anybody's location in the chat. Social media is way too messy for that. Way too messy.
And I think wherever they are and whatever they're doing, we don't know why, and we don't know what's exactly going on. And to be judging where they are and what they're doing, I mean, we don't have enough information to go on. In my opinion, I don't think we do.
Mm-hmm. These parents of children with autism don't understand there's a spectrum. Well, and I don't even think it's just that. I think that people like to put our own experiences and our own, like, what we have
Yeah.
lived, well, that's experiences on the situation, and we have to remember that doesn't apply. It doesn't work. Thank you.
Right.
Janice said, "My autistic son's room is a mess. His shelves are organized and immaculate, and his floor and desk are a disaster." I get that. Welcome to the streets, Reese. That's really hard to say. Welcome to the streets, Reese.
Welcome.
We got some really cool emojis.
Did you call her Reese the other
Reese,
night?
I did. And then someone came in as Reese's cup today, but that's what I was thinking of was Reese's
Reese
when I
cup.
saw her name, and so I was like, oh, I totally jacked up her name the other night. My son couldn't function correctly if I cleaned his room. He would come home from school and sit and stare at it, then mess it up and be okay. I like that. I love that cat's eye.
Oh.
That's so true. So many. Yes, we talked about that earlier, Duchess. Back on the last live when we were calling out the creator who put stuff on him and said that she didn't. But anyway, yeah, it does mirror autism, but there are several things separate from that the syndrome also creates.
And from what I understand about autism, I mean, like you're saying, it's a spectrum. You can't say because a child is autistic, they are XYZ.
Exactly.
You just can't.
And I'm learning on that as I go, and I'm so
Me too.
thankful for the ones in chat. But you know what I'm doing? I'm doing the research on it too. And I'm also listening to the people that have knowledge and experience on it and taking what they say into account.
Yes. Yes.
So important.
I just listen. Let me just tell you this: when I ask questions, you don't have to necessarily look. I'm not the police, okay? And you don't have to worry about how I ask questions. It's just I also work for a retention center for 11 years, and it was my job to retain people and think outside the box, and that's what I do. It's a habit. So there's
right.
that.
So me asking that question back is because you've got a lot of viewers. I'm not saying your viewers. So let's make that super clear so that viewers don't get that construed with anything. But there's so many people out there with their insinuations, and because you asked that question, it would not surprise me to see a comment, well, that's because they cleaned the house before the cops got there. Trust me, we have seen it all, heard it all. People are putting stuff out there that is completely obtuse from the truth, and it is ridiculous. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah. Well, you can ask me anything you want. I mean, I don't mind explaining why I asked. I just don't want you to think I'm asking things in nefarious ways. I'm just simply asking. I'm trying to think because I have been sitting here thinking for days, and I have my own things, and sometimes they have not been good. I'll just be straight up honest with you because I'm not going to be fake and try to hide anything or whatever. You said yourself you've seen things that I said. I was not too happy the other night when somebody took my question and asked you, and that was a personal question when you said you know, and I didn't like how you answered it, to be frank with you.
What did I say? Do you remember what it was, please?
It was something about, I was pretty hurt about that myself. And I didn't like that because you knew it was coming, but I didn't ever expect it was coming from somebody else, you know, but they did that because they was butt hurt at me anyway, but that's okay.
I don't even know what she's talking about.
Sebastian here. And
I'm so lost on what she's even saying here.
I don't know.
I find myself tuning out.
Yeah, she just told him she didn't like how he answered something.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, what the crap? I feel she keeps me. Yeah, Nanya, that's what I'm saying. I want to read this.
They're being so aggressive, and it's interesting because you don't have the chat up, and I was watching the chat separately.
I can't do it.
Holy crap! No wonder he's like answering like.
I know there's gonna be good people in there. I like saying stuff, so I just can't do it. I can't do it.
I saw some
Wait,
of that
hang
and
on.
I stopped.
Let me grab my peen screen, my Fed peen protection, because we've had a lot of trolls in the background tonight. Hello?
It's me.
Okay.
Nanya.
Hello. I'm very confused. Like, she seems like she's asking these very biased questions, right?
Yes.
And when the dad is like, what the heck does this have to do with anything? Like, why are you asking me if the sky is blue we're supposed to be talking about this red
Talking about
convertible
Sebastian.
car kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Like, and then she seems offended at the fact that he's questioning her. Like, your questions are very biased, ma'am. Like, and honest. And she's like, well, you could just ask me anything, ma'am. We're not here to interview you.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
why would we ask her anything? Like, it doesn't. We don't need to know. And like again, like I said, this is no shade towards Smiley, but we don't need to know about you and your past experiences. We need to know, or we don't even need to. We want to know about them and Sebastian.
Yeah, Smiley has been nice to me mostly,
Yes, me too as well.
but she would say how she felt about us if we were doing something she didn't like.
Absolutely.
So I
I
think
get that
that's
vibe from
fair.
her.
It's not that she's a horrible person or anything. It's just I, I think there's way too much tension here for it to
Well,
be the parents of a missing child trying to do an interview like this.
So, okay, so I'm reading the chat here. So you guys are telling me that she was upset that Duchess asked them a question on her interview that she wanted to ask them?
I heard that.
So what I heard her saying right here, I did not zone out, but I thought she was saying, she has her own opinions, but she's setting those to the side for this interview, allegedly. And that she's heard him say things that like made her question him. And he's like what? And she's like, well, I heard you in an interview, you answered this question and your answer was like sus to me. That's me paraphrasing what she said. That's what I hear her explaining. But like I don't know. I don't know her. Like this is the first time I've ever watched her, so I don't know anything about her. But just based off of this, I'm like I agree with Jenny. Like you're super defensive. And I think it comes from the fact that like he said some really bold, like to hear a victim's family saying that about JLR when he's a child advocate kind of a thing,
Well, he tries to portray himself as one, yes.
Right. And so like that is, I think that, she knows that that's going to hurt her. Like you allowed that on your channel and maybe she's trying to get in with him. I don't know. I don't, getting good with
Well,
him, not like that, but
I keep seeing the excuse that he's trying to change, right? And I'm all for anybody who tries to change, promise, right? And there's a track record with me helping people that we're trying to change. If that's the case, when did the change start? Exactly.
Yeah.
And why was he going to the workplace of Chris?
Yeah,
And
that.
why was he lying about the United Cajun Navy today?
Well, I put out all this information on Chris's past marriages and stuff. Like, how is
He
that?
started that in New Mexico when he was over there doing the border stuff. I saw that today.
I know.
He was already pointing at signs. Hey, look, this is
Pointing at
the
signs.
state that something happened in.
I love what Shay says here real quick because she's grounding us here. I think she's trying to relate to them on a human level, but there is a confirmation bias further into this interview. I feel the confirmation bias already.
Already,
But
yeah.
I already feel it. But I do, thank you. I'll keep that in mind that she's trying to relate to them, but it feels a little different.
I mean, she did say, I just relate more to Seth. She's already told him that.
Yeah, the bias has
Or
already
I
been
feel
presented.
him. Yeah, I feel more for him or something. And it's like, wait a minute, why would you say that? But
Sorry, Nanya, what were you going to say when I interrupted you?
No, you're good. You're good. I was also going to just say, I don't know what her page is like, but she talked a lot about like having to monetize her channel because it gets expensive and this, that, and, and those things. And so here he is saying, I don't think anybody should be making money off of my son. And, like lo and behold, you probably made some money off of the stream. I don't know. It could have been, she could have turned off the monetization. I don't know. But
to be fair, she went a very long time without monetizing.
She did.
She truly did. And she was putting out flyers and stuff too. I know you don't know that. That's why I want to make that clear. She really did do that. It just when she gets worked up, she gets worked up.
She does.
Okay. All right.
And I agree with what Jim said earlier that, if we said something she didn't like, she'd absolutely be reviewing it and probably wouldn't be as kind as we are right now. So this is just my thoughts on this stream. And I've never called out anyone for monetizing while they cover these cases. To me, that's not the important. I know there are a lot of people that call it grifting, even just being monetized covering cases. I don't feel that way. And so I don't have anything negative to say about that. It takes a lot to have your channel running, just to have your channel going. It takes a lot. So I see no problem with that at all. I've never thrown shade at someone for that.
Yeah, no, I don't, I'm with you. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying the fact that he said that, like that could have made her feel some type of way.
It could have. That's
that
true.
was kind of my point.
Yeah,
and I get what he's saying. Like if I did an interview with him, which like I said, I probably wouldn't. I'm not good at interviews, but I would want to respect those wishes of, okay, we've got the parents here. We're going to definitely make sure, monetization's off. If something were come in, that it would go to something to benefit Sebastian. I like how he said it like that. He wasn't even saying you owe it to us. He's just saying put it towards something that benefits the search for Sebastian. And I think that's great.
Half Pint, I don't have a problem with JLR being monetized at all.
Nope. None
He does
whatsoever.
travel all the time. And I think some of the stuff that he does is great. But it's when you start going to people's jobs and putting out misinformation and those kind of things that are a problem. They're not helpful.
Yeah.
I
But I
do
have
want
no
to say,
problem with them making money from what he's
no,
doing.
none whatsoever. And I don't think any of us up here have ever thrown shade at that towards anyone. But I do want to say, contrary to what that grifting pickle said earlier in the stream, my moms know who are trolls and who are not. And you and Cray Carey and Sophie King, who have a completely different opinion than the others in chat, we know that's not a trolling. Your opinion is completely valid, and it's okay to have too. So don't worry about saying I'm not a troll. Oh my goodness, let's hear some more.
And I just felt some kind of type of way because it's the way you answered it and you already had it in your private messages. But none of that matters. What matters is Sebastian, and I want to know, tell me, Chris, can you tell me about the snake? Tell me about the snake. Why did you get rid of the snake? Or y'all got or decided together, or tell me about the snake.
Okay, so right. So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So long time ago, I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles. One of my favorite things. In California, we actually had a snake. They had a bearded dragon. It died. But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. But we had a Samontine boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
he loved that thing.
He's never had one that was his snake, his own snake. Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, I purchased. However, I've got friends that are in that world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat. And I wind up coming across. Basically, I had like about 30 snakes at one given time. All of them were ball pythons. I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal snake. He loved them. The downside, like it got to the point with mom's work, my work. And I told Sebastian, I said, having a snake means responsibilities. You're going to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he actually did.
He what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And then he stopped.
Yeah. And parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not just your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't, she's gone. And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. And he's like, if you ever want him, come get him, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So Right
Okay,
now, we're not.
so
Just hang tight with.
this is
So we got
what
rid of this.
I had someone ask me under our last video. I lost my stinking pen. I had someone ask me under my last video, why Chris, or if Sebastian could be out looking for a snake, or maybe it was in the last live, I'm not sure. So here we hear him tell him, no, the snakes went to a friend in Nashville. I'm sure Sebastian is aware that the snakes are with a friend in Nashville, but this doesn't sound, it doesn't sound horrible.
Well, it doesn't sound horrible, but also it's like, if he really loved that snake, is it possible he went, like Nashville's not that far from them? Like, is it possible that maybe he left to go get his snake somehow,
So my question would
I don't know.
be, maybe they're going to come up to it, is
when did they get snake?
yeah. Why are people mad that they had snakes, pets? Terry, I don't know. Like, I'm not a snake. I don't mind snakes. I've held them. They're okay. They wouldn't be my choice for a pet. If they had rats, like my friend Tracy, I'd be side-eyeing the hell out of. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, if Marshall had wanted a snake when he was 15,
Yeah.
you
Would I have allowed him to have a snake? Y'all know me in my house. I don't know. I
You would
probably
have
would.
let him have a snake. It's Marshall.
Maybe I might have said that'll be your graduation present as you move into your dorm. I don't know.
Yeah, but
Oh my God, me
but
too, Granny.
considering that this family is both of the parents were comfortable having
Yes,
snakes.
it makes sense.
Yeah. I don't think it's weird at all that they, raised or bred or had snakes at all. Like, that's not.
People can be very judgmental.
Yeah, like
like people are like that about pit bulls. How could you have a pit bull in your house? And it's like, are you serious? I mean,
So they went to a breeder friend in Nashville. Yeah, they were rehomed. Are they just worried that he could be hurt or mad that it got? That's a possibility. Maybe that was the worry.
but yeah, I'd like to know how long ago it was. I mean, was it last week or was it, or last month or?
Duchess, do you know? I don't know if she's still in chat. She might have took off. I wonder if she knows how long when they got rid of them. Okay, we'll keep listening, see if maybe he's gonna say it.
Rid of the snake.
So did his dad not want him, or you couldn't take him to his dad's or anything so he could see them when they're there? I just wondered.
No, his
Well,
dad couldn't take him.
His dad
Well,
couldn't take
his dad
him.
was going to take 30 snakes. I mean, because 30 snakes, you're talking a big old rack, all kinds of stuff. I mean, and you've got to deal with the food, which is going to be rats and things like that. People.
Nope.
People don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
So there's your answer, Nunya. Would I let Marshall have a steak? Nope. Not if they got to eat rats or mice. Not happening. And Marshall would never even ask, knowing that that's what they eat. Nope, couldn't do it.
So that's one of the
snakes.
things, listening to these interviews through and through, like that. I don't know why it always kind of bothers me when he does that. Like, she's asking, like, he just said, like, he had Brownie, the snake, and like he really liked that snake, but the caring for it and whatever, and it just got to be too much, so they got rid of all of them, right? So she's like, she's asking, like, could that snake not go to the dad's house? And he's like, it's 30 snakes. She's not asking about the 30 snakes. She's asking about that one snake. So like the part that like just intrigues a part of my brain is like, why would you, like, are you avoiding the one snake question, or like, did you just not hear the question? I don't know. Like that, he does
Well,
that
I
quite
wonder.
often, and not that it means anything. I'm not saying it means anything, but he
Yeah.
does that quite often, and so it always, when I hear him do it, it just piques my brain.
I wonder though if because Chris was gone so often that it was Seth's job to take care of all of them.
You mean Sebastian's?
You mean Sebastian?
Yeah, Sebastian. I'm sorry. Yes, I wonder if it was his job to take
How's
care.
Seth taking care of him? Okay.
I'm sorry. It's the S names.
No, I don't. Well, I don't know. I mean, who knows?
Yeah. And like I said, we don't know.
That's a
That's
good
kind of
point,
the
though. He is
point,
gone
right?
a lot. Yeah.
Laundry, I would have to burn the house down if it was 30 mice a week, and I don't even care if they're frozen. I could not do it. The
She's not kidding
buyer
either. She can't
said that
even
they
look
had
at
no
Tracy's
agreement.
rats.
The buyer said they had no agreement for getting any of the snakes back later. Interesting.
Okay.
Where's that at, Annie or Anna?
Is that on the?
Somebody said it was a
Probably on
post that
Facebook.
the wife made on Facebook.
Okay.
Like,
Thank you, Dutchie.
is it the wife? I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah.
Getting him 30 snakes instead of 1 was kind of setting. That's kind of what I'm thinking too, Harlot. Like, that's a lot. But I don't know. I don't know anything
Is a
about
lot.
snakes. It does seem like a lot though. But I don't know. We don't know the dynamics of their household, but it does seem like a lot.
See, but I didn't hear it that way. Hold on.
Me either.
Mm-hmm.
I think they had snakes and he wanted one of his own.
Yeah, that's how I heard what they were saying is
Oh, I get you. I didn't hear it that way.
yeah, that's how I took it is like they had snakes and he really liked them, so they got him one for himself, but then it was like, dang, there's 30 of these. We gotta scale back and get rid of them.
So I have a question for the people that talk about the Facebook comment. Were you able to verify that that was actually the woman that her husband was given the snakes? Because people do that. They go in and act like they're somebody that's involved. So I'm just curious if is it verified that
Somebody in the chat said that buyer posted a picture with Brownie with the snake. But I mean, again, can you tell the difference between
I
that snake
don't know.
and another
Yeah.
one like it? I mean, that doesn't sound like that's some type of rare snake would be hard to come by, but I don't know.
So,
Monica, I didn't say he was supposed to take care of all of them. I was curious because you don't feed them every day. You don't do stuff with them every day like that. And so I didn't know because Chris is out of town. Maybe that was something that
it was his job. Yeah.
he was responsible for that because he did have chores.
I mean, they just go slithering around in their aquariums all day.
So now my question is for you two putting me on track with what they said, that they had snakes and he wanted one of his own. Not that he wanted 30 snakes, but they already had 29. They got another one for him specifically. Why did they get rid of all 30 then when he wasn't taking care of the one? I'm
I
not
was
trying to
wondering.
hang on that.
Jen P made a guess. She said I had 2 female snakes, and they accidentally ended up with 25 because one was male. That's why I was wondering. Like, did they have? Because he said he gave them to a breeder. So I wonder if they were breeding had the 30 to breed them to sell because he was into the shows and stuff where you breed snakes, and
Yeah.
he did have a lot of that on his Facebook. So maybe he was a breeder.
Well, to me, I don't know that this is even pertinent to the investigation.
No,
it's not. But it is very I have questions about it now. So maybe we'll hear about it as we come get deeper into the interviews. He wasn't clear about how many
Harlot,
snakes
you're right.
Sebastian was taking care of. Thank you, Connie. Thank you. What did Harlot say? I thought he said Sebastian wanted a pet and he does everything all the way and doesn't do anything part way. Yeah. So we got 30 snakes. Yes.
Yep, I think that's exactly what he said.
Yeah. Okay. But Brownie was his specific snakes. So the other 29 were theirs?
Is it possible to go back and hear?
Yeah, why don't we do that? Because
I know it's not relevant, but I feel like I'm going to mix it up.
I'm kind of confused.
Now it's eating us all alive.
And I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't, she's gone. Sebastian,
I don't think I would back.
Perpetuated massive poisonous or anything like that. I bought per in. I had a salmon boa. Yeah, I'm sorry, but we wound up getting a snake. Snakes, gargle. Okay, so right. So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes.
Okay.
So I've used long time ago. I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles. One of my
Used to
favorite
be a
things.
breeder.
In California, we actually had a snake. They had a bearded dragon. It died. But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Right. But we had a Samantine boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
Okay, so they had the boa. I'm not sure if the boa is the brownie, but
No,
they
it's
already
not
had.
brownie.
No.
This
Okay.
is they had this snake, and Sebastian ended up liking this snake.
Okay.
Oh, he loved that thing.
He's never had one that was his snake, his own snake. Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, I purchased. However, I've got friends that are in that world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat and I wind up coming across. Basically, I had like about 30 snakes at one given time.
30 at once.
All of them were ball pythons. I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture that the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie.
Okay.
That is his personal snake. He loved them. The downside, like it got to a point with mom's work, my work, and I told Sebastian, I said, having a snake means responsibilities. You're going to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he
If you
actually
don't,
did.
Hey, what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
He did.
And then he stopped.
yeah. And
Yeah.
and parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't, she's gone. And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine.
Okay, so when they decided together that he's not taking care of Brownie, we got to get rid of Brownie, and instead of just getting rid of Brownie, he got rid of all 30 snakes.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it also sounded like it was something like with their jobs that
Brownie.
they weren't able to take care, to pick that up. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that's a lot of caring that has to go into, you kind of need people present there. And I'm sure he couldn't, possibly probably him and even the mom couldn't take care of all, 30 snakes. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But,
especially
okay.
if like
All right,
he
now
ended
it
up
makes more
having to,
sense.
if he ended up having to work away from the home,
Well,
where
yeah,
he
because he
wasn't
would be
before or
gone.
something.
Yeah, it sounds like for work, he'd be gone for a month or months at a time. Like it was normal for him to leave for work like that and maybe come home on a weekend or something like that, once or twice a month.
Yeah. Regardless, I don't think it has anything to do with what happened to Sebastian.
No, not at all. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. How many parents in here still have the pet that they said they would take care? No, we did. We never got a pet just because the kids whined for one. So
I had the pet just until
I don't know. You had the pet until she passed, or until your
Yeah,
kids
until she
stopped taking
passed. Like
care?
she was
Yeah.
no. She was old when she passed away, but she was
Mm-hmm.
with us for like 18 years or something like that.
That's what I'm saying, Bama. Hell to the
Yeah,
no.
I don't have kids, so.
Mm-hmm.
I have all
Nicole
of my
got rid
pets
of
I've
the
ever had.
gerbil.
Sadie's a kid.
I mean, I've definitely seen people get rid of reptiles because they do. You have to pay attention.
Mm.
You know what I
Really?
mean? It's like, well, you do with any pet, but
They're high. I mean,
it's
like high
easy.
maintenance animal.
No, it's easy to forget because
Okay.
it's not every day, right?
Mm.
It's every so often. Like they eat every so many days, or you know what I mean? They're not shedding all the time. They're not,
Mm-hmm. They're
So,
not in
but
your
I've
face constantly. You have to actually go and interact with them instead of, where the dogs come in and interacting with you daily. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yeah, like, you can't
Mhm.
forget the dog's not gonna let you forget, neither is the cat. They're gonna, like, whining if you've forgotten,
Mhm.
like, "Oh, it's time to eat." But, or you gotta go outside or whatever, but a snake, you know, can
Same
go
shit.
they don't need you. They
Pilot
don't
says
need you.
the breeder made a post saying they never said anything about getting any of them, including Brownie, back. Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, and let me correct it.
Maybe
I
they'll
said the
talk about
snakes
when
don't
that was.
need you. The snake does need you. It doesn't need you all the time, like
Gotcha.
a dog would.
I gotcha. All right, let's see here.
Local in Nashville, he got him because he's a good breeder, great guy. And he's like, if you ever want him, come get him. Blah blah blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it, but right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now, we're not just hang tight with him. So we got rid of the snakes.
So did his dad not want them, or you couldn't take them to his dad's or anything so he could see them when they're there? I just wondered.
No, his
Well,
dad couldn't take them.
well, his dad was going to take 30 snakes. I mean, because 30 snakes, you're talking a big old rack, all kinds of stuff. I mean, and you've got to deal with the food, which is going to be rats and things like that.
Yeah.
People don't want to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a question. I mean, I know I wouldn't. It's just a question. It was a question because I wondered, like, I could tell in the picture he really liked it. So that was one of his, pets, and so I just wondered.
I mean, to this day, I call my buddy.
Mhm.
If Sebastian wants to go, I can call him up. We'll head over to his snake, his big old snake. He's got a building full of them, and that's where ours are. And he's
Yeah.
like, "You want to see him? Just come on over, man. Whatever, just call me up." Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
It wasn't like he would never get to see it again. It was just
right. Lessons have to be taught. I'm a very firm believer. It is what it is. Is it always gone forever? No, not necessarily. But you're going to earn it back. It's not just going to be handed to you.
How did you discipline him since he, how did you discipline
Sebastian in general?
Yeah.
Well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime, so to speak. I'll give you an example. Cleaning his room, and people are going to make me sound like I'm so horrible, but I promise you, folks, you try this with your kids one time, and you won't ever have a problem with this again. So if you tell them to clean their room, and they go in there and they clean their room, well, they say come out, well, it's clean, and you go in there and you go to check their room, and the room's not clean. Okay, thought I told you to clean this room. You told us the room was clean, did you not? Well, yes, sir. Okay. Now I'm going to clean your room. And you know exactly what that means. I go in and I go grab a trash bag. I walk back in that bedroom. If it's on the floor and it's not supposed to be on the floor, it's not picked up and put in the right places, goes in the trash bag. If it's not important enough for you to take care of and pick up, I'll take care of it for you. Throw in the trash bag. Tie it up. I've done this to him twice. One time, Mom talked me out of it. The other time, Sebastian, here's the bag. Go put it in the trash can. And then you're going to take the trash can to the street. And after that, Sebastian, did you clean your room? Well, your mom told you to clean your room. Did you clean the room? Yes or no? Well, yes, sir. Is it clean the way it's supposed to be? Well, no, sir. Then I suggest you go back in there and clean it, or I'm coming in there in the next 10 minutes and I'm cleaning.
Damn.
Yes, sir. Hauls butt to that bedroom, and by God, that room is clean the way it's supposed to be. Now, it sounds crazy, but I promise you try it with your kids, man. Your kids will be like, oh my God. They ain't kidding. Works amazing.
Okay, so I can see. Okay, this interview is going to have a lot of parenting things that we may agree with or disagree with.
Yeah.
And I see Jim P saying here, my borderline mom used to do that, and it was traumatic.
That would be so traumatic. Like
I can tell you that I know a lot of parents who've done that.
And that's what I was getting ready to say. I've told this story on our last live with Morgan, Princess Morgan Pumpkin, and her amazing closet. She has a whole, when she was a kid living at home, we turned an entire bedroom into a walk-in closet for her, and she wasn't picking up her clothes. Princess go in there and put on 3 or 4 different outfits and leave them on the floor, and because of where the room is, when the doors open, it's inside of like our open concept, so it's like I just couldn't take the mess. It's like, look, no, you got to keep it clean. She would not. So I bagged up everything, all of her clothes except for like 3 outfits to start with, and she slowly earned them back, and to prove that she could keep them clean. Now to this day, she wouldn't tell you it was a traumatic situation. However, the difference here is he threw the things away.
Yeah, I
And
could
that's where
see
I can
that.
see that being an issue, absolutely being an issue.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank
I
you.
wouldn't want it done to me, and I wouldn't
Mm-mm.
necessarily do it to a child, but
Last year.
the threat of it should be enough, right? I mean,
Right. You would think. Now, she was, oh my goodness, she was like 12 at that age, so it was, that preteen age is a little difficult, but like I said, it wasn't traumatic, but I think that's different with the throwing them out.
Yeah.
I know parents who have done that, like before Christmas, like they've gone in and removed toys that the kids haven't played with for in over a year, and then just get rid of it without their knowledge. And I could see where that is traumatic, but I'm
That's
not here to
different than
judge
it's
anybody's parenting style.
Yeah.
I can see where
But
this could be.
I mean,
a
my
lot.
dad did do stuff like, if you don't pick that up, it's going in the trash, and a couple of times it did, but not like my
Mhm.
whole room.
Yeah.
Or if you don't take care of this, right? You promise you're gonna take care of this. That's why we got it. Not an animal. So I can see where it could get to that, but I wouldn't. I don't think it's a good thing to do.
I think the place that I struggle is when we say like social media automatically like puts these parents, on a chopping block.
Mhm.
I I wish there was like a PR company that if you're going to do interviews, you talk with them through, you get the list of questions ahead of time so that stories like this, like to me, I understand that there's some people that will hear this story and be like, good for them, like way to build structure and teach him how to be honest with his words and to clean the way he's supposed to clean. But there are probably, I would guess, more people in this world who are going to be like, oh my God, that's some type of abuse.
Yeah.
And then it starts this whole mantra. And like, it's not just one story with him, like, there's quite a few stories. And I feel like it just starts this whole like thought process against the family that
Mhm.
probably like it's just like maybe you're just sharing too much. I don't
It's
know.
and it's hard to reel it back in and get it back on track when people have
Yeah.
already you've shared so much
They're just
of
trying to
these
be honest. Yeah.
strict parenting styles that not everyone employs. So and Boza here saying like we are a military family. So I've seen this, especially living near other military families on base. And I do wonder if a lot of it has to do with their military background.
Oh, I think so. I mean, you can't. That stuff gets drilled into you.
Mm-hmm.
And
He calls Granny telling me that's funny. Sorry.
What?
Her comment says he would call his grandma and tell on her if she tried to do that to her kid.
He called Granny. That's right. That's right. Well, we don't know when it was. He wasn't diagnosed with autism until last year. So I wonder if a lot of the behaviors were not.
They didn't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
Possibly.
I don't know how to word that. Yeah. Maybe they didn't.
Yeah, 8675309. I agree. Sorry.
Yeah, bragging a little bit. Yep.
Yeah, he thinks he's. I mean, he feels like he's right.
Yeah.
No doubt. I've heard him say twice now that you're not your
Exactly,
kid's
Stevie.
best friend. You're a
Mhm.
parent, and I agree with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with being friends also with your kids, but your parenting role, and I don't have kids, right? But I
Mhm.
feel like the parenting role should be a priority because that is your function, is to teach them how to be productive, happy adults.
Yeah.
I think that's Connie has. Oh.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say I agree with his statement. You're not your kid's friends.
I
You
agree.
you can become their friends like later. Now, my daughter and I are absolutely friends now, but when I was raising productive members of society, no, she wasn't. We weren't friends. We got along. We had a bond, all that, yeah, but she wasn't gonna walk all over me. He was, my son wasn't gonna walk all over me because you are raising them to be good adults and good productive members of society. So I get what he's saying. It's the way that it's told, I think, that comes across wrong. And I get
Yeah.
what Stevie and Shay are saying. Like, Shay's like, it's just sad all around. I don't like seeing the families attacked or made fun of. We don't either. I thought it was
Right.
military and or oil field construction. I'm used to Chris's personality to a degree. I'm seeing that with
Yeah.
some people.
Yeah, if you're surrounded by or you grew up around or anything like that, men who may carry that very alpha male energy, I can understand that you won't take those comments, in the same capacity. Somebody in the chat was asking earlier, how long have they been together? But I don't know that we know that. I know it's
We
after
do.
2016, but
They told us on Dutchie's 8 years, and but they've only been married 2.
Yeah.
So I think
And
that's the other thing, and everybody, again, it's parenting, so everybody has their own style. But the fact that all of these rules seem to be very enforced and put in place by him when he's a stepdad that came around 6 to 8 years ago.
And they do seem that way, and so that's why I'm curious. I don't know if we'll ever hear from Katie. I wonder, what
Yeah.
was the role? Is he enforcing mom's rules, or are these stepdad's rules? And I don't know.
And
I
they
or
am
their
curious
rules
disagree
about
on
that.
them.
together.
Yeah,
Their
yeah,
rules
they could
together, yeah.
disagree on them. Yeah. Okay.
Well, he said like with the trash thing that mom talked him out of it the first time. Where
Yeah, that's true.
he didn't throw them away, and he was like, "Okay, fine," But the second
That's
time,
true.
it went. But I think it's interesting that we hear people say all the time that we need to embrace each other's differences and try to understand, and learn from other people. But man, we really don't.
We don't.
Yeah, that's true, Amanda. And he's not even there to enforce said rules. So I don't
Yes,
know.
Katie was
Let's.
military. She's Navy as well.
Mm.
It is interesting. I can tell this is going to be a tough interview.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No.
What the crap?
The burden. So, what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of being able to. Yes, very much. And then you've got discipline on top of it, and what you can do, what you can't do, with because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page with each other, and finally everybody understands it,
right?
Man, it is a beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, Like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
What?
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
We don't fight and yell and scream or any of that like violent type stuff. We tend to take it behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
And
good on her.
First off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear. I was always raised, you never strike a woman. And I have taught that to Sebastian. You will never strike a woman, period.
And I'm not accusing you of so, but.
So I do want to say here, Sofa King, that one thing I've heard from all three of these parents is, actually the thing I haven't heard is they do not refer to Sebastian in the past tense. And so in my eyes, they are all holding out hope that he is still alive. They talk about when he comes home, this and that. So I think that's a more in the pro box for all three of them than in the con box of talking, focusing on the parenting topic.
Not only that, the questions are specifically being asked about discipline and how things were in the home.
Yeah. See, and I have no experience with blended families, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have that either, but I think I'm more so with Sofa King right now. I probably need to go back to chat with Sofa, but
no, I love
because because I just really I understand that her questions are very biased, right? Her questions are definitely with a, stroke of an artist painting a picture, right? She's definitely trying to do that, but to me, it's so easy to judge the responses and the answers, and I try really, really hard not to, but I hear some things he says and I'm like, I can't imagine ever saying that, as a response to something.
Right.
Like she says, did he ever jump in the middle of you? Instantly, my mind goes to, why would he? We don't get physical.
Right.
That's where my mind would go to. And I mean, she kind of chimed in after he had answered and said no, but I'm like, what? And at that point, I'd be like, well, you're trying to insinuate that there's, I get you have questions, but let's keep it on Sebastian. And I don't know. It's just odd.
He beat his ex. What?
Yeah, he had a it's a domestic. See, this is what I hate. I feel like divorces are so messy and they're not, and they're they're civil.
Oh, well, half pint of JLR
and...
said it. We know for a fact it's true then.
So what it was is that, see, I just did a nervous laugh there. The way I've heard him do some nervous laughter, and everybody wants to rip him apart for some of his nervous laughter. But it was a situation between him and his ex with custody, and he was actually holding his daughter, and the ex hit him. And so he took out a temporary restraining order. She fled to New Mexico, and she did the same thing in reverse and tried to put one on him, a temporary restraining order on him, or permanent, wherever.
And it wasn't granted.
And it was not granted. It was dropped 2 weeks later. So,
right.
Yeah.
Just because JLR can pull a TPO file doesn't mean that it was granted. Y'all got to start asking questions.
Yeah, you got to get the context of everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And this whole beating, it's somehow turned into him being a domestic violence person when that's not the case at all. Not from that situation anyway.
But again, Seth has said that Katie, and again, I'm sorry, Katie, that that again, there was a time, and this is long, people can change, but again, it's been said that Katie has struck Seth, and that again, that's a long time. I wasn't there, so
no.
And I wasn't there either, for the record. So
maybe Katie should answer this. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that, oh Lord, no, that is a whole nother thing that happened back then.
Yeah. Well, that's what brought me to my question. So I was just wondering if, Sebastian stepped in. And then I had heard at another place where Seth had said Sebastian would step in. And I didn't even know if he was talking about that or not, because I heard about that separate, that Sebastian would step in and say, don't do this to my dad or whatever. And he could be talking about something totally different. But, again, I have to think all kinds of things in my head. So did Sebastian have tantrums at all?
Yeah. I mean, he's a kid. I mean, it's even when I came in the picture, I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad. I mean, to the point. I mean, so I'm not dragging Seth, his mom, his sister, my wife. I'm not dragging people through the mud. So what is in the past is the past, and that really needs to die. And I'm saying that for everybody to hear, to include all parties involved with this situation. Past is a past that needs to die. Let it be. But at the same time,
they keep saying who's Rachel. So you want to answer that before you tell them to pass on?
Okay. So I got no problem. Rachel is my third.
I didn't know about Rachel. So
No. So here, I'll make this easy for you. So I've been married 5 times. I'm on my 5th wife, and she's going to say you're final. So let me make that clear. She's probably going to yell at me later that I didn't say final. But I've been married 5 times. Okay. First time, her name was Vanessa. Second time, her name was Stephanie. Third time, her name is Rachel. Fourth time, her name is Nina. And I'll gladly answer any questions in any of my marriage. Out of the 4 ex-wives, 3 of them to this day, I can actually pick up the phone, call, and we can have conversations. That's how good it is.
Okay.
My 4th ex-wife, which is the one I have with my daughter, sometimes we can have cordial conversations, sometimes we cannot. I will make that possible.
Okay. I know a lot of people are judging the ex-wives. I see it like 5
People
days.
already know.
My aunt, actually it's my aunt-in-law, is on her 5th husband. Fine was stuck. She's been with this man for 23 years, so even less than me and my husband. But that is her 5th husband. My best friend has had 4 ex-husbands. Like, seems a lot to those of us that don't live like that.
Same
But
person for forever. Well, the other thing though is isn't and I could be wrong. So correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't divorce very kind of prevalent in the military because of all the moving and leaving family behind and deployments and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah,
I
I
wonder.
would think so.
I think it's pretty high in the military, but I could be wrong. But
honestly, this day and age, I feel like divorce is more the norm than
it's so
staying
easy.
together.
Yeah.
So I do think that is a common thing. But don't be chatting it up on the phone if I was his wife.
She said that her kids would call her Elizabeth Taylor because she had 2 husbands. Oh Lord.
It's very common in the military. Thank you, Bosa. Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen some pictures, half pint, but they weren't about Chris. They were from Seth and Katie. So I'm curious of what pictures you're referencing. I would be interested in seeing them. That's what we call my mom. 8 times. Look at you. See, I just instantly judged. I instantly was like 8 times, and I'm telling people not to judge.
But look at Bama said you can only get married 6 times in her state. That's the limit. So you got to go out of state to get married from there.
They have a limit? Oh my God, I didn't even know that.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
So, wait, did you say there was pictures
Yeah,
of
I
Seth?
can pull them.
Anna said, FYI, I've been married 4 times, divorced twice, and widowed once, but that's absolutely none ya. It is none of our business, Anna. You right.
Yep. That's right.
Okay.
I don't think it I don't think it matters.
Okay, maybe it's
limit.
more.
6 times, 6 toasters? I know, right? Look at that registry. You have to kiss a lot of frogs to find your prince. My mom said that.
That's true.
Now, see, I said I don't have experience with the blended family, and I don't, or family that has split, but my parents have divorced each other and then they reburied each other, so there is that. Ugh. It didn't stick, the divorce. I think she just wanted a second wedding.
They keep saying something about the story of Rachel. What is the story of Rachel?
The story of Rachel.
Maybe how y'all met, and maybe how long did y'all? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about Rachel because I haven't dug in that deep into anything. I don't know. Like, how long was y'all married? Maybe, and how was your relationship? Do y'all have any kids? I don't know.
No. I have one biological child in this world. One. That was my fourth wife.
Okay.
The story with Rachel's real simple. We met. We were all friends. We we shared an apartment together. That was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And somehow or another, we wound up starting a relationship. Like, things just happened. I mean, whatever. So we got married. And Rachel took a job where she was working down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a civilian. And while she was down in Guantanamo Bay, I guess promiscuity got the best of her, and she decided to be unfaithful. We ended that relationship. She went back to Cuba. I packed up the house. I put all her stuff in a storage unit. Gave one of her friends that lived in the area the key. Told her the combo. Set up the payment plan for her. Everything like that. As far as I know, she lives. I think it's in New Orleans now. And I think she just had a second child, so she's got a little boy and I think a little girl now.
Were you part of any of the stepchildren's lives there in your other marriages?
Yes, my fourth wife, Nina. She has 2 children. Those children's names, don't even ask them. I'm not telling you because I don't want people digging into that. They don't need to be. Those kids are not being drugged.
Yeah.
Yes, I was very much involved during the marriage. Well, her and I were together with the kids' lives. It was a rough marriage. I mean, from the word go, Nina and I both knew we probably should have never got married, but we did. But I mean, still to this day, like I said, when things are good, I don't have a problem talking with the other 2 kids at all. Occasionally I see them in FaceTime videos when I'm talking with my daughter.
Yeah.
But it's not. They're good kids. They really are.
So did Sebastian have any friends that he ever brought over to the house, like that y'all allowed, like, and it could be like I heard Katie say somewhere too, maybe it was in one of the Facebook groups, but it was in writing. I didn't really hear her say it, but she wrote it down that she had or maybe it was in an interview. I don't know. Like he had other friends, or you had other friends, Katie, with children like him that had autism. So did you ever have play dates, I guess is the right word, where you try to get him together with other children like that, or maybe that was invited over to your house? Or can you give me a day, like what it was like for him around other children, somebody outside the family?
So Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships with a lot of the children his age because even with the children that are similar, they tend to have different interests. Sebastian gets very single mind tracked. Like if he's wanting to talk about like Minecraft, then he wants you to be 100% all about the Minecraft. And so a lot of times, like other children will be like, yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this. And he'll be, so they wind up getting frustrated with each other. And that's where a lot of his like struggles making friends come into play, is because personal space is also another part of it, where he disregards like what we call the personal bubble. Just because he just doesn't have that awareness, like he'll just be right here in your face. But he's capable of getting along with other kids. I mean, and he does, but typically for shorter periods of time. At school, he does pretty well with a lot of the kids, but even that, they have to take breaks, because not him, but not just him, but even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things, and so they get to each other and they have fun, and then something will happen and one or both will get frustrated, and so they got to time out and whatnot. We have met some kids, especially because I like to take them out and go do things, especially in public settings like the festivals and bowling and stuff like that, to get them out and get them, it gives an opportunity to interact and work on those kind of social skills and meeting people and being appropriate when meeting people, responding, with appropriate emotions and stances, like if someone's being polite and says hello to you, to match that energy and not come at a different energy, and we have a scale that we work on, what is the problem that's frustrating you? Is it like a 0, 1, 2, 3? And then, okay, well, what's your response to that, type thing. So, yes, he does interact with other children and people, but he struggles to form those stronger bonds with people.
Mm-hmm. Was he starting to notice girls yet?
I think so, although he's in denial. He doesn't want to tell Mama that he likes girls.
Yeah.
That's so cute. I love hearing more from Katie. It is sped up, but I agree with Terry Dean here. This is not derogatory. She's just trying to explain to those who are suddenly experts. I agree with that. And I thought that was cute. He's gonna deny it to Mama, but he is into girls. It's cute.
Yeah. Were y'all a part of a church or anything like that?
Yes. So we attend so hold on.
We attend
church. Yes, we do attend church. Now, are we tied to one particular church more so than others? Probably not. But if we go, we tend to frequent the one called Freedom Church. It's up in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Did Sebastian like that? Did he like to go and
Yeah, when he was in church, so the kids area, oh my God.
They've got a phenomenal youth program.
Yeah. I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to dance.
Yeah, dance.
I mean, now, granted, what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
He's definitely got a unique rhythm.
Yeah. Oh.
But he loves to dance.
Yeah. And that makes me think, I mean, just the music, he said he liked Eye of the Tiger and different things. I mean, it just makes me, smile. I want him to find him. I mean, and I know you do too. It's just, we got to ask these questions and we got to look and search. Somebody was saying on the Nancy Grace today. And then, by the way, is there any reason why y'all didn't go on that show today too?
We were not invited.
We didn't know about it until after.
Okay, because that's what I heard. Yes, they said that he did throw tantrums. They did say that. Okay, so there was a guy on there that said, and I'm sure y'all watched it, that said everything needs to be.
To be fair, they said he used to have tantrums.
Re-looked at, researched, but everything needs to be spread out more areas,
We've been pushing to spread the search because with the amount of people that we've searched with and had search and all the volunteers and all the law enforcement with the area that they searched for so long, we feel like if he was that close to home, we should have been able to find him. And so we've been searching out farther than just within the 5-mile radius, but we've been pushing out and we've been searching farther away from the house, looking for any signs and posting those signs all the way to the state line and then some, in all directions.
Now, did you somebody thinks that well, not somebody, people think that y'all have not been doing the flyers. I mean, but y'all have been doing the flyers, is that correct?
Absolutely, we have.
You absolutely have. Okay.
So let me help some people with some information about things. When it comes to searching, flyers, those signs that people have taken pictures and posted on Facebook that say missing, the yard signs.
Yes.
Those came from us. My mother is a real estate agent. We've got some friends in the business that can help do things, and my mother was able to get the signs for us. So the signs have been distributed between me and Katie and my mother. We've got some really great friends in the family. We got a great community who we have handed signs out to, and they have gone out and placed them. Flyers, we've had, I can't tell you the amount of support that the community has put together as far as helping us with these flyers. we go to make copies of a flyer somewhere, and we asked them, said, look, I just need to know how much it's going to be for this many. And bless everybody that has done this, because a lot of people will only have us pay for 100 of them, but they'll give us 500 of them.
Mm-hmm.
We've got people in the community that when they hear it, they're like, no, we're paying for that, not y'all, we are. I'm like, no, I appreciate it, I really do. If anything, we'd like to give you some, you can pass them out, whatever. So it's been out there. There's billboards across this entire state. I can tell you personally, from Memphis, Tennessee, all the way to Nashville, going down 40, between 240 and I-40, there's at least 7 billboards that were out there posting Sebastian. There was some in Rivergate, some in Madison. There's some out toward Knoxville. I mean, the reach that we have gotten put out there, we've gotten a company that will have in Spanish and in French.
Oh, that
the flyers are being pushed all the way up into Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love that.
I mean, we're reaching out. We've got great family and friends and blessed people out there. Like I said, if we never meet you, and I am sorry, I wish we could. I wish we could shake everybody's hand and give everybody a hug, regardless of how you feel or what you think. But the fact that you keep his name in the public view alone, we can't thank you enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I tell everybody every day, look, I don't care who does it. If I see it, you might see on my community page, everybody's shared 100 billion times. I just want his name and face out there too. And it's a lot. I seriously I have a lot of passion for these cases, the ones that I choose to do. I really do. I'm not big. I grew up, I was born and raised right there in Nashville. I have family right down from y'all. And I have a teacher over at Beach High School. And, it means a lot to me, this case right here. And it touches my heart for so many different reasons. And,
yeah,
it makes me want to cry right now. It does. You have a beautiful son and a handsome son, stepson, son, whatever you want to call it, Katie. And, it breaks my heart. It does. I can't tell you. I'm nobody special. I just get on here and I know how to use my mouth, and I think outside the box, and I will keep his name and everything out.
Well, if you don't mind me, so I don't know how to say this any other way, and please forgive me because it's going to sound
fine. Say it.
It's going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out. Sorry, but I just.
Well, let me start. Okay. Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. That was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
And and that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am. Okay. In fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, where's your belt? And got it. Whack. Got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. Mm-hmm. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble. So he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that were shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She's, "Hey, I'm already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blah blah blah." She told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out just a minute.
Okay, so let's unpack that, because I know everyone has opinions on this. It hurts my soul. Set families have to put themselves out here just to get heard and to hear so much foul stuff. He said on Nancy Grace yesterday he never had a call about it. Really? Is it possible he's not really that strict, but he's just bragging and swaggering? That'd be a very weird thing to be bragging. CPS has never been caught. Interesting. Jenny, you got thoughts?
Did he say he just like popped him or something with a belt? Like at
Yep.
that point, because it sounded like they were saying that he was spanking him with a belt.
He said he popped him with a belt. Yeah, he said New Mexico with an ex-wife. He called them nothing else. Oh.
I don't know. Are they also concerned about Seth and his own words that he was accused of child abuse?
I know that I know it's like both ways. I am gonna show that here in a second. But I'm wondering no, you're fine. I'm wondering if CPS was called on Katie and not him. Is he playing semantics with his words?
It kind of sounded like that. That the first call with the 3 stories made into one.
He said a case never been on Sebastian. A call is different than a call. That's true, Kels. Maybe it was a call and a checkup, which I mean, she knows that better than anyone. So maybe it was a call, it never actually became a case. Yeah, half pint. Shoot, man, shoot away. I don't know. You think I'm wrong for thinking he's involved? This is not proof of involvement. No. A stepdad spanking their stepson. It's not proof. Well, geez, it's not just that. It's just I can't go live every day. So when I do have the days off and the free time, they end up longer. That's for sure. We will. We're gonna get to it. We'll get to it, and I will mark down his words here that he's. I am curious though if it is. So he references 2 incidents, 2 calls, or he doesn't call them cases, but 2 calls pertaining to Sebastian with CPS because she comes back out is what he said. But I wonder, was it just a call and it didn't go past a checking in? I don't know.
I mean, regardless, that's not public information for a reason.
Right. He popped him with a belt because he forgot his belt. Thank you, 8675. So do at least 300 other people. Sebastian's teachers reported it. Yeah. That's what he said. They had to. They're mandated reporters. Why did the video show Sebastian putting out trash, but no one has been reported at time of disappearance? Why is
I
he
don't
never
know that
spotted?
either of those things are true.
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't know that they're true. We know that they've been stated, but we don't know, we don't have any confirmation from law enforcement. Has to tick a bunch of boxes too, so maybe they got to 4 or 5, maybe. The majority was ecstatic to hear from the behavior guys until it didn't fit their confirmation bias on this one. Did they talk about this one in particular, Terry Dean, this situation here? I don't like him justifying the belt, not gonna lie. I don't either, Gemini. Doesn't mean he's involved in the disappearance, though. I agree with your statement 110%. I don't either. Banking stuff, but I do know people who do. And they're great parents.
Yep.
but I don't like it. It doesn't make me feel like did
My
something.
parents are great too, but I did get spankings.
Yeah, I got spankings growing up. There's no video footage of him taking out the trash that has been released or confirmed by Ellie at this time. Thank you, Nanya. He definitely doesn't have the same style of parenting as me. Exactly, Nana. I think that as well. Like, is not going to be taking parenting advice from Chris Proudfoot. If you're hearing that, sorry, bud. But it doesn't point to involvement, in my opinion. It doesn't necessarily point to involvement. It was the parents' first interview with a local reporter. The BP reviewed. Oh, okay. That very first one. And they said that they didn't feel guilty. I gotcha. I think he said, I think he says later it was for lying, not for getting the belt. No, I didn't, Sophie King. No, I didn't. But we have to remember we're seeing tiny glimpses of Sebastian's life, of Seth's life, of Chris's life, of Katie's life. We don't know the totality of it.
No, Sophie King, I didn't. My sister did.
Mm-hmm. That little Deb, that is what Seth and all three parents have stated that yes, he was diagnosed at the end last year. We've heard that in these interviews. It is. I agree with you, Bama. I agree. If my children were putting themselves in danger, was the only time I popped them once. So you're saying you did? So there's, I don't, like there's an instance where you felt it was justified. I feel like getting into spanking gets into parenting discussions that I don't want to go down. I just want to say that I don't agree with spanking, and
Right.
I don't agree with this, but it doesn't make me feel like he is guilty of something.
I don't feel like a spanking is abuse. And that's just me personally. It's not my choice, but I don't think that's child abuse unless you're actually abusing them.
Yeah.
One pop with a belt is not abuse, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion.
Chris left things confusing on Nancy Grace about the CPS call. It will bite him in the butt, but he was very uncomfortable in there. Oof. It doesn't matter what way things go now. This will just open up for so much hate coming their way. I agree with that, Buttercup.
It's kind of the same mistake Dawn made, which was trying to be like talk about those things, right?
Yeah.
Because he's like, yeah, I'll just tell you. Yeah, because I remember one time he goes, well, I'll just tell you about like trafficking. He was like trafficking coke or something. And Chris McDonough was like, well, I'll find out anyway. So it's kind of that if I'm just honest, it'll be okay. And in most things in life, that's true, but not with social media. I don't mean don't be honest. I mean, don't put it all out there.
And it's ironic. That's why I don't criticize other people's parenting, because nobody's the perfect parent. And if I were to point fingers at another parent, you know the saying, that means there's 3 pointing right back at me. And so I don't want my parenting criticized.
Every parent has done something or said something that they wish they would not have done with their kids. That is completely normal.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect.
But and I'm kind of with you here, Kels. I lean towards parents are not involved in Sebastian going missing, but if they are wrong, I will still call it out. Yeah, and I don't feel like I don't like this.
I think that's fair.
Spanking and the CPS stuff is not good, in my opinion. It's not good. To me, it doesn't. So here's where I'm going with it. This is just my thought. And it It was for lying, right? Unsupervised. It was for lying. My thought with this is, oh God, I hope they're not listening. I see very strict household, a very orderly, strict household. Rules must be followed or consequences will be met. Now, we weren't strict like that, but like, yes, if you don't follow the rules, consequences will be met. But here I see it being fear induced. And so I don't believe they have anything to do with Sebastian going, or not anything directly to do with Sebastian going missing. But my question is, was there a fear that led him to leaving? I don't know what that is yet. And that's just me thinking right now and wondering what could have either caused him to leave on his own free will or to cause someone to intervene. I don't know. But fear-based disciplines, it does a lot to an adolescent's mind.
It's true.
It does. Let's listen further. I'm struggling with this one.
Yeah, I struggle with snake too.
You cut out. I can. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, getting rid of them. It's the fear-based discipline. That fear-based discipline is not something.
I mean, I'm trying to
fond of.
understand.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And like I said, everybody's different. He clearly views parenting in the world differently than you and I do. And there's a whole lot of people who agree with him too. They're just not on YouTube.
And there's a whole lot that disagree. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. No. I mean, there's
Mhm.
probably. Do you know what I mean? Like.
Yep.
When sometimes there's an election and you're like, well, there's no way that person will win, and they do.
Yep.
And you go, what? There's that many people who are in agreement with that, and there are. We're split, and people are different.
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. Best intentions by parents.
Yep.
Still doesn't mean Sebastian wasn't unhappy. And that is
Correct.
just a fact, Kels, and I agree with that 1,000%. I
Yep.
agree with that 1,000%. There is a difference, though, Truth. There is a difference between a popped in the butt and a beating. Absolutely. Half pint, you're putting a lot of rumors in my chat. If you can show me where to look to find the facts of it, then maybe we'll go into that. But that's a lot of rumors, bud.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, no, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished. And he was like, but, and I was like, you got punished. And the lady took him outside. She goes, Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie and you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble for that. So that happened. And the lady was like, I am so sorry. And I said, no, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, see, eat your food. And we went back and everything's been fine.
Yeah. That girl wants to know what was he wearing when they went to dinner. Maybe he returned, if it was his favorite place, I guess, to the restaurant. Katie, you remember?
We may have lost her.
Oh, Oh no, yeah, she's been going in and out. Okay, we'll save that. I'll just leave it up there so I don't forget or whatever. Was there a life insurance policy on him? I know people's been wanting to ask that. I'll just get that out of the way. Not that that's any of our business, but I guess if it has to do with him missing, that's why they want to know. It's just a simple yes or no. We don't have to go into whatever. And that could be for if you know whether he's got it from his real dad, you, or anybody. I'm just saying, does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
Okay, that's good enough. Now, Chris just dropped off again. Let me see if I can put this back in here. Sorry. And he may be back too. Let's see. Paste. I'm sorry, I have to do it like
No, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Mama coming in hot.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Just call. Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. He's been wanting to ask y'all a question, and I guess he can't get me to see it or something. So I just told him to call real fast if that's okay. He texts me, and I just happen to see it, if that's okay. And nobody take this. I'm trying to get this link back out. So Chris, what kind of stuff? Oh no, he's down.
That's a good point. She did move right past the insurance question.
She did. It's things that make
Seth probably going crazy. I put the wrong phone number in there.
A certain way are definitely brushed over quickly. And I don't think that's fair when we are pointing out inconsistencies or things that we find suspicious. We should be willing to do it all the way around.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you right now, I don't
want to be bothered by those things I'm bothered by.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I am. I'm just trying to
if that was Chris and Katie that had a life insurance policy on Sebastian, do you think that would have just been breezed over right there?
Yeah, she didn't say anything else about it. But I those things that bother me, I'm trying to put them in the right place. Right? Instead of anger and pointing at them as they did something to Sebastian, it needs to be in the right place. That he was strict. And like Deets was saying, maybe Sebastian felt a certain way, right? About it all and decided to leave. Yeah, Josh is gonna be the lab. That'd be my guess.
And Shady, just to answer your question, because I've heard this and complained about it 3 times, Seth had a Gerber grow-up plan on Sebastian. Don't buy whole life insurance. Okay.
Anyway. Oh, there he is. He's like, he's gonna come up here just a second. Josh, sorry, I put the wrong phone. I put the wrong number in there.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I put the wrong number in there. So
okay. Is Chris still here?
Can you drop the link again?
He fell down, but go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier, and him and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS, and he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away. Okay, sorry about that.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to call me. I accidentally punched a 3.
Did you guys hear Mom? Like, I feel like Katie gets talk. She's got such a sweet, calm voice. Katie, here's a pro tip, or anybody who talks to Katie, tell her to turn her mic up because we want to hear what she has to say. And she's so soft-spoken that she gets over-talked. So right there, so Josh says about the case, and Mom says, yeah, that's true, stating that there are no open cases. So here.
3 instead of a 2 or whatever. And he jumped up here on panel. And, he wanted to ask you something, actually. Sorry.
Far away, man. Well, so you and I we had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I had asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you, but that's not mandatory necessarily.
Oh, I didn't go back. That's the problem.
That's not what Josh said the first time. He said open cases.
Yeah. Okay, so let's hear it again. I want you guys to listen to what Katie says because
he's going to come up here just a second. Josh, sorry, I put the wrong phone. I put the wrong number in there.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I put the wrong number in there. So
okay, is Chris still here?
Can you drop the link again?
He fell down, but go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier, and him and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS,
And he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry
that's
about that.
true. So the only case that DCS, which it's I always say CPS, that's what it's called here. So the only case that CPS had open was because Sebastian ran away, and Mom says that's true. Did you guys hear it?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, just writing. Okay.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to
Yes,
call
ma'am.
me. I accidentally punched a 3 instead of a 2 or whatever. He jumped up here on
That's
panel.
fine.
And, he wanted to ask you something, actually. Sorry.
Fire away, man.
Well, so you and I had we had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I had asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you.
Okay, so he did change up his wording there, and Nunya,
He sure did.
I think they're so. I think initially Sebastian was labeled as a runaway, and which is what triggered the open investigation from CPS. It's
Yeah,
the current
that's this
his
incident.
current his current missing case. Yes, the current missing case. Yep. Not that he ran away previously. It's the current case.
And all of the parents have been referring to him as running away or leaving.
Yes.
But that's not mandatory necessarily unless CPS was already involved. So
Now,
you're
hold
not
on.
really being honest.
Wait a minute. You asked me, because I'll read the messages to everybody in God country. You asked me if there was an active CPS case on Sebastian. That's what you asked. And
Oh,
I told you,
Josh.
yes, there was. Because the sheriff's department told us that they had to report it because he was missing. That's what you asked. Now, you also started to ask if there was another case. And there was no other case that I know of that's active. That's what you asked.
So they're not active cases. The previous calls to, well, obviously we know they're not active. That is Dad that calls it eloping. Yes, which is running away, running off.
Why did Josh change the wording of the question? Because it's very different.
I don't know. But didn't he say he doesn't elope? That was active.
That's right. He doesn't. As far as what they've all said, that he has never done that before.
Correct. But then they call it that, like, because remember we pointed it out on the Terry Lynn interview when Seth was like, I talked to him 3 days before he eloped, and we were like, what? What was that?
Now,
And it means running away.
In this case, like, and I'm just saying it's the semantics for me. When you're talking about CPS, I don't think this is semantics. Those are closed files. Anything that's happened before, especially if it's not legitimate, right? If they found it, they didn't open a case on it. Why would you bring that up?
I don't know. But to be fair, Chris opened the door to it. But of course,
No, I'm talking about when he was talking to Josh, and Josh asked him if there were any open cases.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe just asking. Are there any
Josh,
open CPS cases? Anything like that?
and he
I
said
don't know.
no, just the current.
Right.
I'm sorry. I think it's clear, and I think it's correct.
Right, because the other cases weren't. Well, we don't even know if they
They're not
made it
open.
cases, but we know they're not
Right.
active. Okay. Yes, but CPS has been called 2 times. Yes, they've been called. I don't think they went to case.
Correct.
But I don't know. Based on what we're told.
Yeah.
Okay.
Josh?
Awkward silence. Do you look at Smiley? Josh.
Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, like I said, sir, I'm brash. I'm to the point. Be respectful.
Can you hear
And
me?
I will tell you, And I'll be honest, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I got nothing to hide.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, he said, okay. Can you hear him, Josh?
I can hear him, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Well, I just said, well, in the messages that I asked that it was pertaining to Sebastian's school, right? Like you just said. And you said, no, other than him going missing, no CPS cases.
Okay, that's another wording different. That's completely different than the second question.
Has he shown the messages to show what
I-
actually occurred?
I have no clue.
I don't either. Does anybody know?
I don't know. I can't hear. Maybe that.
He didn't say anything. Can you hear him, Chris? Can you hear
Hello?
him?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can now. I can now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you didn't ask. You asked about active cases. That's what you asked about, and I answered your question.
You did. You answered my question.
Hello. Hello.
He said you answered his question. I can hear you. Can you hear him, Josh?
Okay. I can't hear him.
Okay. Can y'all now? I think
So he's asked me, and I can't pull it up because if I pull it up, then we lose contact. But he asked me if there was active DCH, CPS, whatever you want to call it, case with Sebastian. And I said, yes, he's missing. I was told by the sheriff's department that they had to report it. So yes, there's an active case. Is there anything other than that? No, there's not an active case. So my statement that I told you is true.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I get it, the active investigation, but yeah, but you did really. Maybe it's just because of text, but you did make it seem like there was no, like that this was the first time that they'd ever been involved at all.
No, I didn't insinuate. Now, understand something. Words on paper are simply words on paper. Whatever emotions you put behind them is directly proportionate to yourself, not me.
Oh, sorry, I didn't put any emotion behind them.
Well, what you're saying, you're trying to insinuate on this show.
Nope.
Yes, you did, sir. Yes, because you just stated. You just stated.
Objection. You did put an insinuation on it. I don't have any issues at all with Josh. I enjoy going into After Dark, but yeah, there was an insinuation.
That you said that I made it sound like this. No, I didn't. I told you. I gave you a direct statement, gave you your answer, and that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Then you called into the show and you said, "No, you're lying." No, I'm not lying. So call a spade, but make sure you're right. Now, to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with finding my son.
You don't think that you don't? Okay, all right. Well, look, man.
How does CPS have to do with anything finding Sebastian? Because if you're insinuating something,
well, you said they opened up an investigation. You said they opened up an investigation. So you tell me what it has to do with him.
Because what did I tell you? That's what you're not listening. The sheriff's department told us that they are required to report it to DCS, CPS, whatever you want to call them. They are required to report it to them. That answer has yet to change. It hasn't changed any of the slightest.
And okay, so I get it. So it's the only open investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my God.
What's the next hard one we got? Fire away.
Okay.
I'm not arguing.
Okay. So I was just wondering,
I mean, you kind of are arguing. So, just like looking it up, yeah, they're gonna open an investigation for a runaway, and we have heard them all say throughout various times. I could tell you which interview it was on that he eloped, which I always thought was the weirdest statement, but now it's making sense, and that would trigger a current active case. But it just sounds like the other two situations were calls that ended up being unfounded by CPS. Still doesn't make me feel good, not gonna lie. 2 calls.
So we're not sure that the 2 calls were for Chris. We only know one of them was for Chris. The other one kind of sounded like it was for Katie.
Yeah.
And a misunderstanding.
I don't know.
But we don't know because they're sealed, and there's no point in doing this because people against him are going to say he's lying, and he's going to say whatever he's going to say. So it's pointless. Law enforcement
Just a reminder. Yeah, a reminder. Once again, we are not law enforcement. We are not owed any of these answers that are being given. We have no right to interrogate and think that we can do something with it. I'm not saying any of these creators are doing that. I'm just saying we are not owed any of this, any of it. But it's definitely worth jotting down and logging away.
Like if him, like Katie, let me ask you this, or anybody can answer. So like
hang on,
if
Nicole.
y'all were at home alone, like
Give me 1 second for the peen protection. Nicole, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, just making sure.
It's me. It's me.
All right, what you got for us?
Okay, so you guys said it earlier, and I think some people in chat are missing it. Teachers are mandated reporters. So say when my children were younger and they went to school and they got in trouble right before they went to school and told their teacher a story, the teacher has to report it. They have to, even if it's really nothing. So those 2 calls could have been him going to school, the teacher having to report it, and really it was nothing.
Well, and I would say that that's probably the outcome, considering they didn't, we don't know when those calls were placed, but we do know that Sebastian is still in their care and has never been removed from their care, right?
Right.
So I don't know what we're supposed to do with this information. And I'm not going to lie, this
just in my opinion, from
having,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not gonna lie, this type of information just makes me personally uncomfortable having it and like commentating on it, but it is what it is.
Right. But I mean, if nothing came of it, then I feel, in my opinion, that's what we need to go with.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I agree.
I just wanted to come up and say that.
No, thank you. Thank you for that reminder that,
I just know I had an incident
there.
once. My daughter did something in the lunchroom that was completely not what was thought of. I didn't have CPS come, but I did have the police come knocking at my door at 10 o'clock at night. And yeah, it wasn't cool. It was scary, but nothing came of it. So, but I'm thankful that the principal called the police rather than calling CPS. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but it was really nothing. It was over exaggerated.
That's kind of what he was making it sound like. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's kind of how he was making it sound.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't have any reason not to believe that.
Right.
So,
and the proof, and like I have no proof that it is anything different except for the fact that Sebastian was still in their care and was never removed from their home. That's so that we have that.
Yep, exactly.
I know. I'm with you too, Nanya. Like, why not just state it that way? I get you. Like, I feel like this is all muddying, and so.
Okay, I'm going back to chat. That's all.
Thank you, Nicole.
Hey, Nicole.
All right. Bye.
He was specifically asked about open cases, and he said there is one. So, like, I think I get, like, I really do. I get about the water being muddied, but people aren't used to dealing with YouTube people who pick apart every word. And so when you're asked a question, you answer it just generally. You don't even think about it. He didn't answer it incorrectly. It was completely true. So I personally don't see a problem with that. But I understand, like, thinking it's semantics or whatever, but it wasn't. And the extra muddying was that Josh changed the verbiage of the question 3 times.
Yeah, and we did hear that. That is 3. He does seem ashamed of the CPS stuff because it's not a good look at all.
Not at all.
Reed asked that do they have to notify the other parents and divorced parents. Anna Morris said no, but I know in Illinois they have to. So it probably depends on the state.
Yeah, but if somebody asked Scara, right now, do you have any open CPS cases? Your answer
Mhm.
would be no, correct? Even though it was called on you for drinking Mountain Dew and your child thought, you know what I mean?
Yep.
If I don't know if CPS was called, you didn't actually say that it was, but um, do you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you? It is embarrassing. You don't want to be like, yeah, I've dealt with CPS. If it wasn't for something that you did, like something you thought was wrong or you felt like you had done to your child.
Definitely gonna have a yellow flag on this one. Sorry. Not
No,
sorry.
don't be sorry.
I mean, and that's why it's like you all have your opinions and you're entitled to them. And I'm not, I belittle you all for them, but like rumors, of course, I'm gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna need to see the proof on that. But this coming straight out of their mouth, yeah, I got a yellow flag. I got a yellow flag with 2 calls and the verbiage for sure. But then and see, my mind goes there, right? Here's what happens is my mind goes there like, wait, this is I got questions, I'm suspicious, blah, blah, blah. But then I go right back to the TBI newsroom and what they state there and learning that Seth and Chris did not have to do polys. They offered to do them, they were turned down. They have all the data and all those things. And so then I go straight back to that. And I'm like, okay, so maybe just not the best parenting things happening here, but that doesn't mean involvement
Right.
necessarily.
Again, I think that's why people had such a problem with Don and Candace.
Mhm.
Right? I mean, I don't think I mean, that's my opinion that they weren't good parents. But that doesn't mean that they did anything to their child.
Mm. Yeah, I think I'll say that in my opinion that they are horrible parents, but not these guys. Sorry, Don and Candace. I didn't want that to get misconstrued. But I don't know that means they have anything to do with Summer going missing. So
Right,
Josh
Delaney.
says he said he got DCS called on him because Sebastian complained about being hit with a belt, but the school never turned into an open case. Right. That's what he
Right.
said. It didn't turn into an open case, but but there was a call. And what are they called? The caseworker came out, or the social worker came out and questioned him on it. Messy, messy, messy.
Yeah. It is.
I see it in Kels. I don't feel like they did. I don't feel like they did, but I don't know. I can't lie. I have a yellow flag on this.
I don't, but I get
I
it.
know you don't, and that's fine that you don't. It's fine that you don't.
I mean, as far as like if it could have caught like at that, I understand like having to do with this that if
Mhm.
Sebastian felt unhappy or
Right.
felt like then he could have left because of that. But the flags to me are like you know what I mean? More like that they have actually intentionally done something to him or accidentally did something and covered it up or so maybe that's why I'm having a hard time with that. But
I
I
do
don't like it. I don't
I
like
know.
it, but it's not outrageous.
A red I do have a red flag. Hang on, I'll play a little more and then I'll tell you what it was. Gotta find it in my notes.
Like, because Chris works out of town a lot. And this is, I just wonder, like, would Sebastian know what to do if there was a house fire? Like, if it was just you and him, does he know how to handle all that kind of emergency stuff?
We have gone over it with him several times, talked about like what to do in case of an emergency, calling 911, run into a neighbor's house to ask for help, known friendly neighbors, how to get out, if a door is blocked and that type of thing. So yes, he should, assuming that he, is able to think in a sorry, I'm losing my word, like in a panic, like if there's an emergency happening. But yes, we have safety plans that we've gone over as far as like getting out of the house in case of fire and how to get a hold of someone in an emergency.
Okay. So if there was an emergency, would he run out of the house like that barefoot? Or would he throw on his slippers, do you think, because they're by the front door?
Honestly, it could go either way. I know his dad said that he hasn't seen him go outside without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different experience with Sebastian where he does go outside without his shoes on. There's been several times where he takes the trash out in his socks, and I'm like, dude, you got to put shoes on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would say, honestly, it would just depend, I think, on the situation.
Yeah. So you have a padlock. Is that what you said earlier, that you have a padlock on the, like, I forget what they're called, but where you put the code in, a code lock?
Yeah, not a padlock.
I meant, I didn't mean a padlock. I'm sorry. The code where you put the code in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So would he turn around if he left and actually put that code in? Do you have to put the code in to lock it back?
He locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it.
Okay. All right.
So he locks the door himself. So my red flag actually comes from Seth, is the bad history in Cali that is eating away at me. It kept me awake for hours last night. And it's what I have marked as a red flag. I don't know that it is, of course. It's just, what does a child... I don't know when they came to Tennessee, so I don't know how long ago that is, but I know he was definitely younger than 15. And what would a kid have that he needs to leave Cali in the past because there was a bad history there? That one weighs heavy on my mind. It weighs heavy on my mind. But I mean, we don't know what that bad history was, so I don't know. I'm not saying that it's on Seth. I'm just saying that is where the story came from, was him. And so it weighs heavy on my mind. For sure.
Well, that along with he was accused of child abuse thing.
Yeah,
Like,
that kind of plays into it.
accused.
Accused, yeah.
But we don't know that story. Did he hit Sebastian with the belt?
Yeah.
I mean, do you know what I'm saying? We don't know that side of it because he hasn't offered that, and that's fine.
And
But
go ahead, Jenny. Sorry.
Why? No, go ahead.
I thought you were... I didn't think you were done, and I interrupted you.
Oh, I could just talk and talk. So
Me too. Me too.
I don't know. I just it feels wrong to do this. And Kay Breeze said just a minute ago, Kay Brace, sorry, that it feels wrong that people are interviewing them just to try to get them to slip up.
Mm-hmm.
And it does feel like that sometimes. And I know that that's part of it. I get it. But I really do. All 3 of these parents,
they seem
really
to genuinely love him. Yeah.
Yeah. So
They
it's really hard
absolutely
to.
do. I agree with you here, Lab. I said that earlier, that I feel like a strong possibility of this fear-based parenting that was employed upon him by all of them, based on what we listened to in the Terry Lynn interview. Just, it wasn't just Chris that was strict and had these like extremely specific rules. It's also Seth with the, taking off the pull-up as soon as you get into the house, and you're going to do this, this, and this. He was more of a lax in his parenting manners by doing all these fun things and stuff, but I still see a fear-based parenting there, and I kind of wonder if something happened because of that, not by the parents, but that caused him to leave. And then I had another one here. Whose was it? Oh no, Reese. We actually went back because we were like, what? Was it Seth's or was it Sebastian's? And so we did go back and listen to it a couple times, and no, he was talking specifically that that Sebastian left a bad history in California, and so he was happy to move to Tennessee because he was asked specifically if Sebastian was happy to move to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the whole, like, he'd rather live in the car with his dad, and so something happened. Something was going on, but
something.
again, they don't owe us that explanation,
Yeah.
but it's interesting that no one has pushed Seth for those answers.
Not that we've
Or
seen yet.
they've pushed these people. Yeah, we haven't seen it yet if they have, but these people have been pushed into corner after corner.
Thank you, wishful thinking. I learned last night wishful thinking, Pickle Whisper, is autistic as well. And so I appreciate that input. I know it's a mouthful, but I do too. And she's a sweet gal. Sweet,
But
sweet gal.
and again, I like Seth very much. I'm not picking on him. I'm just trying to understand why we do it one way and not the other. And is it because he's the stepdad, or because, is it because he's the stepdad? Because they've said the same things, a lot of the same things or similar things. It's just people feel differently about Seth, and because I guess because he's his father, and you see it, like you feel it from him. You know that he loves him, but they're just. I don't understand the hypocrisy. The bias, I guess, is a better word.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Jenny. I'm going to pull up Chronicles of the Shadies video that we talked about earlier because I need an intermission. I need a new pib and a potty break. Let me see here. Oh, hers is fast. Wait, that's the Baltimore Bridge. Where's the one? Is she not? Did it come down?
What?
With this, I thought I got a notification earlier that she had one about the bullhorns in the sequence, or was that TPE? Yeah, it says Chronicles of the Shady. Oh, maybe she just made a community post about it, and I thought it was a video. Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
Oh.
Let's see what else she's got here for an intermission video.
There's a lot of stuff you don't want to play.
I know. That's what I'm seeing. Like, I love my girl Shady. It's a short, not a video. Okay, well then that's still not long enough for me to run to the bathroom. Was there somebody else that I said I was going to play someone else's video? We did TPEs. I think Johnson have one.
Shirley Beals did one, right?
Oh, maybe. Let me see.
Nancy Grace. Oh, that's 36 seconds. Oh, there's Bullhorn saying the quiet part out loud. It's like 2 minutes though.
There we go. That's 2 minutes. That'll be good. I can run and grab a drink and be back and go to the bathroom. Be back in 2 minutes. Let me pop this over here.
Oh, we want volunteers now. After you were so disrespectful and told everybody basically to go home, now they want the volunteers. Now they want to work with social media. I don't have pissing contests with people. That's just one thing I'm not going to do. Nobody tells me what to do. I follow the law. That's all that's required from me. I have protections of the Constitution. I'm media. It doesn't really matter. I don't ask permission. I'm not going to go and ask them permission to go search for a missing boy. I'm going to go and search for a missing boy. I'm perfectly capable. I've done hundreds of searches. I've been part of law enforcement searches many, many times. But we're looking for this boy. He's a big boy. He's 15 years old. He's 5'5", 120 pounds. And, you know, they're doing grid searches. They're looking for evidence. Okay, grid searches is not what you need to do when you're looking for a person. They seem like they're looking for evidence. I'm not out there looking for evidence. If that's what the kind of searches they want to do, by all means, go out there and look for evidence. I'm looking for a boy. I'm looking for a boy on top of the ground, under the ground, or in the water. What I'm basically saying is I hope they're a little kinder to social media and the volunteers out there, because, you know, a lot of us do this from a labor of love. You know, we're not being paid by a nonprofit organization. We're not getting compensated. It's kind of hard for you to say it's all about a click and a view. No, it's not, because you wouldn't even have that body if it wasn't for that channel. I do not play. I'm not going out there for problems, but there's problems being created. If you don't want problems, don't create the problems. And the Cajun Navy is going out of their way to create additional problems. Fuck you, Cajun Navy. There, I said it. I said it.
What?
I said it.
Wow. So the clip we heard earlier from this is Shady's. Thank you, Shady. I saw you said good night. Hopefully you hear this. Good night, love. We heard earlier from TPE. She bleeped it out. It hits differently hearing that, doesn't it? Okay, let me.
Dang.
All right.
You guys are gonna have to hate me for it. But when I see two people having to deal with law enforcement because they're out there trying to help, and when I find out it's because of the Cajun Navy, bitch, you please.
Oh my.
Pull that shit with Bullhorn Betty. Like I said, I will take my bullhorn, and you will be spitting out sequins from my bullhorn for the next year.
What?
I was saying out there that don't need bail money. I don't do anything wrong. I don't know. The Cajun Navy's out there. Maybe we need to have bail money. Who knows? They might be calling them on Bullhorn Betty, because I might be a little too close to their search group. Recording. Oh shit! I do not play.
Dang. She don't play. She don't play. They're gonna be. She's like, I don't do anything illegal. Right after she says they're gonna be spitting out sequins from my bullhorn for a year. Well, I'm guessing they're not gonna get in their mouths through legal manners. He did apologize to Chris for accusing him of flying. He said that's awesome.
Oh, thanks.
They should, cool. K-Brace. They should sponsor me. That'd be nice, as much as I spend. She looks good here. Too bad about what she said. Yeah, she does. She did look good. She's looking better. I can't believe she said that.
That was a lot. And the whole thing about, like, nobody tells me what to do. You know, it's like, well, there are laws. And if you break the laws, someone will tell you what to do.
Not a free-for-all in the country. All right. Back to it.
I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody I don't know if y'all have housekeepers or what, like, is there anybody you could think of? And I know I'm sure you gave it to the police that might have had the combination that could come in like while you were asleep that the dogs would not be alerted to or anything like that.
The only people that would have access to my house have all been interviewed.
Okay. Man. I don't know.
And not only
Good
that,
for
but
her.
if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
And Morris said, I think she stopped open carrying the bullhorn. I don't know why
How
that
did
hit me
she
so hard.
open carry?
Yeah, open carry. Does she have her concealed carry permit for the bullhorn?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, that made me laugh.
Good for her for not saying
Yeah.
any kind of
Names.
information or anything that people could figure out who might have the key thing. Law enforcement knows.
That's smart.
Good for her.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood, because anybody had cameras voluntarily gave up hard drives, flash drives, access to clouds for them. They've let people go in and search their houses multiple times without needing a warrant or a subpoena or anything. They've just openly done it. So I mean, that's why it's so difficult right now.
Yeah. Now they come out and I know this is part of the investigation, so you may not can answer this, but I mean, it was public because we saw them with our own eyes. So they come out about 11 times, counting the backyard where they took pictures. Okay. So did they come in and check as well the 11 times, or did they do forensics like luminol or anything like that?
No.
No.
No. I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table in our dining room, and that's basically where everything conducts itself. We sat down with them in the dining room, and I asked them flat out, I was like, what about fingerprints? I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that? And they said no, because, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
And he goes, despite TV and the movies, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I just, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So, is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
What? No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering. So, so can he get out the back? Okay. So he can go.
Is there an exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything. Yes.
Okay. So, but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not been.
Or would not have been locked.
Mm-hmm. So the back door would not lock
from the outside like the front. No, you'd have to have the key.
So I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house.
No, I understand that.
That's a safety thing.
Yeah, I understand that. Don't do that.
But what I can say is there's only 2 doors in the house that he could have gone out, where he could have locked on his own or from the outside. And the one, he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I mean, it would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay. And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with the screens intact and things like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah, we heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
Yeah. All right. Let me get these people. I know they're itching for some hard questions. and I've been all right. So let's see. I know that girl has been wanting to ask like what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but like when y'all were out to eat Sunday, like what he had on that day, like when he went out to eat.
His tennis.
Let's go ahead.
His tennis shoes, jeans, and a black T-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay, and so and then he changed before he went to bed into the black.
What's Grogu?
The black sweatpants with the white stripe.
I know someone's gonna know what Grogu is.
Did you? You don't know what Grogu is?
No.
Oh my
What is
God!
it? What is it?
It's what some people call Baby Yoda.
Oh, from the Mandalorian.
Mandalorian.
Oh, I didn't know that was his name. I thought it was Baby Yoda.
Well, to be fair, most of the way through the first season, nobody knew his first name. It was the child, and I know too much about this.
But see, so here's the thing. Well, my excuse was going to be my kids were in high school, I think, when that came out. But Jenny's sitting over there with Sadie, and she's like, "That's Baby Yoda."
I was like, "Oh, I better stop." I could tell you the whole.
Now, I love the Star Wars
Oh my
series.
God.
I have watched every single Star Wars movie. I am a fan of it. I never got into the
Okay, well, I can tell you that right now. I just opened the door into the bathroom, and there's a Grogu nightlight in here. He's in his little thing he rides in, his little ball. Okay.
Oh, see, I'm glad I asked. K-Braze didn't know it either. Yeah. Yeah, Reese, I'm gonna
just the
go back.
dorks.
I missed something because you're not you are a dork, but you're a nerd, and I love my nerds. He said there was okay. Y'all are killing me with the Nancy Grace stuff. I love you guys, but you're killing me. And his pod is what 867 says. Is that what it's called? He's the one.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's cool too.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yep. All right. Let's go back and hear what she said. I love all you nerds.
Like what he had on that day, like when he went out to eat. Let's go ahead.
His tennis shoes, jeans, and a black T-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay, and so and then he changed before he went to bed into the black.
The black sweatpants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt.
Okay, and that I think
was originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because it was because when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And I because and I'll have to say because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did not say the white stripes on it, so that was a big one for me. That was a huge.
And another thing, they're not sweatpants.
That was huge.
Some of these young cats out there probably don't understand where I'm fixing to go with this, but us older folks, go back and think of the 1980s Adidas pants where you had the white stripes down the side, almost like a tearaway style pants.
Yeah,
that is what the pants were. They weren't sweatpants.
I know what you're talking about. Exactly.
That's why I'm like,
why is he like go back to the 80s? Like, no, sir, those have been around since the 80s. They haven't gone out of style. I mean, they come and go, but
Seth said black leisure pants.
He did. That's what Seth
said.
Is it
black
Terry
leisure
Lynn.
Pants and a black T-shirt? And I was like, what?
When he said leisure pants, I about died laughing. Leisure pants. It's too funny. Yeah, they are. They're very popular. Very popular. Well, my kids were in track and cross country, and so they're just like the tearaway pants are or well now they don't even tear away, not like buttons, the zip and stuff like that too, but yeah, they're very popular in this house.
Older folks will know. These younger kids, I don't know if they'll know or not.
Yeah, I know.
I just call them sweatpants, but
well, there's a difference.
Okay, are you ready? Well, let me get some of their questions, and then I'll ask you a really hard. I think it's a hard question.
Okay,
I might put you on the spot, but
nah, you're fine.
Okay, all right. Let's ask theirs first because I don't want you to go. Oh, I'm over here.
No. I gave you my word, and I told you I'll stick to my word.
Yeah, can I ask? Then I'll ask you now before I go to theirs before I forget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What in the world is this on your arm on day 8? The interview is a scratch or a bite mark?
Left arm or right arm?
Oh, I don't know. It's the one where you were in the green shirt. And I think it was the right arm.
So right arm slightly above the elbow. I'm guessing.
I think it was right below, if I'm not mistaken.
So I've got 2 spots on one on my hand, and I got one on closer to my elbow. They're 2 spots. We have little Morkies, and we have one that's very playful. We have one that's not so playful. And I like to roughhouse my little Morkies, and I put my hand down, and they chase it around, and I don't stop, and I let them nibble. And I've been dumb enough, and I've gotten scratched by the bigger one.
They got their claws clipped and not grinded, so they're rough right now.
Yeah, but I thought you hadn't been home for almost a month, or all month. I thought it looked like fresh scratch. I'm just saying.
when I'm in a green shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were talking to Fox 17.
Okay, Fox 17. I had already been home. So I got home February 26th. That's can be released because that's when I came home.
Yeah, you're saying it was a new scratch then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was like, no, I came home February 26th. We did the interview, and those were scratches that are fresh.
Okay.
The day I came home, I was actually still wearing.
So I went to look at the interview. That interview is on the 5th. So that's 9. And my question here, and I'm not blaming Smiley. She probably read it from someone in the chat. Like, do they think that if he would have had these like prevalent scratches on his body, that law enforcement wouldn't have been like, oh, what are those from on the like if he would have been there the 26th,
Right.
Like, and then now we're asking him this 15 days after that interview. I just feel like sometimes we're in the twilight zone, y'all. Even Silver King, knock it off. Knock it off. Oh, you wish it. Yeah, K-Brace. Spandex are a must.
My work clothes.
Okay, so y'all, he's saying that is a fresh.
Well, it's not fresh now.
Scratch. So I'll say it now. I have also asked about that picture. So that is a fresh after he got home from his little dogs.
And believe it or not, that is the first time I've heard that question. So thank you. I had not heard that before.
Yeah. So I asked that. So if you see that picture out again that I asked, that's just from where I asked it, I believe today. And I asked it yesterday.
And I believe I was wearing it's like a mint colored button-up shirt, I think.
You were?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There you go.
Yep. Absolutely. So that's where that come from. I knew I was going to stump you with one question.
I don't think that was a stumping.
Pretty close. I was like, hey, Mom.
Yep. You thought they all been asked, didn't you?
Yeah, just about. I mean, I've told everybody on Facebook, and I said, look, everybody's been nasty and all this, and like, look, I got no problem. I'll answer your questions. Just fire them away. And I have asked, like, keep in mind, there's like 3 of us and thousands of y'all, so we're trying to get to them. But
yeah. So, so let's see.
Sorry, I'm clicking my heating pad.
I'm gonna try to find a great one. Did you ever use a belt on him?
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Well,
outside of his clothes.
Well, he already said that earlier in the interview for one, but Janice Smith, I saw that too. Actually, someone sent me a screenshot. I've been getting a lot of stuff on this case since, and I'm trying not to look at it all, so please don't feel bad that I'm not replied to a lot of emails, but I'm trying to stay in order here. But I did open one where this woman was claiming that she has been a dental assistant or a hygienist for so many years, and she can 100% without a doubt state that that is a bite mark. I'm like the same as Janice here, like, oh, so that's a bite mark that you can see 9 days after the fact, and law enforcement missed it. Okay.
Well, not just that, even that's ridiculous, because even like bite mark evidence is a problem right now with courts.
Oh, it is. It's huge.
Yep. So
it looks like
good job there, lady.
I was just like, holy cow. And like, yeah, you could tell it from a picture. Come on. They think they play Toy Town Police.
Clothes on his buttocks.
Okay.
Oh,
Did you ever use a belt on him?
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay. Please call DV when Sebastian home. Okay. Have you ever had domestic violence called on you when Sebastian was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I actually don't have any domestic violence in my history. Period.
Okay. He says he's never had domestic violence, y'all.
And I can confirm he doesn't because I looked at his background report in multiple states and he does not.
Okay. Now here's one. Let's see. Hi, Bullhorn Betty. Let's see. Okay. With Sebastian's autism, does he have a violent outburst? If so, what typically triggers the outburst?
I wish I could show y'all this in person. All right. Does he have, when he was younger, he probably had some pretty nasty ones. As he's gotten older, between his mama, me, and his dad, and other family members, trying to get him to like, look, you need to focus on this. Stop doing, ball your fist up, put them down to your side, like in a very aggressive manner, like you're pushing down, and stomp with one foot. Okay. He gets like that when he's throwing his temper tantrums. And then he brings his hands up in like the military knife hand is what they call it. All four fingers and thumbs pointing outward.
Yeah.
And he's like moving his hands up and down, kind of like he's making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his violent outbreak. But other than that, no.
Yeah. All right. Justin said he wants to understand this. He said, am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt?
No.
No. Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us and he got one lick.
Okay. Let's see.
It's very different than what it's been described.
How is it possible?
Absolutely. I was just thinking that,
And I'm
Jenny.
just asking now. You probably. How do you think it's possible that Katie and Sebastian, and Katie and I can ask you too? You got a voice. Can I ask you why Chris is always speaking for you? I'm just wondering. Why is Chris always speaking?
Well, maybe because you're asking him the bulk of the question.
Yeah, and not only that, like nobody listens to her when she talks. They
No.
talk over her.
Yep.
Fire away, babe. Go ahead.
If you're not there, Chris, hold on. If you're not there, people want to know this. If you're not there, how can you answer all the questions?
So if you notice, there's certain questions that you're asking I'm not saying anything about.
I know.
So as soon as you start talking about Sunday.
Yeah. Okay. So
I don't say nothing. Saturday, I don't say nothing. But anything after that, from midnight to 6.
Okay.
Being on the phone with her prior to, I can answer those questions.
Okay.
And just so I told somebody this before. My wife has popped off to somebody on Facebook about it. As nasty as some folks have been, my job as a husband is to protect my wife, my kids at all costs. And I will stand in front of them, beside them, wherever they want to be, and I take all the hard hits. I'm tired of people dragging her through the mud. I'm tired of seeing the stuff that they say about her. Say it to me. I'm okay with it. Say it to me. Leave them alone.
I get a very head of household. I know. I get a big head of household vibe from him. Like, and especially after last night's interview, hearing, Seth's like, I don't deal with her. I don't deal with her. I deal with Chris. And I just feel like, he stands in front of his wife and stepson. And I just get a head of household vibe. Like he's the head of the household.
But see, like his perspective, that's his perspective.
Yeah.
And it's very sweet.
Right. And like, I see her rocking and crying. We heard her crying on Dutchies. We see the attacks coming her way. And I do see him and people might not like it, might not like the way that he's talking so much or answering so much, but they're together for one. It's not like it's just one of them up here and not the other, but they're together. And I think he sees it as a way of being able to protect his wife from the onslaught of stuff. But I do agree he needs to. Well, actually, at this point, it's not like he's going to win over social media, so it doesn't really matter. but it would have been wise to stand in front of her by standing beside her and letting her speak, because they're just decimating them.
Yeah, I agree. I think initially, if you remember that first interview, she tried to speak first, and she could not.
What's NPD?
So he took over. Oh.
Yes, I remember that first interview. I don't know what NPD is. My husband would say the same, and I'd allow. Me too. Yeah. In this situation, I would probably be pressed to speak. Luke would absolutely be speaking for me. Not in the manner that Chris does, but
Right.
he would be.
Same for us, but and my husband would want to protect me as well. But like I said, he would. I mean, he wouldn't be. He's not aggressive like Chris.
Not at all. Yeah, and Beams Glitter, I agree. It's not a temper tantrum. It is an outward expression of a complete overload. But let's not forget that they're new. They're new to this spectrum world with just recently being diagnosed. I would think. Maybe they're not. I shouldn't put words in their mouth. She does seem worn down and brokenhearted. Oh, yeah, on the Chronicles of Olivia video when she's like, I'm looking at his picture and I'm trying not to cry. Yeah. Narcissistic person. I do not look. I know. I've dealt with a narcissist firsthand. I don't get narcissistic personality disorder.
No,
Not
I
at
mean,
all.
I'd have to hear a whole lot more from him to even be able to
determine that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it just hadn't even come up in my head yet. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but here on Smiley's panel, she's tried to speak multiple times when she was cut off and talked over by the host. So I think people just don't hear her.
But that's why I said, like, if anybody's listening, tell her to turn up her microphone.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't think it's on purpose. I think it just is.
Yep. No, I hear assertive. I hear cocky. I hear braggadocious even. But I don't hear narcissist. Not yet, anyway.
Be nice, be respectful, be courteous, and think about a woman whose heart's broken because her son is missing. If everybody would just take a step back for 1 second, go look at your kids and realize you got a kid. Your kid's at your house right now that you can walk up to. They may be in the bed sleeping, but you can walk up to them, give them big old hugs and kisses, tell them good night, and enjoy the moments. Right now, there's 3 parents in this world. Well, it was more than 3, but right now for this situation, there's 3 parents that cannot do that. So forgive me for standing up and being my wife's rock and foundation, because that's what a marriage is. That's my job.
Okay.
Whoa.
But we do love all of y'all. It doesn't matter. We still love you.
Don't lie to us, Chris.
Baby, if you want to answer, go for it.
No, I don't understand why it's a problem that my husband helps talk. I mean, I get that y'all want to hear my voice more, but honestly, half the time it's because I'm crying or honestly, I don't have words to explain what I am anymore.
It's okay. I just wondered. A lot of people was asking that. I'm sorry, I was trying to read some of this. A lot of people was asking that, and just might as well ask it.
No, and we appreciate it. Like you said, thank you.
Let's see. All right, y'all. Let's see. Oh, what did y'all like to do together as a family when Chris was in town and y'all were all together? Like, what was your thing? Did you ever like have a short mini vacation on the weekends? Did you go? I mean, what did you like to do?
Oh, we do all sorts of stuff.
I don't feel he's controlling. I do think that he likes to be the person in charge. I think he likes to, like I said, he's given me major head of household vibes. Why do I think she felt the need to call him first? That's who I'd call first. I'd call my husband first and foremost.
Absolutely.
Down. Hands
I know that
down.
just from our pets,
Yeah.
right? I know certainly the first call I'm making because that is my person.
And like we've seen that with so many, Brandy was the first person that Tyler called.
Mhm.
Dawn was the first person that Candace called. I
Candace.
feel like that, yeah, there's just you call your spouse in those situations, and we just heard her say he's my rock. So I don't get anything weird about that.
Because you hear that I mean, it's almost a hope that there's something you're forgetting that they'll remind you of too.
Mhm.
Did you remember to
Yeah.
look in the remember how they, had been
Yeah,
going out
remember
here
this
or
hiding spot that he likes or that hiding spot that he likes or something like, yeah. I do think that it is normal to call your spouse first. I don't see
That's your
anything weird with
team.
that.
That's your other part of your team.
Mhm. He's no different from a military dad and defending her. She's being slaughtered on channels. It's beyond boundaries. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think he's military and it's been drilled in him to protect his own. That's possible. It's
Yeah, and
possible.
you heard what he said about women. He was like super serious about that. Like, you don't hit women. I was raised that way and I raised him and he knows
Yeah.
that you don't hit women. I think he's just a
But,
little old school too. A little alpha male.
but we don't know his baseline. We only know, or hers,
Right.
we only know them from this situation. And I wishful thinking, that's possible. I do agree that the rules were definitely more laxed at Dad's house from what we've heard from Dad. And none of these things point to involvement or guilt, in my opinion.
He loves Top Golf, so we like to take him there.
Mhm.
Dave and Buster's because games.
There's some more stuff. Top Golf and Dave and
yeah.
Buster's.
We've got a few really good parks in the area that he still enjoys going and playing in.
Done some hiking.
We do hiking. We go bowling. We have in the summer a family member with a pool, so he absolutely, utterly loves going over there. And we do game nights. He loves playing cards. Uno is currently his favorite game.
Did he swim?
Like a fish.
What was his favorite food?
Well, that
Depends on
depends
what
on which
day.
day of the week.
What day of the week?
Yeah.
He changes his favorite food probably every day.
Oh,
Chocolate milk has been a long time runner.
listen to her. You guys hear? You're like, oh, she doesn't show any emotion. Can you not hear her crying?
What day of the week?
Yeah.
He changes his favorite food probably every day.
Oh,
chocolate milk has been a long time runner.
Tofu, believe it or not, tofu. He's
Not-
he's not a huge steak eater, but
Not
steamed tofu.
fried. Not fried and no sauce, just plain steamed tofu and sushi. The boy loves sushi.
Yep.
He loves it.
Did he like going to, did y'all ever take him to the Japanese places where they made that in front?
Shoguns where they cook in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh, the
He-
hibachis, yeah.
He likes it, but he doesn't at the same time because it's so loud and clanky.
Yeah.
And
So
they use
it's
a lot of the teriyaki style sauce.
Yeah.
When we get his, we kind of have to ask, hey, can y'all scoot some over? He doesn't like condiments that much. He really doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Chris, what time did you get home on Monday? Do you remember?
I want to say it was, well, hold on, let's see here. One something, I think.
Yeah. And then did you have to go?
so he got there at 1 something. Is this the first? I think this is the first we're hearing an actual time. So thank you for that question. Chris got back at 1, which would mean, which is kind of different than what Seth told us. Because he said that when he got back, it was dark. That's interesting. But It's a 3.5-hour drive.
I thought I heard one from Seth also.
Maybe I'll have to look back through all my notes. But I do
I may
remember
be
on
wrong. I thought he said he got there about 1.
I do remember on Terry Lynn's, he talked about it being dark but he also talked about him taking a nap, so maybe he took a nap. I'm not for sure there. I'll have to go back and double check that. But so that would put him what? 1 noon, 11. So leaving at like 10:30 from his job site? 10:30? Okay.
To go back up there and get your camper? I mean, is that what y'all had to go back and get that? Somebody had to drive it back? Or?
No. It's a fifth wheel. It's a fifth wheel.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I couldn't tell. Somebody was just
no. You know, so there's a couple things that, because of this whole situation, I hope families never endure.
Right.
Without going into great details, I almost lost my job.
Over this?
Yes, over this, very much. Yeah. And because of that, I was like, well, so I got permission, and I say I got permission. I asked law enforcement, said, hey, I need to go down, go get my fifth wheel, and I need to bring it home. Because right now, you know, and they said, okay. So we told them what day we were going, and we went down there. We weren't even down there, I don't know, 24 hours maybe. I think we were down there maybe 17 hours, long enough to get down there. I finished packing everything up. And I'll say she didn't go. I was down there long enough to pack everything up. I spent the night in my trailer, hooked up the next morning, and came home.
So, but will you be going back to work there? I mean, they'll allow you to go back to work there? I mean, in Memphis?
Things have worked out. I will be returning to work.
Good. Okay. All right. Good. So why the 3-way call?
So, well,
because
I'll give
I
you.
was hysterical and screaming and crying and.
What, Jenny? I heard you interrupt.
Did you see that comment?
Oh no, I was looking at my
Somebody
comments.
said my skin would be crawling. Does your skin crawl when you hear your husband, Katie?
Oh my God, she's even
putting it on the screen.
Well, look at the one here. The mother's an idiot. You know where Sebastian is.
Oh my gosh. Why is she putting those on the screen? She said she would.
Of course their comments are going to be tense and defensive. That I didn't even notice it, Jenny. I was over here looking at my comments and just listening.
I know. I hadn't been paying attention to it, and I just looked down. I was like, wait, what? She literally told them that I told them to be nice, blah, blah, blah. And look what she's doing. Why?
I don't know. And Lady Tara, I agree with you about, and I have heard that he has said some things about them. But as we go in chronological order, he doesn't start to say anything negative about them. In fact, he sings their praises as well up until the Terry Lynn interview. Something changed there. I'm not saying it was the creator or anything, but it could just be time. It could just be frustration. It just could be the stress of all of this. But he was definitely singing their praises the same in the beginning as they were.
People are in his ear too and saying, do you know they said this and that? Do you think he has time to watch all these and see for himself? He doesn't. And so if people are saying they said XYZ or what, like they have been doing, it might, get into his head that maybe they did.
Maybe. Aries girl, I agree. It could be something like that. It absolutely could. Who knows? Who knows? What are your opinions of all the boots on the ground? Oh, we already did a whole other live on the boots on the ground.
So, well,
because I was hysterical and screaming and crying and frantic. And so he told me to mute my phone, and he's the one that actually called.
I could tell that Smiley wasn't really listening because of how quickly she moves to the next subject, but not only are narcissists highly sensitive and quick to anger, but they are also self-centered individuals who enjoy attention, stimulating a reaction out of others, and even a negative one.
So
Man,
who's stimulating the negative reaction?
as they just finished singing, like, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Dang.
Because at that point I couldn't even make words anymore.
So not only that, but if folks know the area, when you call 911, you go to a central dispatching unit. You don't actually go to your local PD unit. You go to a hub on a cell phone. When you tell them where you're at, then they redirect you to the local PD. We don't live inside city limits, so the local PD they're not responding. It's not their jurisdiction.
Mhm.
So we have to call the sheriff's office. So I called directly to the sheriff's office because I know what was going to happen. Bypass it, call them. And within 10 minutes of that phone call, they were at the house. And when they were at the house, they were at the house in full force.
How many came? Do y'all remember? Was it a lot?
Oh my God.
You've seen the aerial shot of the subdivision, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so from our house,
Now I'm reading
go all the way
her
back down to
comments that
Stafford to
she's
that.
putting up there. Thanks, Jenny.
I'm sorry. This is
It's crazy. Now I have a completely different opinion on his attitude. The fact that he is not losing his shit is astounding to me.
That stop sign
Testicle was
where
in
Kellen and
here
Stafford.
and said that they were like, yeah, I made that comment. He makes my skin crawl. And that's okay, but
Okay.
they're sitting there giving an interview. It might not. Whatever.
I didn't see Testicles comment.
Stafford meet. Then line cop cars all the way down Kellen out to Long Hollow Road.
Yeah.
That's how many cops came.
Well, is there a reason like y'all didn't go to the vigil? I mean, for real, the one by the high school? Seriously?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
So security reasons. And this is what I'm fixing to tell you is going to spark a whole bunch of stuff in the comments. I'm not afraid to answer any of this. The young lady who started.
Yes, Eliza, the phone call is still recorded when you call the sheriff directly, like when you call 911. And like I completely understand what he is saying here because it's the same thing here. I would never call 911 because for us, for our county, 911 goes to a countywide dispatch. And then they actually have to take your information, take what the emergency is, and then they hang up on you, and the sheriff, or because we don't have a town police here in where we are, so then the county sheriff will call you right back. So whenever we have any issue, we directly call the sheriff's department. So, but it does still get recorded. So it's easier just to bypass dispatch or 911/dispatch because it's actually the same thing here anyway.
Started to organize this vigil. Never even contacted us.
Vigil.
Not one time has any of these vigils taken place as somebody tried to organize them with us as the parents. I think the only one that's been somewhat organized with a parent is the one that was done in Clarksville with Seth. Other than that, the one that was supposed to be out in front of my house was a security issue. My neighborhood said, we don't want it here because our roads don't have sidewalks. We don't have easements. Technically, you're not even supposed to park on the street.
Yeah.
We found out about it, and then we found out that they were spreading it all over basically the county and state, and there was like tons and tons of people saying they were going to come. And there's zero parking here. It's not big gathering spot. So we asked for them to move it to the school, which is literally like half a mile from my house, if that.
It's not even that. It's like a quarter mile down the street.
Can accommodate all of the people.
Not only that, but some of the people, like some of the comments and the stuff that's being said.
I know.
If you're in our shoes,
it
could be a security reason because if somebody shows up acting crazy, that's not kosher. One, it's not coming in our subdivision. I don't want it in front of my house. I don't need thousands of people in front of my house. I appreciate.
You're still talking, but I can't hear you. I can see you're talking if you moved.
It's the same here, yeah, but it takes like a half an hour.
All right, we'll listen for him. Let's see. Katie, was you still married to Seth when you and Chris met?
No. So,
Oh, I wondered that.
I know he's insinuating that I cheated, and I did not. Seth and I had been separated for, I think, about 2 years and change when I met Christopher.
Yeah.
And we didn't get married until nearly 3 years after my divorce. So, no, I was not cheating and running around.
You know that it's been said that there are rumors, and Chris is not up here now, but it's been said that there is someone in the neighborhood that you have been seeing. Is that any truth to that?
No.
Okay. And there was nobody else in the house that night with you?
Just me and my son.
I agree, Eliza.
Can you tell me more about that 3-hour phone call? I mean, is that normal, something normal that y'all did every night?
Yeah. So my husband works out of town, as y'all all know. And yes, it is regular that we talk every evening or all throughout the day. We call each other here and there. We chat off and on. That's how we're involved. And we're our version of spending time with each other because, on a different situation where, both people come home from work at a normal time, you sit down, you have dinner, you spend time with your spouse, and, it's hours of time that you're spending with them. We don't have that physically when we're separated by work. So, we spend it on the phone. We talk while we're having dinner, and we most of the time the phone's on speaker and Sebastian talks to him and whatnot. But that's the way that we are still spending time and talking about our day. And
yeah, I mean, if it's every night, I mean that would kind of get boring to me. I mean, everybody's different, but I just wondered if it was something normal, that y'all did, or it was just that one night, or a couple of nights before or anything like that. I didn't know if it was normal. I wouldn't. I mean, it's not something I would do. So, I mean, I'm not saying y'all don't. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, mine goes, just go.
well,
But he works away from home. When Luke was traveling for work, absolutely we would be texting each other, actually snapping. We don't text, we snap each other all day. And then at the end of the day and evening, depending on where he was and the time zone difference and whatnot, we absolutely talked until we fell asleep. When they're gone for long periods of time like that, it's very normal. It's completely different than now when he's home every single night. No, we don't talk on the phone for 3 hours. He's home every single night.
Yeah, and we're not apart very often. Haven't ever had to be apart very often, but when we did, we were texting and on the phone as much as possible. And relationships are different. Just because it would be boring for one person doesn't mean that another person doesn't enjoy. Like I enjoy talking. I'll talk to Deets all night sometimes.
Yeah.
Well,
and situations are different too. It's like, he's working away from home and you want to talk about your life and your day. Now, when I go on my girls' trips in the summer, no, I don't call him and talk to him for 3 hours. I'm out with the girls. So there's different times, obviously, different situations and experiences, but it's weird to say it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, like again, everybody's different, and that's something that we claim to embrace the differences in people,
Could
but
you
then
imagine if we were all the
we don't.
same? Yeah.
Yeah, especially like in this community because it's like anything that's, well, I would do this, well, I would do that, well, I've never, well, I don't understand. Well, then listen and try to understand.
It is an inquisition. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they want to. Let me just play it.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
I know.
That's normal for some people. Not everybody wants to, spend that much time with their spouse, but I enjoy being around my spouse and my husband, and and I enjoy that he's a part of my life and a part of the family. And for us, that is our normal, albeit some other people, may not
Yeah.
be the same way. Not everybody wants to be around somebody all the time, but sometimes, just being on the phone, you're just kind of sort of spending time together.
But is that not, and I think this is a fair question. I'm not trying to be mean, but is that not, and this has nothing to do with Sebastian being gone, but it kind of does. I'm just weird like this. So, but is that not taking time away from your son that you could be spending with your son?
Are you kidding me? Like it's wrong to build a strong marriage? I'm flabbergasted here.
Well, not only that, but earlier they said in a different question, that often Sebastian was part of those conversations.
Yep. Wow. Okay. And also what we heard everything they had done that day. They had went to BJ's, they were out with other friends and family. Like I don't see where it took
It's
away
never
from
enough.
her son to
There's
build a
nothing.
strong foundation with her husband.
There's nothing that these people can say or do for some people. Nothing.
No.
Being on the phone?
No, because I'm not on the phone during all of that time. I'm not on the phone every minute of the day with him. I'm on the phone in the evenings after bedtime until I go to sleep, that type of thing. I spend time with my son from the time I get home until the time he goes to bed.
Yeah. I guess I don't know. That's just kind of not something that
I guess.
I don't know. A lot of people just find weird, and
a lot of people don't have long distance marriages either, so I'm sure they could. But if they were in this situation, then maybe they would have a different opinion or point of view. But I don't think it's weird to spend time with your spouse on a regular basis.
Yeah. And what about, and Chris, do you like, are you you're off nights, or do you work? Do you mind telling? Do you work night shift, or is it days? Or I mean, do you mind? Is that okay to ask? Or
Yeah, no, that's fine to ask. So in my line of work, you really don't have, I would say, a normal set schedule. I'm going to give you an example. So helping a guy out right now till I go back.
So I also, yeah, that's a great point. Sebastian's a teenager. I don't know about your all's teenagers, but when mine were teenagers, they were definitely not up my butt 24/7.
He seems to enjoy video games very much also.
Yes, Seth reiterated that quite a bit. So I think that was a big passion for him.
Go back, I'm filling in for a guy. His shift starts at noon and doesn't get off until midnight tonight.
Yeah.
That's not your normal shift, so it kind of depends. Some crane operators, depends what's going on the job site, determines on like the hours, because if you're doing a concrete pour, I mean, you may be up there for 18, 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And for the record, because a whole bunch of people just snap back at me because I did say that I talk to my husband on the phone when I eat dinner, and I do. And I also said not every single day. Most of the time, we talk from bedtime until I go to bed or one of us falls asleep. But I also said that he interacts with Sebastian as well, because he does.
Yeah. I don't know. For some reason, my chat is not moving, and I'm having to scroll it. That's why I keep doing that. I don't know why. And I don't know how far behind y'all I am. Chat. I don't.
When our kids were younger teens, and Luke was traveling for work, we would set the freaking iPad up at the dinner table, and he would be in like Maryland having dinner while we're having dinner at the table. I don't see anything weird with this at all. It's 2024. Like I don't see anything here.
I don't know how far this is behind, but I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm kind of scared to refresh it because I don't want to lose nobody. Let me try to refresh it. Yeah, I don't go anywhere. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sure.
Let's see if it reloads.
Is it just him up there all by himself, or one of them?
Is Katie up here?
Yeah.
Or Chris?
Oh, it's Katie.
I got one of them's up here, but I can't tell. I think it's Katie. Katie, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I am.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna put this back down here for Chris again. Yeah, I had to reload because it wasn't going anywhere. I was having to do that. That's why I couldn't catch none of the questions. Oh, I was so behind, y'all. I apologize. Okay. Was Chris in Memphis the entire weekend? Okay, here we go, guys. Was he in Memphis the entire weekend or did he leave? I think he already answered that one. He said he was there the entire weekend, and then they want to know, did he take a polygraph test and pass? And oh, okay. So maybe you can answer this one, Katie. Why did Sebastian wear pull-ups at your house?
So Sebastian wore pull-ups because, or specifically, when he was having his regression, when he was having issues with wetting the bed or wetting his pants, he had issues where he would wet himself at school. And then occasionally would wet himself at night. Now I know that Seth went and said that never happened at his house, but I do know that it did, of at least a few occasions that I know of. But that's not the point. The point is that he did.
Which he did say that on Terry Lynn, but then also later in the interview, he talked about how he would make Sebastian clean up his accidents. So he obviously did have some.
Yep. So how
Go
come
in and out
nobody pointed that out?
I don't know. I don't know.
of pull-ups based on when he needed them. So if he was during a regression phase, he would go into the pull-ups, and then once he got back on track and he was not having wetting issues at school and or home, he would go back into regular underwear, and that unfortunately is just something that has been happening for ever.
Right.
Sebastian was late to potty train and has had issues going back and forth with it basically his whole life.
Right. Okay. So why is there a problem? I feel I mean I feel it shouldn't be a problem, but somebody's asking about the GoFundMe. Why are you so mad about that, Chris?
So initially, I forgot what day it was. Myself, Katie, and Seth were in my house, and I had brought up the question. I said, "Hey, should we start a GoFundMe page to start trying to raise money to add help to this, however we can?" And the police said, "Hey, no, I don't recommend doing that, because then if you do that, it looks like you're trying to do this for profit." I was like, okay, that makes sense. So we all three had an agreement. We weren't doing this. And next thing you know, now there's the GoFundMe page.
Which we do know that was confirmed again over on Terry Lynn's, because Seth said, yeah, we all had he says this exact same story. Ellie suggested not to, and they all three had an agreement that they weren't going to.
Page up there.
So, okay, and but okay. So why don't y'all just start your own GoFundMe page? I mean, it's like there's no sense in arguing over it, really. I mean,
so all of this is kind of stemmed because you got a family member who wants to go out there and blast some family matters to the public. That's where it all stems from. Like I said, this is not family problems. This isn't about family matters being public. It's about Sebastian.
Right.
And we've got some.
Why would they need to go start their own? They're saying they don't want one because law enforcement recommended not to have one. So it's not a matter of oh my gosh. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a matter of getting the money from the GoFundMe. They're upset the way I'm taking it. Yeah, it was his sister that started it, Bunny. He told us that. They're not upset that they should have the money or something. That's not how I'm taking it. I'm taking it as they're upset that it was started to begin with because they had all three came together and agreed because law enforcement had advised them not to, and they weren't going to.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of starting their own.
Right. And here's the funny part. They're the ones catching crap.
Yeah.
Nobody said a word to Seth. Not
Well, I
that
think
they
it's
should.
because
But
right. I think it's because Chris threatened legal action or something because of it.
What? When did
Yeah.
that happen?
I don't know. It's just what
Facebook?
I've been hearing in chat. Yeah, that he had told the sister that he would how was it worded? That he would take the matter into legal hands if it interfered with with Sebastian's investigation, something like that.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but something like that.
Some family members that aren't necessarily kosher about everything right now, and they're upset. Their emotions are, I got it. Everybody's been at one point hot-headed, you know. And if somebody tells me they're not, that's a lie. Everybody's been a hothead at some point.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, we got a missing kid, and that's a problem.
Well, in my opinion, I mean, you have to put everything aside. I mean, your feelings, her feelings, and I know it's not easy. You've got, you honestly have to do this. You're going to have to endure a lot. It's not going to be pretty, and it's probably going to be worse. I just sat here with another case, 2.5 years, going on 3 years in June, and the things I've seen out of that has not been pretty, and no results have been, unfortunately, found. And but I'm hoping that it will be different with Sebastian. I know that the people there care. There's no doubt in my mind. And one reason that there's no doubt is, again, that's where I was born and raised, and I have family there, and I know. And there's good people there. There are good people there. And, I see the difference. I really do. And, sometimes this internet is harsh. But one thing that I see different with the police there is they do come out and they say, we do want your help. We do want, and they're asking and they're begging and they're doing everything they can to find Sebastian. And they're trying to put him first. It's not hard when you have others that have.
She's talking about law enforcement. She's comparing Sebastian's case to Summer's case right now.
But it doesn't. I'm lost.
Yeah. I don't know. Yep, but that's what's happening here.
Come up missing during this search for Sebastian, because everybody deserves a fair shot. Raleigh, everybody deserves a fair shot to get found.
Right.
And I know that's breaking everybody's heart, your hearts, everybody's hearts, that this had to be scaled back a little bit. But you can't give up. We can't give up. And sometimes you're going to go to bed crying. You're going to go to bed, no matter what people think of you, it does not matter. You're going to hear things. You're going to see things. But again, the most important thing is Sebastian, because no matter what, no matter if he's out there, well, good.
I'm so fucking lost right now.
It's kind of offensive. It's kind of offensive. She is telling them that Sebastian's the most important and you can't quit. What?
I know.
I
don't know. I don't know.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Someone said she's talking just to talk. Maybe. I'm legitimately confused as to what's happening here.
It's like you shouldn't be upset about this.
You shouldn't be upset that people are interrogating you and spreading misinformation.
You shouldn't be upset about the GoFundMe because it's his son that's missing. What?
Even though the three of you came together as Sebastian's parents and agreed that you weren't going to do that because law enforcement had advised you not to, you shouldn't be upset about that because, well, let me tell you about this other case that I've covered for 2.5 years. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
But I don't even know what she's comparing. That's the thing.
The law
comparison
enforcement
is a good one.
She's comparing the law enforcement that the ones on Sebastian's case, they care because she knows because she's from there. That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go.
Good, fine, or not. He deserves to be found like anybody else. He is somebody.
Yeah,
they know that in case you didn't.
He's your somebody, and he's Seth somebody. And like Seth said, damn it, bring him back. Katie, I know you've been asked this 100 times, more probably. Today, after rethinking everything, to this day, if he could hear you right now, what would you say to him? And if somebody had him, what would you say to them?
I would say to Sebastian that we love you, baby. Bubba, we're going to find you. We're going to bring you home. And I would say to somebody that has my son that they better let him go and they better come out because we're going to come and we're going to find him.
Mm.
We're not going to stop and we're going to bring an army with us. An army of support of people that are helping to look and son, I love you.
Katie, if you could take anything back about that day, about Sunday, and redo anything about Sunday, what would it be?
I'd have slept outside that boy's door. I say it like that, and I promise I'm not laughing. I just I would have I don't know. I would have made sure to check him 100 times.
What would you
You know,
do
they get older
different?
and you think that they're okay and that they're good and you don't check as much throughout the night. Like when you get up, you know, when he was little, if I woke up, I'd check on him. You know, I was always looking at him, and as he got older and he didn't need that as much anymore, and I took that for granted.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we take for granted, and we don't realize things can change in the blink of an eye, but they can.
I'd give anything to be able to hug my baby again.
We don't realize how we just can't turn back time. That's one thing we cannot undo. Let me look on here. Okay, so they want to know on the super chats, they want to know, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you. Chris, why not focus on searching for Sebastian?
Oh my God.
Well, I do focus on looking for Sebastian. But at the same time, when I said I'd answer questions and people want to put questions up there and then you want to put your comments and your 2 cents in with a question, you're going to get an answer.
Somebody asked me to remember these, and I always forget them because I'm not used to them. Well, I'll just go down these real fast. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
So you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want? They said you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want to get away from the house because of that? Did he want to get away? Oh, okay. So they want to know, did he want to get away from the house because of the discipline?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. So Sebastian is not afraid. He runs up to me, he gives me a big old hug, says, I love you, says, I miss you. When I'm out of town, his mom, he'll look at his mom and say, hey, when's Mr. Chris coming home? Can we call him? Things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, discipline is discipline. There's a difference in discipline a child and beyond discipline a child.
Right.
You know, I can tell you from personal experience, I know the difference between both. And I vowed I would never in my life do that to a child.
They want to know, okay, so he's already answered that one. They've put out flyers, and he's told a while ago that the signs that you see in the yard, he said that that come from his family.
Yes.
Yeah. And
if people are interested in purchasing them or trying to get some ordered and sent to them, find me on Facebook, send me your just hit me up, and I will send you the point of contact, and you guys can reach out to him and work it out.
In fact, actually, yeah, I would like to get that information, and I will get with you to get that about the signs or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just going down. Okay, y'all, be nice.
Everybody's entitled to their opinions and their feelings. Don't get me wrong.
Now I'm flipping down it, and I'm like, well, hold on, because I can't see them because I didn't catch them right when they first come up. Okay. Okay. Okay, y'all, be nice. I had to read some of these because once they're gone, I am not going to see them for a while. I believe in here. That's why I apologize. Is it hurtful to be? No, because it's hurtful to be about.
They're in your starred comments, and they stay there the entire time. Once they're gone, I'm not going to be able to see them stuff. What?
Yeah, and not just that. She's been putting up really nasty stuff up on the screen. What does she mean? Y'all be nice now.
I know. I
I
don't
don't
like
understand that. Is somebody
this
else
isn't
doing
about
that for
this is
her?
about the interview, not calling her out. So I've been really
Yeah.
trying not to say anything, but like, come on, you're
You're
just
right.
flat out lying there because they're not gonna disappear. They're in your starred comments.
Mm-mm.
The bio, say step. Oh, that's when we first come on here and I was asking you that. Okay, did he take any medicine before bed and did he sleepwalk?
I
Yeah,
don't
did he
think you have
sleepwalk?
anything. Yeah, as long as I've been in Sebastian's life, I've never heard of him sleepwalk. Now, getting up in the middle of the night and sneaking snacks and stuff, that's one thing, but
And
sleepwalking,
to
no.
clarify, he's not sneaking food because we starve him, because that's absolutely not the case. He just likes to munch on a bunch of junk food in the middle of the night because he doesn't get a bunch of sugar. He's,
Like every other
one dessert and he
teenage
wants to
boy.
eat the whole box. So he gets up in the middle of the night and sneaks snacks.
Sneaks
Yeah.
candy in his room and hides the wrappers under his bed. I mean, same stuff basic kids do. It's
Yeah.
just one, I'm not going to have bugs throughout the house. We told him, you eat in the kitchen, you eat in the dining room.
And throw
When
your
you're done
wrappers
with
in
it,
the
you put it in the
trash.
trash. That's the only thing we've asked him.
Okay, so they're back to Rachel. So they're saying that what happened to her head, that's what they want to know. And
What happened to
that's
her
what they're
head?
saying. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
If they could clarify a little bit more, I don't know.
They're saying you almost killed her. I don't know.
Huh?
Like I said, I don't know anything about Rachel.
Okay.
It's posted on the board.
Yeah, I can't see the comments for some reason. It's not
Okay,
showing me the
it says
comments.
you
But
about killed Rachel. There was blood everywhere. Where, sir, you thought she was dead. I don't
blood
know.
everywhere. No. Okay. That's news to me, but no.
It could be they paid to ask that question, which I'm just now getting to, and they've asked it 2 or 3 times. That's why I don't know. It could be a troll. I don't know. Listen, I have no idea. I don't mean to make y'all feel
No. I'm not. I'm sitting there, I'm like, Angela's like, her head, blood everywhere. Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, I mean that's a new one on me. So I mean I don't really know what's going on there. Again,
my mother actually still talks to Rachel. I mean that right there ought to tell you the kind of relationship that my family had with her. We still talk to her.
Yeah.
She's got her 2 kids. So where all that stuff's coming from is very interesting. But no.
Well, there y'all have it, folks. Sometimes families do still talk to exes and their moms and dads and all that does. So I don't know. Did LE check vehicles and your trailer that you took to Memphis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So they're saying
Oh,
yes. All right, let's see. Oh, thank you for coming, a YouTube member. Beautiful sunflower. Yep. The medicine that Sebastian, is that life-threatening if he don't take that medicine?
No.
Okay. It's not life-threatening, but it's not good that he don't have it,
Correct.
Yeah. And like anything else, it's not good because if you take medicine for so long and you just come off of medicine just quick, fast, and in a hurry, it can cause seizures,
Yes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be weaned off if and when he came off of it. It's not supposed to be a sudden stop.
Yeah. Yeah. So what is your theory, each one of you separately, on what happened to Sebastian? Well, I mean, just like, I know you've probably had 2 or 3, but like,
how do we jump so quickly from is that medicine life-threatening and just barely wait for the response to, so what's your theory? What's your theory?
Man.
I'm just amazed.
But like, what do you think now? We're 3 weeks later. What is your thoughts now? Like, what do you think?
I wish I had a freaking clue on where my son was, to be honest with you. None of it makes sense.
But not so much where he was, but like, if you just play it back in your head, like, if you think, what in the world happened? I mean, what could have happened? Is there things like maybe that you've thought over and over as a mother, what could have happened? Something ring a bell from a week ago, a month ago, something that's clicked to you. I mean, anything.
I mean, all I can say is everything that I've come up with, I've asked law enforcement to look into, and so far nothing has led to anything substantial in finding him. I mean, we've gone over wild probabilities,
Hey,
all
we got a
sorts of
lifelike
stuff.
bird inbound.
And
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. They never said nothing about it on the radio.
we
10-4.
haven't been able to figure out anything that explains where my son is.
Yeah. And they want to know, do you know this Katie Fisher or Carrie Fisher personally, the one that redirected the search? Was
No.
it convicted? You know who I'm talking about? She was a convicted felon.
I heard about that, but no, I've never met her before.
How
I
do you
don't
feel
know
about
her at all.
How do you feel about that?
We talked to the law enforcement about it to ask because we didn't know anything about it until we started getting told that there was, an issue and somebody with felon was potentially interrupting the searches and whatnot. And we went to them and was like, what the heck? Like, what is this? What are y'all doing with it? Is this true? And I don't know all of the results on if law enforcement like directly addressed her or anything like that. I just know that that she led a search, I believe, down in Goodlettsville.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, at least it was a search that happened.
So you don't think she hurt anything, or like as far as the searches or anything? Do you think it was just something that blew up on the internet? I mean, I know they got her out. She's not allowed to search anymore, but I mean, do you think it was something that just blew out of proportion?
I mean, it's nothing more than an opinion, but I think probably because
Yeah.
law enforcement said that that there was no like hindrance that they know of that happened from that, but it's beyond the whole internet blow up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That was just the question.
Wow. I can't
What is
believe their
that?
answer. Huh?
What is that about?
There was, I guess, a woman who was interfering with the searches, but I don't know. It doesn't sound like they were law enforcement searches. They're these volunteer searches that are now taking place. But I'm just dumbfounded at the fact that they are still up here answering all of these questions, and people
Yeah.
are out there still dragging them. Like, what? Do you guys want a blood sample from them? Like, I'm so. And then the
Good
question
morning,
here,
Sarami.
wearing a pull-ups at home, and are you afraid of your hey, Jenny, you afraid of your husband? Like,
Nope.
wow.
Nope.
If she was, do you think she'd answer it here?
Are you afraid of Luke?
Yeah, no. Like, this is just.
You said yeah first.
I did. I did.
Oh my god.
It's just so asinine. I'm wow.
Question that was on here too, and okay, so they want to know. Somebody always L8 wants to know why Sebastian was wearing pull-ups at your home. I think we covered that, and not. Oh no, they want to know if he was afraid of Chris. Is that why he was wearing the pull-ups?
No, he wasn't wearing pull-ups because he was afraid of Chris. Sebastian had a recent autism diagnosis, but Sebastian has a chromosome deletion that he was diagnosed with when he was a baby.
Yeah. So that's what they were saying. Always L8. Okay, so that's about.
Did you even hear what she said?
She's not
No.
listening to her. She is
You
not.
didn't even hear what she said.
She
Yeah,
has
okay, that's what
talked.
they were saying. Like, what?
Yeah, she has talked over her, interrupted her, and just flat out not listened to her all through this, and then wants to know why Chris does all the talking.
Wait, did you look through that? Right? That's the only time she listens. Yes, the chromosome deletion. Sofa King wants the lie detector test. They both offered it. They have both offered to take it. Like, both dads have offered to take it.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
About Carrie Fisher. A couple people asked me that one. Okay. What are some of the signs or symptoms for Sebastian if he misses his medicine?
He's got combined type ADHD, so he does get, hyper. His behaviors become a little more like he'll flip-flop between his moods more, like being overly excited or, he has periods where he's really calm, where he just hyper focuses on, whatever it is that he's playing or fidgeting with.
Yeah.
He can become a little more temperamental, like more easily aggravated. Not that he becomes violent, but he just gets aggravated easier.
Right.
He does get an increased appetite when he's off of his meds. an unfortunate side effect of those is that they do suppress the appetite a little bit. So he'll eat more. But and he will be more, I'm trying to think of the right word. Like when he'll start telling you something, he'll be on a bunch of different subjects, but all like in the same sentence.
Right.
So his thoughts become less coordinated. Yeah, he becomes a lot less coordinated in his thoughts.
Yeah. Oh. So, okay, so when he took, okay, so Katie, the trash cans at the end of the driveway Sunday night, was there any strange cars around then? Did the dogs, and they want to know, did the dog pick up that scent at the end of the driveway?
Can I?
Okay.
No, so I'd like to clarify this whole dog scent thing for once and for all. So the dog scent, everybody said, oh, the dogs didn't get a scent. Dogs didn't get. The dogs got a scent. What the dogs got and where it led to, there's a lot of misinformation as far as to the road, to the construction site, to this, to that, to this. For the record, there were so many dogs used. I don't know if we actually have a true count. On the day one, there was 5 dogs automatically. We know for a fact. They brought dogs in from out of state, different counties, all over the place. But of all the dogs, there was a couple that took them through a construction zone and took them over to a retention pond. Now the retention pond is no higher than knee deep.
Right.
They walked it and they drained it, but from there the scent disappears. There's poof.
Right. Right. Why did you lawyer up? They said.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, who's my lawyer? I'd love to meet him.
So they took him through a construction zone, the dog did, and it ended at the retention pond. And the pond is only waist deep. That is different than what Seth said. He said that it stopped in the road. I don't know which is true, but there is that.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a smart ass, folks.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, I mean, if somebody said we got a lawyer, I'd like to meet him because, sure.
Yeah, I have no clue. I'm just reading the questions. So let's see.
Both could
so
be
somebody
true.
said, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you, Chris. Why not focus on searching for Sebastian? I'm just reading the questions. I can't see all of them until I pop them up, unless I can see the very top. We'll see. Okay, let's see this. 3 Tennessee families, each kid missing a child. 2 of the 3, at least one present on social media. At least one parent on social media who is more concerned with how they begin being betrayed or treated. So what about getting the word out about their child? So I guess what they're saying is, are you like, who are you? Why are you worried about who gets the word out about your child? I guess that's what they're asking. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, but I could be wrong. Like, why does it matter who gets the word out about your child as long as it gets out? Oh, did he drop down again? Whoops. No, he's still there. You still there, Chris?
Hello, can you hear me now? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, like
the whole thing about I heard your question. My answer is simple. We want correct information out there. We don't want false information, which unfortunately somebody has put out false information. And the downside is I mean, one anchor in particular, I don't need to put the name out there.
It's okay.
But the one news anchor, instead of just reporting, kept insinuating stuff, which in itself is a problem. And it drew the focus away from Sebastian and started focusing more on, who did it? Well, these people are, and that was a problem, so we don't want false information. None of the parents, none of the family members want false information. We just want the accurate information out there and people to focus on finding him instead of bashing parents or bashing something that they don't like, and just if people would put that focus into finding Sebastian, instead of bashing us, that would be amazing. We love you all regardless.
I understand that, but here, listen, I know, and y'all let me get back to the comment. I'll get back to this in a minute. I think, Lord have mercy. Now, there's my comments. Sorry, y'all, I can't see my comments. I'll get back to all that. Thank you for all that. I'll get back to that in a minute. It's just too many, and I don't know how much further along it goes down. But I just don't see what's the difference in that. And maybe, and we do want the correct. I said this from the day that I opened this up. I want to make sure the correct information, and I'll try my very best to do that no matter what. And I could be wrong on some things. I really could. It's hard to get facts out about everything, and I'll correct if I'm wrong. But listen, and on this channel, I do say things that others won't say, and that's okay. But because I do care and I'm passionate about the kids. I don't care. I'm not in it for the money, the clicks, likes, views, whatever. I don't care. That's not what I'm here for. But Chris, it's what you said. So I'm asking you, why not go on these big channels or bigger channels, or little channels? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, what does it matter? Is it that important to you that a person you feel, and your feelings are your feelings, but I'm just saying that you feel is getting this misinformation or this information about you or digging the dirt on you. Now, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's right or wrong.
Oh, I can't.
What I'm trying to say is, or you go on this channel per se. He dropped off again.
Oh my God. So go on the channels that are putting out the misinformation.
He passed out from, never mind, Stephanie, shut your mouth. Like, what the crap?
Grayson hadn't heard back. We didn't know about the.
Loved that.
I think it's where he's at.
Yeah. He said he wasn't invited to Nancy Grace.
I need a
but I'm sure
snack.
she would
My
love
blood
to
sugar's
have
dropping.
him.
We've actually reached out to Nancy Grace and hadn't heard back.
I'm
We didn't
gonna
know
mute.
about the Nancy Grace interview.
Yeah. So, I think she would love to have. Here he goes. Okay.
I think it would be great because she's got such a vast audience and a way of getting it out there big time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But Chris, I was just going to say, what's the difference in that and being on any channel that maybe is just trying to make a name for themselves? Is that not who's not really does stuff like this? I mean, I'm just asking. I mean, is that not important to y'all?
Finding Sebastian is every bit as important as anything else. But at the same time, do I want to sit down with somebody who's dragged me through the mud, continues to drag us through the mud, and keeps putting false information out there, which causes a lot of problems, not just for us, but for the law enforcement folks that are also doing their job trying to find Sebastian? It's an issue.
Well, can I just ask you, what about Nick Barris? I mean,
That's who we're referring to.
Okay. I don't know anything about that. So I'm just gonna say, okay.
Right, and unfortunately, and it's nothing against everybody out there. There's stuff that people don't know, and they're not going to be. They won't know because they weren't privy to the conversations.
Yeah.
Not only that, but it just sucks. And there's a difference in journalism and trying to get your Emmy nomination. There's a difference.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to be mean, but.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out. So yeah.
I mean, trust me. If I can go to everybody else and I can go get all these people, and we can get Nancy Grace, and we can get anybody else out there to spread the word, I'm not going to worry about one anchor. I'm not.
Right. Well, I say everybody, needs to do it. I mean, everybody needs to do what they can, no matter if they're this big, or this big, or gigantic. But it is what it is. It needs to be found, and that's all there is to it. But Chris, I'm going to ask you, same thing I asked Katie a while ago. If you could say anything in this world that you rethunk this 3 weeks, what would you say to Sebastian today, tonight, right now, again? I mean, it don't have to be the same thing. It could be now. What are you feeling tonight?
I miss him. I want him home. Look forward to him being back home. I'm looking to see, happy to get things back to normal instead of chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a man of emotional words, but Sebastian, he knows. Deep down, he knows.
What would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday? And I know you were not home, but what would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday?
Let's say that one more time. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
If you could turn back time and you could change anything about that Sunday, what would it be? I know you were not home, You're in Memphis. But if you could do anything over about that Sunday, what would you do?
If I could go back and change anything, I wished I was able to work in town. Maybe things would have been different because we both would have been home. I don't know. I mean, there's so many should have, could have, would have, and I wish I could have, and wished I would have, and I don't have the answers because I don't know. I mean, I know I got my stepson's missing. My house is not whole. There's a big emptiness right now.
Yeah. Somebody said it took you 7 hours to get home.
The beeping, I think, is because he's on the job doing this right now. I've heard the walkie-talkies come through from others. Yeah, a couple.
It took me a minute. I was like, "What is going on?"
Mm-hmm. This is wild. Like, did I hear that correctly? I was in heating up something to eat, and she said, "What's wrong with going on these smaller channels that are trying to make a name for themselves?"
Yeah, don't you think that's important?
That's what I thought I heard.
That's what it sounded like. I don't know. I mean, maybe on a second listen, it sounds different. But that is what it sounded like.
She did at the very beginning. She held one up, like one of her actual flyers. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
It's a 7+ hour round trip from my house to Memphis.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's not. Yeah, so they're saying that some people were saying that you like didn't leave right away and you were waiting, and we already went through all that. So
well, and some of those folks' comment is correct. Yes,
yeah.
Yes. Because
Well, it did take him 7, so he found out at 6. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. That he got home at 1. That is 7 hours. But there is a 3.5-hour drive. So it took him 3 hours to either. Some people work jobs where they can't just hop off, just like grab everything and run. So there's that possibility, as well as the fact of maybe he thought, okay, law enforcement's arrived. They're helping my wife. His dad's on the way. They're going to get, he's going to be found really quickly. And it took a couple hours to realize this is serious. This is dire. You need to get here.
I would imagine he also had some things to do to even leave.
Right.
Right? Like, didn't he say he left his camper there?
Uh-huh.
So you'd have to get that all unhooked and get whatever you needed and lock it up, make sure it's all locked up, and get on the
you gotta go
road.
through
Plus, he's been
that.
up all night. He hasn't slept yet.
There's a lot here.
I don't know.
This interview put you on the map. Oh, that's. Steenie said, just went to Smiley's channel. I did not know her before this. She has someone congratulate her saying this interview put her on the map.
Oh, that reminds me of another person that had an interview. They said, this is the big one at the beginning of it. I don't know if you remember that.
No, I don't. Tell me in the back chat. Because I want to know.
Because I can't.
I mean, yeah.
I could not leave. I can't just. It's not a normal job. You can't just tell your boss I'm out of here and walk out the door, get in your car, and leave. I mean, there's a lot of safety involved. Sebastian's dad, same thing. He's not going to be able just to be like, hey, I'm out of here, and walk out the door. I left as soon as I could, when I could.
What let's see. Somebody wants to know why you didn't want him around your daughter.
That is a personal family matter.
Okay.
That unfortunately that's not what I'm going to open up.
Okay.
It's not
well, okay, you don't have to. Let me ask you this in another way. Let me ask you this in my way, not their way. I heard that it's possible. Well, I heard that is he supposed to be a witness in some kind of case that you have with your wife? Is that true?
No.
Okay.
No, man. So I've heard that somebody said he was supposed to be a witness in my custody case with my daughter.
Okay.
And absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't know where that came from, but I mean, I when I heard it, I was laughing internally. I was like, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was just kind of wondering how that would work, but yeah, I just thought I would clear that up. But okay, so I won't keep y'all on here all night, but I want to ask you, like, how did there's just a couple more. How come Ellie, do you think, hasn't publicly cleared you, like in the public cleared you, come out and said, hey, their parents are clear?
Because
I know
they
what you said, Chris.
clear people. Law enforcement does not clear people in missing investigations. You know this. Well, let's ask you anyway.
Why?
Because the investigation is still ongoing, because Sebastian is still missing, which is why they came out and clarified that no, we are not suspects, and yes, we are.
If you're not guilty, the first thing that they would do, just like with Elizabeth Smart, is come out and say they're not guilty. Same thing with Brandy. I mean, Brandy Neal Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom.
The first thing. This just shows me right now that you don't even know what you're talking about pertaining to that case. I'm not going to repeat it again. This is ridiculous.
That's what they're going to do. I mean, they're not going to, and others in the news, that's just who I think you're familiar with. But that's what they're going to do. They're not going to like just allow you to be sitting there hanging in the public's eye and take all this criticism and stuff.
Yes, they are.
There's so many agencies involved in this investigation.
I agree.
And I mean, across the board. And you think of an alphabet, it's probably involved, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I have begged and begged and begged, and so has my wife. Seth, when he was at the house before, same thing. We all asked, why can't you come out and just say it? Y'all told us to our faces.
Mm-hmm.
And the response we get, because it's an ongoing investigation and protocol does not allow us to do that. And that is the answer we're given.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying you're telling a lie. I'm just wondering why,
Which is why law enforcement can say things like they're not the focus of the investigation, which is what they did for the Neals in Michael's case. But they cannot come out and say you are 100% cleared.
Or they're not suspects. They can say
or they're not suspects. Like when are people going to get this through? Like,
I don't know, but I mean, based off of the case that she just talked about that she's been on for 2.5 years, I would think she would know that by now.
Right? I mean, look at all the people there that wish they could be cleared.
Lots of people, not just the parents.
No, they don't clear people in missing investigations, especially children.
Because I would be demanding. I really would be demanding. I'm just trying to think, I would do everything in my power to, and I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying, again, my intro, one of my intros has it on there. I'm not saying, but you are suspicious, or this is suspicious, however I say it. And I mean that. I mean, things don't add up. Stuff don't add up. I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful either.
So here's something that's very unique. I mean, we talk about it whenever they come and they talk to us or they call us on the phone. This is a case that literally has got all of these agencies stumped. Okay, and I'm saying this very openly as far as, playing devil's advocate. Let's say one of us was suspected of foul play. Let's say something, right?
Right.
There's no way that we would outdupe all these agencies. There's no way. However, this 15-year-old boy has managed to outdo everybody. Call him Houdini. He always wanted to be a ninja, and we kept goofing around. Well, he has officially done it because poof.
Chris, I get what you're saying. We have read the TBI newsroom report. TBI, local law enforcement, FBI, Secret Service. These people do not care. You are chum in the water for them. You are chum in the water. And it doesn't matter how much this is reiterated. Honestly, I don't even think it would freaking matter if law enforcement came out and said all the parents are clear. I don't think that would matter one tiny bit.
Well, they said that Well, that would happen just like what happened tonight. Well, the police can lie to you.
There it is. That's what it is. Police can lie to you. Yep.
That's what happened
That's what it would be.
tonight.
That's
The
what it would
police
be.
can lie to you. Yep.
Wow. This is wild.
Nothing. And it's, the cops have told us this is a case that will go down as a researched study case where they're asking the questions and looking for answers, and literally nothing. Everything they try to come up with, blank.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything is just, it's really strange. It's really strange. I don't know.
I mean, I wish there was something, anything.
What?
I do too. If I could get it, out there somehow. I mean, from what I see, I don't know for a fact. There's almost 1,700 people in here. That's big for me because I don't never have that. Numbers don't matter to me. But and somebody pointed out, stop saying that, Smiley, because it matters when these kids are at risk. Yeah, I mean, that it is. It's important when I'm talking about a child missing, and this definitely means a lot that so many people are in here. They're in here because of you guys. Thank you. You guys need to be out here, in my opinion, speaking on him, not fighting with the Facebook groups. I see you in there. It makes me want to go in there because sometimes you push the wrong buttons with me. I'm just saying.
Well, and don't get me wrong. And like I said, and I've opened that communication with you, and I told you, you want to talk, you call me. You want to send me a message, something. And as I've been very respectful to you, I haven't.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I may not always say the right things. I may not. But it's like last time I looked in the mirror, I'm a human. I'm entitled to my emotions. I'm entitled to my opinions, and I respect those, and I respect everybody else's just as much.
Yes, sir.
There's one thing that compassion is a virtue that is.
Did Smiley have an offline private conversation with them? Because unless she had an offline private conversation that is not posted publicly, they're not going to let her know that they're interested in her interview. Just saying.
Wait, what? Who's?
Mama Three Boys says Smiley does say after her interview that LE was interested in her interview. She would not know that unless they went to her and asked for, or, hey, do you have a private convo that we can listen to or something? If they are listening and interested in this publicly posted conversation, they have no need to tell her that.
Yeah, and not just that, but that is a common theme there.
Mm-hmm.
The few times that I've gone over there, everybody's very interested in everything, allegedly. I don't know. It could be true. Sorry.
Short demand in today's society. Because if you sit back and you look at all these families, now we got another one, Riley. The 6'7" guy disappeared in the flat, gone. Now we got another family that's hurting.
Yeah.
If you, as a person, ever set in the shoes that me, Katie, and Seth sit in to this day, or the Riley family for that much, I promise you, the outlook that you're going to see from our view, you'll understand it. You'll be so riddled with emotions, and you really don't care because all you want is the same end result. You just want your loved one.
Right. Right. I know it don't get any easier each day that passes. It don't. They want to know if it's possible, since y'all were on the phone, if he could have tried to walk to Chris's work. Thought maybe he was that close, the building site. The construction site that was by your house. Maybe he thought that was Chris's job.
Oh Lord, no. Sebastian, no. Sebastian knows when my job sites. He knows what to look for, and what I do has no equipment of that manufacturer on that site. Period.
Yeah. Go ahead, Katie. I'm sorry.
The construction site near our house isn't like a skyscraper. It's just houses and homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're building a small subdivision.
Yeah.
And we've searched it several times.
I mean, I'm currently sitting, today's my last night covering the screen, but I'm sitting at Vanderbilt University at the hospital, 300 feet in the air with a skyline view. And I get to sit here and do what I do, but I also sit here and I watch life flight helicopters come in and land every so often at Vanderbilt and at the Children's Hospital. And I have nothing but to sit here and wonder, could one of those be Sebastian?
Yeah. I understand.
No, you don't.
Well, my prayers are certainly with every one of y'all and
Oh my gosh.
Seth and Katie and you and the
This is
grandmother
breaking my
and
heart.
everybody and Sebastian. I want everybody to the whole Hendersonville, the community, people that didn't know him love him, and I want to see this come to an end in a good way. In a good way. Just to think positive, happy thoughts. Just think happy thoughts.
Very, very true.
And if anybody has any information, you know to call that number 615-442-1865 or the 1-800-TBI-FIND. See, I got I moved it, but please print one of these out. Print it out. Pass it out everywhere. You never know. Again, like I asked you today, put it in your mail. Don't hurt if you mail a letter to somebody that's your old friend. Mail it. Put it in there. Send it all over the world.
Well, I mean, it's funny you say it because I've got confirmation that there's folks in Australia, Spain, England, Austria, UK that they've got wind of this and they've got some posters posted. So it was actually kind of cool. I never thought that would happen, but that's pretty cool.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely. Yeah. But Funny Face Brenda says love should have brought you home. Yeah. And they were talking about he wanted friends. He's got more friends than he will ever know what to do with. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Love brought him home? What do you I'm gonna lose my shit. If the man would have been there within an hour, everyone would be saying, oh my God, he rushed right home. He's absolutely guilty.
Was he already there? Was he already partway there?
Was he parked somewhere else? Did you not hear what law enforcement have done, what the TBI, the FBI, and the Secret Service have done, the things that they have collected, the evidence that they have obtained, the data that they have collected?
Love should have brought you home.
It's like this is a live action reality show for some people. I did miss the last one, whatever it was. I'm glad I missed it. This like makes me like is there any hope in humanity left? Like, I'm sorry, I can't help it, y'all. I put myself in this situation. What if I was Katie? Like,
yeah.
I can't even imagine what that feels like, nor do I want to. And to have people throw these accusations and without even taking the time to know the whole story, like it's awful. It's gut wrenching. It makes you want to scream and cry some more. It's just, this is just so asinine.
I think also like it's such a shock when this is done to you.
Yeah.
Because we've had it. Weren't missing a job, but we've had this done to us.
Yeah, just like accusations
Recently.
and lies and misinformation. Yeah.
Horrible things in some cases. Horrible accusations. And I know what that feels like when I don't have a child missing. I cannot imagine.
That's such a tiny, minuscule scale compared to what these 3 individuals are feeling. Not even take into account their grandparents, his school teachers, aunts, uncles, cousins, bus driver. I don't know, the man that runs down the street and waves hi to him as he's taking out, like, just not even taking into account all the other people that love and care for this young man. What do you think the lies and the misinformation and the accusations and just the bullshit that's continually slung out there is doing to all those people?
Yep. That's what I'm saying. I know what it felt like on that level where there's not all the other stuff. I cannot imagine what this is like.
Kate, I respect that. Kate, I respect that 1,000%.
Right.
Don't accuse them. You just don't like, and that's the thing. There's a lot of things about all of them. I'm like, that's a little. I got questions. I've got this or that. Yellow flag, red flag. But some of these questions being asked are coming from a place of ignorance and not even knowing 10 minutes worth of the case.
The question, like, if you could change anything about Sunday, That is hardcore. Because that's like basically saying, what
Are
did
you
you do
kidding me?
wrong? What did you do wrong?
There are people in there flat out calling them murderers.
What?
So there's people in there that are smarter than the FBI, the TBI, and the Secret Service. Dang, somebody get them a resume. I know that's a sassy response, but like, come on.
Oh my gosh.
Makes me, I understand why.
Hey, did you know we're doing a deep dive?
Did I spell it wrong?
It just left the D off. I just noticed it just now.
Thank you
We're
for
doing a
that
deep
laugh.
dive.
Needed that.
I know. I felt like we needed to, because it's
Deep dive.
extremely
That's too
upsetting.
funny. Yeah, this is so insane. So insane. Okay.
Come home. And everybody complained how packed the block was with cop cars. Well, he's now become like the son of Summer County, so it's gonna be a long line.
Yeah, yeah. I sure hope it's soon. Was there anything that
I'm sure
you would
they
like to
do
say
too.
that either one of you that you think that we can do to help? I mean, that we can really do to help those near, those far. I don't know.
I want to spread his face to the ends of the earth and back because he's out there somewhere and someone does know something and someone needs to come forward. Whoever may have him, assuming that someone might have him, needs to let him come home. And we need everybody everywhere to see his face and to know his face. All the missing children. But I personally think that the more people that know his face, the more likely it is that if he is out somewhere, that more likely someone will actually recognize him and be able to call and we can bring him home.
And we can do that, and we have these platforms. Will you, consider doing something for me though? Will you please consider talking to some of the bigger creators? And it don't have to be like the news or whatever, but like, would you consider talking to some, especially, I know JLR again, Chris.
Oh my, I knew it. I freaking knew it. I'm like, don't
Look,
say
what
it.
is the
Like,
deal here?
what is the obsession with this? What is the obsession with this here? You all can't tell me there's no agenda here in this interview.
I don't understand. Why is this consider talking to JLR? Why?
He has thoroughly explained to you why he would not be speaking with that man. And yeah.
I guess I don't understand. And what else needs to be discussed?
Because he has a big platform. They're going on Nancy Grace and News Nation, like the parents are. And you think he needs to talk to Jonathan Lee Riches, the man who is stalking them outside of their campground, posting pictures of them eating food because now they have to stop eating. Like they have to do away. Like what?
Did they go on News Nation? I know
No,
Seth did.
Seth did. Yeah, I'm just saying,
Oh,
like
okay.
they're
In general,
getting
yeah.
his name out there in these manners, this way. All the parents are doing that type of stuff, and you want bigger, true crime creators like Jonathan Lee Riches. Are you kidding me?
See, here's the issue too. The parents, their idea is to go these places to get his name and face out, to tell people important things they might need to know. Like this interview, this is just the drama to get into
You nailed it. This is the Krama interview. That's what it is.
Just to get like all the dirt, right? And when you don't get dirt, you find dirt. You create dirt. That's what, in all fairness, what JLR has done.
Good. Not
He
to
just
you.
stuck it out there.
Good too, advising him not to talk to JLR. We've seen what JLR did to many parents. Yeah. Probably. I don't know about that, Susie. I think she was hoping she could co-host. What was it? Aunt Mary? Is it Aunt Mary? No. I know it's not. I know it's right. Like, what is the obsession? What is the obsession with it? They've already told you in great detail. They are being generous with you, giving you their time even. And I mean, we're going on 3 hours of their time. And let me play this.
I hope I got you calmed down on that a little bit.
I'm calm. I mean, emotions can sometimes get the best of a person.
I know. And because I personally want the word out. And what Katie just said about, that was perfect, what she just said. But if you will allow yourself, and listen, if you ever have a question and you want to private ask me, look, is this person, whatever, I've had my fair share with some of these people. Okay. Let me tell you, I'm not going to say, but it's your ultimate decision. I would say, I don't know. I'd watch that one, because what I don't want these creators who's going to end up like Summer Wells case and then be fighting each other. I don't want that. Okay. This is about him. Okay. This is about him. But what I want you to consider is, I want you to consider, Chris and Katie, to please, right now, early on, go ahead and let's get his name and face out there. And please consider talking. I mean, you got Jay for Justice. And she's sweet. I mean, just let.
You didn't have to super chat Ozzy Trish, but I don't know who TL is. I thought they weren't good, but she's at least out searching. She does know Seth from her past as well. Shows what's the bias. Who's TL? Anybody know?
Terry Lynn.
Oh, good. Well, hey, yeah, at least she's out searching. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But thank you for that, Ozzy Trisha. It is so familiar. So familiar. That's what Sleuthy came in earlier and said too. Very familiar.
And she came in and left.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I'm like, nope. She's not
too
doing
familiar.
no kids' cases anymore.
I swore I wasn't going to.
Bigger channels, please.
Nope. Go ahead. No,
I'm just trying to power through this one. I'm sorry.
I know. No, go for it.
Talk to them. The ones that's really for the kids, please. I'm just looked up because I'm nobody, and you did make a promise to me. Trev time is, I know you spoke with him already on another channel. I don't know how you feel about that, but he really is for the kids.
Well, here's what I'll say about Trev, and I'm going to say this open and publicly.
It's okay.
So Trev sent me a message and he apologized.
Mm-hmm.
He apologized to me and my wife because he made a mistake. He got wrapped up in, I'm going to call it the sauce. He got wrapped up in that with jumping on the bandwagon of assuming and accusing us. Now, he admit back and he has changed that. He has apologized.
Mm-hmm.
That right there alone, I'll do your show.
Mm-hmm.
Because you did it. You did what you were supposed to do as a man or a woman, excuse me. I mean, new age thing nowadays. Sorry.
Trev has a big heart. Big heart.
Righteousness, the right thing, that will get you a lot farther than the rest of it. I mean, it's one thing. And that's what I'm saying. With JLR, this dude, he's going to have to make a public apology. He's going to have to make it public for me to consider him. And the reason why I say that is because how much crap he put out there and to the level he was gone to certain topics. There's one topic. Okay. My kids don't cross that line.
I understand.
Who you are.
I understand. I'm just saying.
I mean,
one
of the reasons it took us a little bit longer to do some of these interviews. Okay. And this is before we started doing interviews and talking with media, we were kind of advised, hold off, don't do that. Well, eventually got to the point we needed to start talking to the media.
Mm-hmm.
The parents, myself, Katie, and Seth, all decided, we made a pact in the beginning. Hey, if we're going to do this, we're going to keep each other in the loop. We're going to talk to each other and ask. We're not just going to go out here and do our own thing. Okay. That has always been our pact. We would call Seth and say, hey, initially he didn't want to do any type of interviews, and we understood that.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him, I said, hey man, do you want to phone in with us? Do you want to come to the house and we'll do this as a group? What do you want to do? We've tried and we want to do this as a group. Unfortunately, somewhere along the way, we've all kind of gotten off track, and he's kind of gone out and done his thing. We've kind of done our thing. Mrs. Rogers done her thing. I think his sister may have done something. I mean, but everybody's getting the word out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just don't want anybody's ego and nobody to get in the way. I mean, I'm just saying, because Katie did say it perfect just a minute ago. And if you can say it for the you know, for the flyers and stuff. I just want it to be known that, because I always say, and no matter if it's a missing child, I always say it. Sometimes I do little things.
I don't even think she's listening. That right there just broke my heart. That they had something along the way caused a division, and they were in agreement. And we saw this. We called this out last live, that like, look, you know, we had watched multiple interviews, and both all three of them were saying such kind of lifting things about one another until that last one, and it breaks my heart.
Yeah, that one, the Terry Lynn one, and it was like we were,
Thank
we
you,
were both like,
86.
"What the heck just happened? Like what's different?" And that was the first time I saw the grandmother.
Extended family. But I don't even think it's that. I don't even think it's that. I
No.
think that there are people in their ear, all of their ears, and I'm not even going to speculate on who, but just all sorts of people wanting to push this narrative and directions. It's just so.
Yeah.
I know. Do they pick a parent's name out of a hat? What creator gets what parent and fight to the I mean, it's so crazy, Sofa King.
I wish they could sit down and talk, or would sit down and
Mhm.
talk and just figure out a way to be able to
Yeah.
work together. 'Cause this
See,
is kinda
Kate,
crazy.
I hear he says that now. I've heard that's coming up in the interview we're listening to, but we just listened to the one that was just the night before this interview, and he said the complete opposite thing of that.
He was not nice.
Mm-mm. No, but he said that he talks to him every day or every other day. And so it's very, very wild that something happened, and it just makes me sad. I hope they can put all of these things aside and get back on track for Sebastian.
Yeah, me too.
Mhm. Yeah. I really do believe they crossed all boundaries, dividing the family with their agenda for drama. I agree. I agree. My heart goes out to all three of them. All three of them. It's so wild.
Hate what these people do.
It's called My Opinion. Yeah, it is. And it is theirs. It's absolutely theirs. No, I feel bad for all three of them. Every last one. I feel bad for Seth. I feel bad for Chris. I feel bad for Katie. I feel bad for Grandma. I feel bad for any grandparents, any step-grandparents. I feel bad for the stepsister, aunts, uncles, cousins. But my heart especially feels bad for Seth, Katie, and Chris. And if you go back and listen to my opinion of Seth, it has been quite generous, quite praising him on multiple levels. So I don't know why you think that I haven't been.
Little things on just what's in my heart and stuff. Sometimes it could be on freaking, I don't know, it could be.
Well, I do know why. It's because I'm not willing to bash Chris. That somehow means that I hate Seth, and that's not true at all. That's not true at all.
Well, that's what
Not
that
one
account,
tiny bit.
that person came in here doing that, like, off the bat.
There have been people here in my chat all night long talking about how much they despise Chris. You think if I was like pushing a narrative, I wouldn't be blocking them and deleting their comments, addressing them and conversating with them?
Now, here's my opinion. I think what's best for Sebastian is not to bash any of his parents and let law enforcement handle any of this. Right?
Absolutely.
Because sitting here bashing people that you don't know, or just because you don't like them, what is that? How
So
is it fun? Is that
if
like entertainment fun?
did I offend the creator you like tonight? Is that the thing? Because there's absolutely no narrative being pushed here towards Sebastian or any of his parents. But if it's a creator thing, then that's completely different.
It had nothing to do with a person. Sometimes I just get in my feelings. Sometimes I come on here and it ends up somebody says, "You don't know what you did you?" And it's just a lesson or something. I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head right now. But I always say, no matter how little we are, we might take and say something, and then somebody sees it, and then they share it, and it goes on and on and on, and somebody really might be helped by it. Well, it's the same thing with Sebastian. Somebody might share it, come in 2 weeks from now, or hopefully not that long, but and see him somewhere, or remember something, and something may click, or it could be tomorrow, tonight, an hour from now.
Yeah, we've done Nancy Grace's interview, and we're going to do her next one. We're going in chronological order.
And it really may help. But sometimes you need other creators, and it just needs to all just flow like that. I don't know, no matter how big or how small. And it don't matter to me. I want to kind of promote everybody. If they have a channel and they're good and they have good intentions, I don't care who it is. I don't care what they do. And I just hope that y'all, as the parents of him, don't let your ego get in the way. Just let it roll off, and do what you got to do. Just bring him home. Bring him home. I just hope that makes sense. I mean, I hope it's okay advice, and I hope I'm not overstepping saying that. Yeah. And yeah, right, Trev is a good guy. I'm glad he did whatever he had to do.
Very good.
Well, he didn't have to do it. He manned up and apologized because he made a mistake, and he said, "Look, I know I did. I'm apologizing. Appreciate that, man. That means a lot."
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, all your viewers out there, I want to say thank everybody, regardless of what your personal opinion is of me and my wife, the situation, the bio father, anybody, it doesn't matter. I personally say thank you for being able to continue to spread the word, be a part of this in any form, shape, or fashion. And just know that you got 3 parents missing a son that needs to be home. And compassion is, like I said, in short demand, and could be overfloweth with people out there if we could just find a way to become all one united group, and we can just do this.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's sometimes it's hard though. Something pops off, or you hear this, and you got to you got to just do it. And again, like I told you when I first talked to you through there, I was just like, we got to set our feelings aside. I mean, number one for me is you have to understand. I have to think of all sides, and I have to do until they say. And I think outside the box. I'm not like any of these other people. I'm not with them. I don't really, there's a couple I'm like talk to here and there, but I don't work with nobody. Get that straight, everybody, while you're on my channel now. Even these creators wonder, what do you do? Like, I don't work with nobody. If I want to know something, I'm pretty much going to go to you. If I'm going to call you out, I'll get on here and Fire for Live and I'll call you out. I'm not like these people, but don't put me with everybody else,
Well, I mean,
so I have my feelings too. And I think what I want, and I say what I want. And sometimes it's not good.
Well, there's, like I said, there's information that we still, even as of today, we had a meeting with law enforcement, and we've asked them verbatim, like everything we've been saying, is there anything you want us to change? Is there anything new that we can put out? And honestly, they said exactly what y'all been putting out, the way you've been putting out is exactly what you need to do. Don't add to it. Don't take away from it. And trust me, it kills us because there's there's facts that we can put out there, and it would put a lot of things to rest, but we can't because of, they say it can potentially cause issues to the investigation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And please, please, please do not let these creators push you into sharing that information, because it absolutely can harm Sebastian's case, and don't let it. Please don't let it.
Somebody said Smiley asked a hard question. I don't know what y'all want me to ask, because that's what you better tell me before I get off of here, because if you have anything, I'll ask 2 or 3 more questions, and I'm not going to ask any more because we've been on here 3 hours, y'all. And what do you want me to ask? Seriously.
Make them good. Come on. I know y'all got them hard ones.
Yeah, make them good. Ask something that's not been asked before. I wasn't expecting he was going to tell me. I was on Justin's panel, and I wasn't expecting he was going to tell me to come on right now.
So just to clear this up, because I had already heard that somebody in that show popped off and said, well, he don't talk to a man. Well, I'm not jumping on that show because that wasn't your show. That was his show that y'all were in. I told you and made you a promise that I'd come talk to you.
Yeah.
Never promised them.
Yeah, I understand that. So, yeah. And I did tell you, hey, yeah. And you said, how do you feel about that? And I said, yeah, I will do it, and I'll Fire for Live right now. So I guess you thought I'd Fire for Live right now, and I would. So they said, oh, let's go over there. So it worked out.
See, they could have jumped in on your show. I wouldn't have been upset with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have cared.
So, well, Josh came over, and but look, yeah, but see, I have to stop there, and then I had to come fire this one up over here.
Yeah, I'm
so
sorry.
No, it's fine. It's confusing, but yeah. And then I was like, I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I better do that because I don't know how this is going to go. I really thought you were going to be mad at me for when I said it, but anyway, I'm like, but anyway, I had to get ready.
Wait. So they were all over at somebody else's channel, and he was there, and
Yeah, so I guess
what?
they were at Justin's because somebody had said earlier that he was supposed to do Justin's show and then he went and did Smileys instead. He just said he didn't tell anybody he was doing their show except her.
She had mentioned earlier in this live that she had been in contact with him.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess maybe people misunderstood.
Sorry, I had to grab another Mr. Pibb.
Don't be sorry.
I don't know if it's connected to my headphone or the computer, so I yelled. So sorry if that was bad.
Computer.
Okay, good. Okay. Wow, so I am a grandma. Thank you. I'm a nana. Winnie nailed it. Yep. At the end of the day, this is all about Sebastian being found. Please don't lose that hope. And some YouTubers are turning this into a circus. Yeah. That's how it went to Smiley. Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. It's just, I was like, wait, what? They stole them out of somebody else's chat? Okay.
Nah.
We only got 7 more minutes.
Said we're ready. Yeah.
Of this one.
I had to get prepared to put on my boxing gloves.
No, I mean, you put on boxing glove thing, you walking into a slugfest. No,
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
I told you what I would do, and I've delivered. And like I said,
you did.
You got people out there want to ask a hard question. So, and I got no problem still to this day. Tell them, find me on Facebook.
Yeah.
You want to ask a question that wasn't answered in the show? Hit me up on Facebook. Send me a direct message. I'll answer you.
Yeah. Tam just wants to know before we go, she does want to know, what do you think should happen to the person if they did anything to Sebastian or somebody took him out of the house? What do you think should happen to them?
Oh, they should absolutely be punished to the fullest extent possible.
I'm going to give you 2 answers. And the first answer is going to be exactly what Mom said.
Yeah.
The legal system will do its due justice.
Yeah.
My non-so legal issue is just imagine what a mama bear does when her cubs are attacked.
Yeah.
And what a mama bear could do.
Yeah.
Just leave it at that. You know, I mean, it's, I'm not saying I'm going to hurt somebody. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the attacks. I mean, if you hurt our son and
I hate that question.
Gets a hold of you.
It's not shade at Smiley. I just hate that question because there's no good answer for it right there. You know, like what he's saying, they're going to use that again. Like,
and the idea behind it is a misconception.
Exactly. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. And, I know that y'all have been through a lot. And again, I'm sorry for, I had to ask you that, Katie, over there, but I wanted to know. And if I say something, I'm just going to ask it. And that's just the way that I am. I don't mean to make your life harder.
We know.
But, if you're answering questions on Facebook and groups and stuff like that, I think it's all fair game. But I do want to be respectful about it. And I do want to continue to bring awareness. All I can say is I'm just human too. And I just want to bring awareness to Sebastian. And hopefully somebody will see him or know what happened or come forward and get this taken care of where he can get back where he needs to be. So is there anything else y'all would like to say?
Just thank you for helping spread the word and helping to search for my son.
My prayers and thoughts go out to everybody. We're all going to have our own differences of opinions, okay? But we pray and we have thoughts, and it's all in good kindness and good-hearted. And we love you all. But thank you, and please keep spreading the word about Sebastian. Keep him in your thoughts, keep him in your hearts. And hopefully we'll get him home very, very soon. And we'll see about trying to do a big old welcome home bash.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We rent out a big public space for that.
Yeah, we're going to hold the commissioner to that.
Yep.
Absolutely. Well, I thank you for joining me, and I won't keep you long, all night, because I know y'all are tired and everything, and I thank you for holding up to your end of the deal.
Well, like I said, man, I meant my word. Wanted you to know it, and like I said, anybody's available to ask me a question, I'll answer them to the best of my ability as soon as I can. Ultimately, we are searching for Sebastian as a community. Everybody,
Yes, absolutely. And y'all, I appreciate everybody in here, my mods. I appreciate all the questions. I appreciate everything. And if any of y'all have any questions, you know, you can find him on Facebook. You can message him. That's how I got a hold of him. And then I spoke with him in the, or I made a comment under the Hendersonville Facebook, Finding Sebastian. And I think there's more than one. I'm probably signed up to all of them. But anyway, he answered, and he's answering. And you know, there's nothing that we can do except continue to pray, pass out flyers, pass these around, talk about him, keep his name out, and continue to look. They want you to continue to look, search the properties that you've already searched. He could have come back. Do everything that you can. And if you see something, say something, please. Yes, anything. Contact Bobby Simmons at 1-800-TBI-FIND. He's the investigator up there at TBI, or Brian Carter at 615-451-3838. And you know, we just you know, it's still an Amber Alert. We have to get Sebastian Rogers found, period. And that's that. So I thank you all, and I hope you have a great night. Y'all try to get some rest, okay?
Yes, ma'am. You too.
All right. Thank you so much for joining me, both of you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Bye-bye. Bye, y'all.
Do you think that some of these creators tearing them down and bashing them and whatnot would really show up to a welcome back bash and look them in the face? They would.
Yeah, I think they would, absolutely. And go, I never thought that y'all did anything.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I mean, that's how it
You're
goes
probably
here.
right. You're probably right.
Now, remember, I never said that. I never said that.
Mm-hmm.
I never did that.
As misconstrued, yep. Wow, that was a lot. That was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all got some more left in you? This one's short. This one's a minute. This one's only a minute. I think this is, what is this? This is Seth, I do believe. This is, yes, Seth calls in while searching for the park, and then we go to JLR's interview with Seth. So this is short.
Following a breaking news alert now about another high-profile missing persons case in our area, Sebastian Rogers' father tells us he's not giving up hope after his son disappeared from Sumner County last month. Blake Eason at the WKRN.com alert desk with the conversation.
Hey, good morning to you, Nikia. Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing from the father on air. He says he's not giving up hope as he's searching for his son right now in West Tennessee. Sebastian father Seth Rogers says someone told his mom that he should search Natchez Trace State Park. That park is more than 100 miles away from where the 15-year-old went missing. Now, it's important to note he didn't elaborate on who that someone was, and as far as what happened to him, that still remains a mystery, one Seth is determined to get to the bottom of.
I don't know what's I mean, all I know is that he has disappeared out of his mama's house, and it's my job to find him and bring him home.
And so Sebastian was reported missing on Monday, February 26th. Of course, we'll continue to follow this as we do with each of these stories breaking.
I feel like there's a longer interview than this one, but I could not find it. So, like, he went missing from his mama's house. It's my job to find. I feel like there has to be something longer than that out there.
The WKRN?
Yeah, I looked, but could not find one. Let's see. We might be able to get through this one. This is Jonathan Lee Ridges with Seth searching that state park that they just called in on. So it was the same day. Let's see if we can do 1.5.
2024. He's still not been found. It's been over 3 weeks now. 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Sebastian, 15 years old, has been missing since February. He's been reported missing since February 26, 2024. He's still not been found. It's been over 3 weeks now. I have Seth here in the center in front of me, the father of Sebastian. On the left, I have Jaden, a volunteer, and on the right, I have Mr. Jones. And we're out in the park today. Seth, how are you? How's everything going?
Tired.
We're here at the park here. What's going on at the park here?
I'm hoping that somebody listened to me and I told them drop my phone on. There's not a lot of cameras there, and it gets a lot of traffic. So I figured I'd drive here and do some searching.
Yeah, and I've been out here all day with you. You've been searching. What have you been searching? Share.
Everything. I mean, any type of back road, whatnot. I've been through the fire tower. We went through there. We've been down by the lake. We've been through all the campgrounds. We've gone through almost every one of the lodges. We went through.
I don't know. It's ironic if you're saying that to us or to the one we just ended or what, but if it's because we're playing this, like it's where the dad speaks, so we gotta listen to it.
Shop that doesn't open until spring.
What happened?
We come across.
They said goodbye. I'm never gonna watch anything you do again. Like I said, I don't know if that was about the previous creator or just the fact that we're playing JLR, but it's where dad is, it's where the interview is. So we're gonna go through it.
Everything. Try and find it.
So this location here is between Memphis and Hendersonville. Sebastian was reported missing at around his step-parents' home in Hendersonville. Why here though?
Well, that one child, he was autistic. In 13 days, he walked 200 miles. 13 days. What talking about? We're twice that guy. So it could be 400 miles from here.
Nothing can be ruled out.
I gotta find him. I mean, I'll do whatever it takes to get him. I need him back.
You actually took off work?
Still off of work. I haven't come back.
Do you plan to be back out here? Do you plan to do more searches?
I'm coming back tomorrow. I'm coming back Saturday. Until I've been through this whole part.
And you got some volunteers with you. We have Mr. Jones and we have Jaden. Talk to Jaden first. Jaden, what's going on?
Just trying to find him. Just trying to find him.
Member of the DCSO family. Thank you, brother.
Mr. Jones, you guys work together?
Yes, sir.
What brings you out here?
I've been friends with him. We went through the academy together, and I've always told him that if he ever needed anything, he can call me. And when this first started, when it first kicked off, he called me, and ever since it's been going on, I've got his support. I got his back. Whatever he needs, man. Whether it be a meal, whether it be me to go out and hand out flyers with him, I got him.
You've done that with me too.
Yes, sir.
All of Franklin and Bellevue.
Good.
Yeah.
And I keep on doing it. Anytime you need me, man, I'll be here.
Until I get my son back.
Seth, what have you been going through each day since this happened?
The day really hasn't ended. The day started. It really has started Sunday when I went to work. And when I got off of work, it just hasn't ended. There is no the next day. I catch a nap. And I just keep going. He's somewhere. I gotta find him.
You have an army of people, both in person and online, that are praying that Sebastian is found alive or praying for a resolution. You have a lot of people out there, and I personally see it, supporting you and trying to get answers.
I appreciate everybody. I really do. Keep your heads up, your eyes open. Please pass out flyers. Everybody. One person, 5 people. 5 people. Each do 5 people. I mean, and we can get this from coast to coast.
Keep his name out there. Keep his name out there. Keep his face out there. As long as we continue to look, there's always hope.
Do you see something?
I'm just saying, like, you can, that's why I don't get red flags from any of these parents. You can feel the pain in their voice with every single interview. They might be trashing one another, slinging some mud and some dirt and personal stories, but I feel the pain for their
They're
side.
human beings.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So, you know what's interesting? That's the United Cajun Navy.
Is it?
Yep. Sure is.
Well, he
Jay
said this is
Jones.
a coworker.
Jay Jones, the guy in
here
the
on
Redskins.
the Redskins? He said he went through
Redskins
the
shirt.
he said he went through the academy with him.
What?
Yeah, are you sure?
No, I'm not. I thought that he was Jay Jones from the from the Cajun Navy.
He just said that he is his friend and went through the academy with him and said he'd help him out with anything he ever needed. That's what he just said.
Weird. Why do I think that's him?
I don't know. I'll have to look and compare.
Yeah. I mixed him up with another person.
Jay Jones? Is it the same name?
Yeah. The guy did interviews on the news. Okay, maybe I'm just confusing it because it was the same day that they got there or something.
We'll have to pull those and look, because Jenny pulled all the news article or interviews and stuff. So
Yeah, it's all kind of mixing together.
maybe it might be both. Might be both. I don't know.
Well, when they, the day that, I guess it was this day, when they were out in the park and the dog hit, the interview was with somebody that I thought was Cajun Navy. Pretty sure is this guy because it said Jay Jones, and they just said this is Mr. Jones. I'm just confusing something, I guess. Or maybe that's how he got the Cajun Navy there. He already knew a guy that was there. I don't know.
Could be. We're definitely gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'm doing it right now.
I figured.
Something. Don't question it.
Just call 911. Call 911. Call 1-800-TVI-FINE.
It doesn't matter if you're in California or if you're here in Tennessee, Florida, Ohio. It doesn't matter.
You could be
see
anywhere.
something, say something.
You want more volunteers to come out and help? Or are they
That'd
willing?
be wonderful. The more people, the faster we can cover this.
Is there a way people can get a hold of you in reference to communication about setting up searches, or if people want to know where to go, where can they go?
Facebook page.
And
that's your best route, because I'm not on social media. I don't have any social media, but people on there reach out to me.
Facebook page that would most likely directly get to Seth. It's 2 exclamation marks, finding Sebastian Rogers, 2 exclamation marks. That's the easiest way to get information to Seth, is through that Facebook page.
Where else do you plan on searching?
All the way to Jackson,
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Like in parks, side of the roads?
Everywhere, on the side of 40. I mean,
any route from
anywhere.
Hendersonville to Memphis. We're going to keep searching.
You know, when I left Clarksville and headed this way, I was searching all the way down here. Everywhere I go. You know, you're on your way to work, look for him. You might see him. Call in.
Print out flyers, put them to any restaurant, business, grocery store, anywhere you go. Ask if you can put up a flyer. Just need to keep his face out there.
Hand out a flyer to anybody that'll take it, everybody that'll take it. Keep handing them out until we find you.
We are supporting you. We appreciate everything and praying for a resolution. Thank you, volunteers. Thank you. And
I appreciate it for keeping his face out there.
We'll definitely do that on JLR Investigate. Appreciate it. I'm going to show the viewers the search, what you've been doing throughout the day. Hopefully people can come out and help and make a difference. Thanks.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sebastian!
It's gonna break my heart. I'm gonna skip through a lot of this searching part here, but we'll drop the link. Let's see if there's a conversation here.
His son, 15-year-old son.
I'll just drop them all.
You don't mind handing those out? Is it you? Oh, you? Okay. I was like,
Wait, did he just laugh? Is the internet crucifying him for laughing? Sorry, it's a little pet peeve of mine that
I know.
they do that.
That they treat them so differently. Yeah.
Because it's perfectly acceptable. It's okay. It's okay.
They should treat all of them like they're treating Seth.
Yeah.
In other words.
Or, I mean, even if they're not, they shouldn't be calling them murderers. Is that his truck?
That's fair.
What's does it say on the side of it? Oh, it's his son. No, never mind. It's a attorney. Okay. Injury attorney. All right. That's different. Handing out flyers. I didn't know if there was like another speaking part.
Okay, I figured it out.
Okay.
He is just helping him. But what they did was they had an interview with, or they were talking to Jay about the dog hit, and then said a source from the Cajun Navy.
Okay. So kind of
So
like
I
what
got
they
that
did with
confused.
yeah.
But I thought that was them out there searching with the dog too, and it wasn't.
Oh.
When they were out there on the federal land, that was Seth
Hmm.
and the
So Seth
volunteers.
was with him, with the
Yeah.
volunteers? Oh.
Yeah, he was in his truck, like, JLR
Oh yeah,
showed him
I
coming.
remember
Yeah,
when that truck shows up. Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, I don't
He
know if he
says
was in
that.
the woods at that moment, but he was with them.
Yeah, that breaks my heart watching that.
I know.
Okay, I gotta find that. I dropped the link there if you guys want to go and watch the rest of that search. I don't blame you at all. Let me see if I can find on the lab. I think the lab's next, right? But I gotta pull it up.
I got it.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I'll put it in the back. Do. Did you get it?
Yep. Here we go.
Yeah, I thought It's Ironic was leaving because you were playing JLR, and I was like, what?
Like, well, sorry. Not sorry. All right, let's see here. This was 6 days ago on the, why do I not see the date? It was 6 days ago. March 20th. There it is. I'm like, wait, why am I not seeing the date?
Named off like all 4 of his wives. It's like that Petey Pablo song. Keisha, LaWanda, Tiffany. Remember that?
No.
Grab doesn't.
You're either like 12 or I'm like 60. It's one of the other.
I know. I was like, nope, he does not.
All the 35 plus in the house are giving. You're going, ha, they know. Yeah, you know.
He nailed it there. Everyone 35 and over is going, yeah, we know that one.
We all danced to it at like the 8th grade dance. How you like it? You know what I mean? It's a good song. I'll send it to you.
All right.
His name's Petey Pablo.
Okay.
And we're waiting for Seth, biological father of Sebastian. And I
thought I
think
got it
there he
pre-closed.
is.
Oh,
Good
there we
deal.
go.
All right, you can turn your camera off if you'd like. It's not a big deal. Whatever you want to do. How you doing? Good to see you. Can you hear me?
Tired. Yes, sir, I can.
Good deal, man. Yeah, I know that you've been out searching and doing what you can to figure out.
I gotta say, I know this isn't gonna matter to anyone else, but here we are at 3:30 in the morning, so I'm gonna say it anyway. Seth reminds me of a kid that was in my daughter's class, like the same stocky build, the same mannerisms, and he was just, everybody loved him. And I remember at the 8th grade dance, he got up and they had a DJ there and they were doing karaoke, and he got up to sing a song and everyone thought he was going to sing like some old rocker song or something. And he sings, "I like my women just a little on the trashy side."
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I don't know why that reminded me, but him doing the "I love you" thing, that just reminded me of something, the exact same thing that kid would do. It's like it could be his dad or something, but.
Oh my God. Somebody said earlier tonight he reminded them of Steven Seagal, and I was like, Oh my God.
A little bit.
Not
Yeah.
right, not where it stopped, but wherever the interview that
He
he was
does.
doing, he was face on the camera, and it was like,
Mhm.
yeah, he really looks like Steven Seagal.
Mhm. He does. Who looks completely different? Seth does? I think he looks the same. Maybe. Maybe not. He looks worn down. I'll give you that. He looks
Oh, yeah, he's the one on the
exhausted.
bottom. Josh is
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's Seth is the guy on the bottom.
in case you're mistaking him.
All right.
Figure out what's going on.
Got to do what's got to be done.
Yeah. So did you catch any of the conversation that Smiley had on her show?
I caught some of it.
Yeah. And what stuck out to you there? I mean, was there anything that shocked you?
This is my issue. I'm an adult. All right. And I'm not here to throw anything at Chris or Katie. This needs to be about Sebastian. I don't care about drama. I'm just trying to find my son.
Good.
You know, whether Chris wants to say this or that or whatnot, you know, when when Nancy Grace reached out to me, I asked them to reach out to speak to make sure that they reached out to Katie and Chris, and they told me they just wanted to reach out to the biological parents. And they reached out, and then today I asked them if they got a hold of Katie, and they said nobody ever returned a call. Now, I don't know if they had the correct number, whatnot. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of that stuff. I just know what they told me.
Right. So were you I know that you've taken some time off of work to search for your son, and you know we all wish you the best, and really hoping that he comes home just safe and sound. Can you kind of tell us, like, not specific areas, but I mean, where are you looking that you think is important to look? And are there places that you want people to look again?
Well, law enforcement is right. If you have a large property with like sheds and stuff, keep checking it. You know, that's private property. I can't go on private property. This is Tennessee, that I'd get shot. I mean, let's just face it. Everybody got guns. If you own property and animals and stuff, you're going to defend your property.
Tennessee is an open carry state, so he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Like, it's Tennessee after all.
Yeah, be careful. Be careful.
All right. I know I would.
Sure.
I mean, I know I would probably ask first before I shot somebody walking around, you know, hollering my son's name. But some people aren't that sociable, I guess.
Sure.
Sociable.
But tomorrow my plan is Natchez. It's Natchez. How do you say it? Natchez State Park.
Okay. And you know, because I had heard the search party or the search party talk about that it is possible that he walked outside of the perimeter. I mean, I'm sure you've heard that before.
Listen, I have, and you know, I'm not faulting law enforcement. I'm not faulting that they did a wonderful job. They got so many agencies in. They had horses. I mean, Lord, they had more horses than I've seen in a long time. I know that they brought in like 12 dogs.
Wow.
I mean, people were out there looking for my son, and I appreciate it.
They open carry.
But at the same time, one second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm operating 2 phones right now.
No problem.
All right.
We're low key.
Did law enforcement look at both?
I got my phone that I use, and then I have another one that I use at home.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha. And by the way, I want to say this really fast. I'm not trying to pit you against them. I promise. That's not the point of this. I just found some of the stuff that he said tonight interesting, and kind of, you know, troubling in a way. But that I can't prove anything. You know, I can't say anything for sure of anything. So I promise you, I'm not trying to pit you against them.
Whatever Chris said, he's already said. Sure. Whatever I said, I've already said. It's in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, tomorrow's another day. I want people out there looking for my son. I went on Nancy Grace because I know it's national.
See, I like that outlook. Like, in my opinion, that's his way of saying he said some stuff I don't like. I've said some stuff he doesn't like, but it's about Sebastian. That's what that sounded like to me anyway.
Love it.
I do too. I do too. Feeling good.
I know that they're going to be on the same channel as what's that guy's name? Dr. Phil. You know, so it's national. It's hitting coast to coast. Anybody that's going to watch it, I want everybody to know who my son is. So if they see him, they can call 911. There was just this week thing came in off of Facebook. My sister turned around and sent it to me, and it was over in Lebanon, Tennessee. Somebody saw somebody that looked like Sebastian. I turned around and called their PD because she stated she called 911. I called them. They had no clue who my son was. And this is another police department. If the police departments aren't communicating or they're not seeing who's on the Amber Alert, then how do I know that my next door neighbor even knows?
Sure. No, I get that. There's a lot of people that don't pay attention to the news and stuff. But law enforcement should. I mean, you would think, obviously.
I mean, I'm just as guilty as the rest of them. I don't even watch TV.
Amber Alerts.
I don't have social media. You know, if I don't hear it on the radio between I leave my house to I show up at work, I work 12.
So yeah, Jenny's right. That Amber Alert doesn't just go out to local law enforcement. It goes out to a much broader area.
12-hour days.
That's what I was going to ask. You work those 12-hour shifts. Yeah, those are long.
You know, between 12 and 16 hours, because sometimes you got to stay over because we're short-handed. You know, anybody's looking for a job and you got a clean record, apply. Believe me, it's for everybody.
Right. So tomorrow you're going to search the national park. Have you found anything that indicates of anything of substance? I mean, you know, you don't have to tell us what it is, but I mean, are your searches yielding anything right now?
No.
Yeah.
It's not, but my search isn't going to yield anything until I find my son.
Sure.
Why I won't stop.
Look, man, I've followed this from kind of the beginning, and I have no doubt that you will find your son and that you'll be the reason. I truly think that. I mean, you know, it's terrible what's going on, you know, and tell me about him coming to live with you. I mean, so this was just a mutually agreed thing, and he was aware that it was happening. I mean, did he talk about it a lot with you?
Well, you know how Chris said, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hindsight's 20/20. He was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh,
but
Okay, that's new info. Sorry, I haven't wrote a lot down because we're kind of just going over the same old stuff, but that's new.
It is, and it's different from
It is different.
what he said before.
Yeah. So he was supposed to come live with him last year.
And hindsight's 20/20, he said.
Mm-hmm.
I gave my son another chance to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable.
Okay. Let me slow this down. We're hearing this is interesting.
I knew the behavior played a part somehow.
It had to, yeah. Okay, so then that goes to his previous interviews where he said that he wasn't acting. Okay, all right. Burp, burp, burp. Wake up. I feel like this is important info. We need to focus.
So this was just a mutually agreed thing, and he was aware that it was happening. I mean, did he talk about it a lot with you?
Well, you know how Chris said, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hindsight's 20/20. He was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh, okay.
But I gave my son another chance to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable of. But and he has. He's straightened up some, but he's still coming. He's already registered for school up here.
Oh, okay.
You know, I want him here. He wants to be here. You know,
could that have any? I mean, could this have any bearing on him going missing? I mean, is it possible that he wanted to be with you, so he ran away and got lost, possibly?
See, and that's what I don't think so, because he didn't leave with his phone. He didn't attempt to call me. You know, his godparents live up in Clarksville too, and he has their phone number. He could have called them. He could have called and reached out for me, but he also knows that on the weekends that he's with his mom, I'm at work, because those are the days I work: Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And forgive me, you know, and if I don't ask the question properly, because I don't know Sebastian, but you know, there was said that he, you know, had his own money, phone, glasses. Would he have known to take all that stuff if he was leaving? I mean, he wouldn't have left. Would he? I don't want to say he wouldn't have. Would he have left barefoot under any circumstances that you can think of?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah.
So if he was running away, he probably would have taken his backpack. He would have taken his Switch. He would have taken his games, because he likes to play video games. He would have taken toys, because his toys are, you know, they're his.
Sure.
He probably would have taken his phone too. I mean,
and he could dial his phone to you right away. He could take his phone and call you. There was a direct line there.
Yeah, at any point in time when I called, it's like somebody mentioned that I had to call Chris to talk to Sebastian. No.
Okay.
I've called Sebastian's phone. If he doesn't answer, then I will call, because sometimes you got to rush out the door. He doesn't have his phone on him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we're hearing a lot of confirmation of what has been previously stated by Chris and Katie, and now we're hearing it from Chris in a slightly different manner. They have said he doesn't always take his phone with him. And previously, Seth said, yeah, he's glued to it, but that's glued to it while he's at Dad's. And now he's saying here that, yeah, there are times I have to contact Chris to get a hold of him because he doesn't have his phone. So I just feel like they're confirming each other. They're just missing a beat with it.
Yeah, and can I say too that he was supposed to come live with him a year ago, but he gave him a chance to get his behavior in order. That almost sounds like it's a punishment.
Gave him another chance to straighten up his behavior in school, and he can if he applies himself.
But that sounds like it would be a punishment for him to move.
Right, and they all agreed it wasn't.
Well,
they all agreed it wasn't.
Yeah.
This interview is where the divide split open and the dude from the lab had to... No, I felt like the divide happened prior to this. Because what I'm hearing now is him confirming what has been said. Besides that new gave him another chance comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, I need to go to the store. Come on, let's go.
You always do that. Like as soon as I push.
I'm so sorry.
You're
I
fine.
don't mean to. I'm sorry. He the phone thing. He said, I was told I had to call Chris.
He said somebody said that. He said, I know that somebody had said that I had to call Chris to contact him, but no.
Thank goodness. I thought
sometimes call Chris when Sebastian doesn't answer his phone.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Get to the truck. You're like, you got your phone on you? No. You're supposed to have it on you. You know, here it's go get your phone then.
Yeah.
Or if I'm just running to the store to pick up some stuff, a gallon of milk or whatever I'm picking up, it's like, don't worry about it. I have my phone.
Was he able to stay home alone?
He was responsible enough. He stayed home alone during break.
Yeah, he's 15. I mean, yeah.
15, physically, mentally, not so much.
Yeah. What would you say? Because you know, obviously, you know him as well, better than anybody. I've heard conflicting reports, so that's why it's really nice to talk to you. And I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, because this is cutting into my sleep.
I bet it is, and I'm sorry about that. And you're welcome to bounce out anytime.
I know I have to get some sleep if I'm gonna. That tomorrow, that's That's
Yeah,
a big.
we don't want to interrupt that, honestly.
I mean, that's a big part. So if anybody wants to come help me, my goal is to be up probably by 5 and be out there. It's about an hour and a half from where I live.
So, so in what park again was that?
Natchez Trace State Park.
And if there's anybody out there watching this, and this will reach a few thousand people before morning, and we do have a Tennessee audience, in the house for sure. If you guys can help, if you're able to go and help, please do. That's really the best thing is if you can help search, please do. And so you don't think that he would have ran away? Had he ever talked about running away?
No.
Never passing, never been up.
So what I find interesting, and I wish he'd never answered it. He never answered it about. He said that he's technically 15, but mentally he's, and then it and it turned into it's cutting into his sleep, etc. But that's the exact same thing from the very first interview on Dutchie's panel. That's what Chris said. Mentally he's 15, or technically he's 15, but mentally he's much younger. I'm curious as to what his answer was going to be. So that's why I said I feel like they're all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Because they know their child. Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't understand the division.
Been upset. Go. Yeah. I wish I no, nothing. Wow. Okay.
I mean, I can tell you things, but those are personal. He is a child. All right, he is 15. He is not an adult. He's got a good another 10 years. So, I would classify him as what's the word I'm looking for? Scientifically mature.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Brain finished developing around 24 to 26 for males. So, he's got a while to go. I know how it goes for me. I mean, everything that my mom and dad told me, when I hit 24, 25, things started clicking really, like, oh, that's why they said not to do this. Oh, that's why they said to do this. Like, I kick myself every day for not listening to my parents when I was younger.
Right.
But again, that's hindsight's 2020.
Right. And he's your only child, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hindsight's 2020 again.
So at any point, so is it? I did find this a little odd, and maybe you can clear this up for us as well. Did you find it strange that you just got a text message saying call me 911 or something like that? Or is it because you were at work that they didn't know that they could get a hold of you? Because there could be a rational explanation for that, I guess.
I told them that they could call and speak to my captain at any point in time, because when I'm in jail, I can't have my cell phone. They know this.
Oh, okay.
But
I got you.
Was call and ask to speak to either the lieutenant or the captain on duty, or even the sergeant's office. They would have came and got me. That's family, and a lot of my sergeants are pro-family. I mean, I took a leave of absence, and they granted.
Was there a delay in getting a hold of you because of that?
Nobody knew.
Did you hear that? So he took the family leave of FMLA.
Huh.
Family medical leave of absence.
You get like a fraction of your pay, right?
Yes. I don't know what the exact amount is, but you do get a fraction, yeah.
He knew anything. So I didn't get that message till I got to my truck. So at about 7:20 is when I got to my truck, and I saw the missed call and a text message, and I immediately called Chris back.
And under the okay.
We don't live in a perfect world.
Yeah,
it's not what I think it would have been, but it's the way it is.
It's the way that it is. I mean, there's no changing it now. His glasses. How dependent on those is he?
He puts them on as soon as he gets up out of bed.
Jeez, yeah, okay, yeah.
I mean, look at his dad.
Look, man, I'm supposed to wear them too. I got mine right here, but I don't know. I got the stigmatism.
He has
you know what
his
I mean?
Glasses.
Yeah, I got to get that close for this to be clear, dude. Without my glasses.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But with my glasses, I got 15/20 vision. So
he wouldn't leave without his glasses.
No.
And he didn't leave with his glasses, correct? Is that what we're being told?
I thought he left with his glasses. I thought he had his glasses on. If that's something new, then I didn't know about it.
Trevor.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we heard on the last interview, was that he had his glasses. Okay. That's a good interview.
Tell me about the glasses. Did he have the glasses?
It's been reported since the beginning that he did have his glasses. Yeah.
And he did. Okay.
No shoes, but yes, the glasses.
Okay. And so he's very dependent on his glasses. That the glasses are gone. Cell phone where was cell phone? At home?
Cell phone was left at the house, at his mom's house.
And but you said that it's possible that he may not have taken it anyway, because sometimes he'd leave it.
Sometimes he forgets it.
Yeah. Okay. So that's fair enough.
Normal human thing. How many times have you walked out and had to go back to get your wallet?
I don't know, 7 times today. So that's normal. He's a 15-year-old boy. Can you tell me and I'll let you get to bed because I know you have a big day tomorrow, but tell me a little bit about his routine. I mean, what would break his routine? Did he get up in the morning, pour himself some cereal, play some video games? I mean, what would be a typical morning on like a Saturday you had him?
Typical Saturday morning. Normally, I'm the one waking him up. Make a pot of coffee if he didn't already prep it the night before. He's 15, but I'm still his dad.
Yeah.
Like, I'm also the tickle monster. And
I'm super ticklish, so I'm gonna have to stay clear.
So is he. I would go in there and just tickle the piss out of him until he got up, And
Fun fact, I am not ticklish.
then it's like
That's abuse.
It's abuse to tickle him.
God.
I know. This is a good interview.
It is very good.
I think it's because the last one we heard him on was such a strain to piece together what he was saying with the questions. So it's very clear.
Yeah, it's very good.
He's not a morning person from my experience. All right. He don't want to get up. He's a teenager.
Yeah.
He wants to sleep in. But it's like, hey, the longer you sleep, the less time we get to chill and hang out.
Sure.
And that was, he would start, and then I'd tickle the shit out of him.
Yeah. I used to do that to my oldest son because when he got really tall, his feet started to hang off the bed a little bit. I actually had to get custom beds made for them at one point because they're both so tall, but in the morning, I'd tickle his feet. I mean, he would just kick like a mule, man. And he got me one time real good. I had it coming, to be fair. So I get it.
Thank you, Nicole. Have a good night, love. And thank you, Eliza. And Music City Mom. FMLA is not paid unless you have time. So maybe that's why I was thinking it was paid. Because my husband did take it before and he got paid, but maybe it was just because he had something banked or something.
Doesn't it depend on the company too?
No, I think it is a...
I thought some companies pay.
I don't know. Maybe the company means something. Yeah.
Hey, Tracy's up. She'll know.
I know. You said, tell Jace hi. I feel like a zombie and y'all are chipper. Well, yeah, we just went through the craziest thing.
Oh, yes.
You missed out on a treat. Did they check the kids' browsing? That's what I want to. I would like to know all that, Chopper. I assume they did, though, based on everything that we have from the TBI newsroom. Hey, Perry, we're getting the morning crew now coming in. Hey,
oh my God, I have to work today too.
Oh, if you need to hop down, Jenny, you go ahead. I'm good. I want to, but if you need to hop down, whenever you need to hop down, you go ahead, babe.
Okay, I probably should. I don't want to, but I should.
No, he took an FMLA and was paid. That's why I thought they did. We did have a pajama party. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate you.
Oh, I was thinking Tracy, but thank you too very much.
I thought you were hopping down.
I enjoyed it. I am. I need to get a nap.
Get a nap.
Very short nap.
Get you one. I'm gonna try to finish this one, and then I think we only have a couple more interviews after that. So we have the
Nancy Grace one.
Nancy Grace, which is a big one, and the who's the psychic lady?
The psychic lady.
Donna
Serafina?
Yeah, it's not technically an interview, but she did have a conversation with Seth and then speaks about it, remember? I don't know if we want to play that one. I might listen to that in advance and see if it's worth going through.
Maybe so. There's like a couple of news ones with Seth after that too.
Okay. And News
That
Nation.
have
Yep,
been the
News
last 2
Nation.
days. Yeah, News Nation.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, got it. All right.
All right.
Love.
Thank you, Jenny. Love.
Talk to you later. Thank you.
No, not done it. Thank you. I know some people are. I have my own feelings. Your son gets 11K in views. Dang. Wait, I am a vampire and a fake bed and all the things.
That makes him up.
Yeah. I mean, I'd tickle him until he got up, and if he was giving me any type of grief or I want to sleep in, I'd be like, smell that? And most of the time he'd be like, Dad, why'd you do that? And I'm like, I'm talking about the coffee, son.
Not crop dusting them.
Yeah, pretty much. No dust happened this morning. I'm trying to wake you up, not pass you out. Okay, come on.
Yeah.
And I mean, get up, and then it's like I've started with teaching him how to cook. So most of the time it's, what do you want for breakfast? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, you want wind put in rabbit tracks? No, Dad, that's nothing.
Said what I do want. Yes, please post Seth's GoFundMe in the chat, please. We 100% support what he's doing. So we're gonna do that for you, because I think you need all the help you can get right now, my friend.
I appreciate it. I mean, the only thing I ask, I mean, my sister's in charge of that. I don't even look at it. I don't even have the link. I don't even have Facebook. I mean, come on.
Oh, totally. No, I understand. So I believe they do have the link, and they're going to put it up. Amy just asked, so they're going to do that. And so what you guys, bacon or eggs? Were you teaching them how to cook bacon and eggs? That's a staple.
Well, bacon is a staple.
Yeah. Yes.
Eggs is a staple. But his favorite, I mean, he loves bacon. The boy loves bacon. The boy loves eggs. His favorite thing in the world, last time I knew, was a toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Fire. That's fire.
Favorite food is
I love PB&J, and I like it with the soft bread, but
coffee and a toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I mean, that was my Aunt Sharon's favorite thing. She's the one that turned me onto that when I was like 10, 11, and I turned my son onto it. But bacon, he likes sausage, gravy, and biscuits.
Oh yeah, big time.
I was born and raised in, several places, but I'm Southern at heart. And there's nothing like sweet tea and coffee in the morning and sausage, biscuits, and gravy.
Biscuits and gravy is an absolute winner on every front. So I don't blame the young man, because I look, I'm a chunk. I'll just admit it. I love, hey, there's nothing wrong. No shame. You can't fat shame me. People have tried. It's never worked. It's like,
I got a pillow. All right. I said, I got a pillow. This is a 6-pack. This is a keg.
Yep.
All right. I come for the party. All right.
Doesn't Daisy call him Chunky Dunk? He plays like a clip of that.
Oh man, yeah. So
I cook. So, and the reason I've got this is because I eat what I cook. I don't have a woman in my life cooking for me. My mom would slap me for that one, but
Not the mama slap.
I cook. That boy, it's like trying to put weight on him is like me trying to lose weight.
Well, it's funny, because he was pretty active, right? I mean, I saw some of the videos that you put up of him, and as they eat, it's just fuel to, what grade was he in?
He was in
10th grade. Yeah. So he's got a,
9th grade, he's going into 10th grade.
So summertime
so
from a freshman
is,
to a sophomore is.
So in the Terry Lynn interview, he told us he was in 10th grade, but that's an easy. So he was 9th going into 10th. Easy mistake for a dad.
Is when kids, boys especially, have a growth spurt. They have one between 7th and 8th grade, and then 10th or 9th and 10th grade. I've noticed, because I have 2 boys. What's
because
that?
That boy would grow. He came over here for a week, He grew 2 inches, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah, no question.
His feet keep growing. Had to buy him new shoes. That's how we knew what shoes were. What he has is because his feet had grown and his shoes were no longer fitting him. So it's one of those things. Like right now, with your feet growing, you don't want to spend a lot of money on shoes because next month you may not.
So we're not debunking, we're information gathering at this point. That's why we're listening to all of the interviews in chronological order. And then we can take the information that we gather, throw it into the matrix, and find inconsistencies. And that doesn't mean an inconsistency is a lie. It just means that it's inconsistent. So we're information gathering.
Be able to fit into those. That's my opinion.
No doubt.
I buy a pair of boots, my feet ain't growing no more. I'm good.
I used to tell my boys that all the time. And they're basketball players, so they always was like, I have to have the LeBrons. And it's like, oh my God. You're gonna grow out of them in 3 weeks, dude.
You want them, you don't have to have them.
Yeah, exactly. It's called keeping up with the Joneses. You mentioned your mom, and I know that she's been a little vocal on social media. How is she doing? Is she hanging in there? I'm sure you're in constant contact with her. Is she doing as good as possible, I would assume?
It's affecting her. It's her only grandson, just like it's my only son. It's my only, so
I understand. Yeah.
Pretty emotional.
It's I've never had a child go missing. The closest thing that I can even attest to it is I couldn't get a hold of my son once when he went to the river for about 6 hours.
So like when we were talking earlier about some of the things that grandma was saying, like I get it. Like I get the anger, I get the passion behind the anger, especially hearing, like I knew that that Sebastian was his only child, but I didn't know that it was also her only grandchild. So it's just heartbreaking. Who's talking? The father of Sebastian Rogers. And then Josh at the lab is interviewing him. My 15-year-old is 6 feet and wears a size 13. Yep. That makes sense. $15 years old.
And that was awful. And I could just imagine what you guys are going through is hell on earth. It really is. I mean, it's just
I'd rather go through hell.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. I understand. I don't understand, but I do, as somebody that has children, and I feel for you guys, and I feel for the mother, and even Chris. Like sometimes Chris, he doesn't come off, well polished, and that could be for a million different reasons. And he feels vilified right now, and I understand that. But I feel, look, if he had nothing to do with this, obviously, I feel terrible. I feel terrible for everybody involved. It's just a terrible situation. And but the fact that you're out there, and I know that you're not going to give up. You just I don't know you, but you strike me from everything that I've seen. Your interview with Nick from Channel 5, when I first watched it choked me up because I felt your words and I felt how upset that you truly were. And you're not the crying type, I can tell. And so I see, I can hear it. I feel the hurt, but I can also feel the love between you and your son. And I just feel very, very, I don't know, man. I wish I had words. Sometimes I feel like a dummy, talking to people like this. Yeah. Trevor, you got anything?
I mean, I'm the same way. So that was just, and I appreciate you coming up. Josh, you've been talking to the past little bit, has been a huge voice for your son. So I'm glad that you're able to come up and talk to us for a little bit.
And because he doesn't have a voice, I have to be his voice.
Well, look, man, I would want somebody just like you looking for me. Somebody that's just, I mean, you're determined, and one thing that I will say is too, public perception and what people think of you. You don't strike me as the type of guy who cares that much.
He was. Chris was at work and Seth was at work. They were both at work. But I have in my notes so many times where they don't talk about him misbehaving, and we just heard from Seth about him misbehaving. So that's where I get this confusion of like saying one does well, like one, and I'm not like upset with you, Kate, but my confusion is the saying that, you know, the set over here does something and the other side doesn't, when like I have the proof that they both say the same things from all these interviews. That's where I'm confused on the thought towards one side over the other. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes trying to piece it together. Ooh.
I don't know how I should take that.
In a good way, because I don't really care what people think either, but you know, I don't want, you know, it's just I wouldn't take it in a bad way. I'm just saying that you're focused on finding your son. You know, everything else is second or even, you know, third. You know, so it's not an insult by any means.
Well, no, I don't know how to take it. I wasn't trying to be controversial or anything. I don't know how to take the, you know, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. And I understand that.
It's like I've told my son, in this world, the only thing you can control is yourself.
Yeah, half pint
You
we
can
have.
control how you react, and you can control how you act. And
The
if you control
fire
those two things, you're doing good.
I got to tell you that it for a change, it has been nice to hear about Sebastian and his habits and the things that he does when he's with you. And I'm glad that when you came up here, we were able to talk about him and kind of forego, you know, other things, because the fact of the matter is he's missing, and pointing fingers isn't doing anything. It's just not.
I was always told when you point a finger, there's 3 others pointing at you.
Yeah, you're right. I had to count. It was 3. I did. I'm not even. I was like, 1, 2. I was trying to figure out which way the thumb goes, but you're right. So
it goes forward too.
It goes forward too. I mean, unless you're, you know.
Okay, Josh has 6 toes on one foot.
That's true. I tried to amputate one once. It didn't go so good. I'm going to let you get to bed. I know that you're tired. It's late, and that you have a search tomorrow.
I have a search until I find him.
Yes, he was.
It doesn't end until he's found. And like I said, I truly do feel that you're going to find him, and you're going to bring him home, and he's going to come live with you, and you're going to.
I mean, he was confirmed any more than the same that Seth was. You know, they were at work, and it took him a while to get back. Seth told us previously on the interview that we watched on the last live was that law enforcement had taken all of their phones and downloaded them. They had Seth's for 12 hours, so we would assume that they also had Katie and Chris's for that long as well. But he did confirm that they took all 3 phones. We have confirmation from Seth that they searched the truck, the camper. So he would have to hide like the GPS on that if he was to have not been at work. And they went and Seth is the one that said it on Terry Lynn, said they went and verified in Memphis where he was. Yeah. I do feel the love and that he shares his son. Absolutely. What he just said, and this was very weird to me at the very beginning of this interview, he said that Sebastian was supposed to come with him last year, which was weird because that's new information. We had never heard that in any of the previous, what has it been, 12 interviews. He said that hindsight is 20/20 and that he gave him another chance to straighten up his behavior in school, and he didn't. And and he knew he was capable of doing so, but he just wasn't there. So it has something to do with his behavior. Yeah. I'll drop the link for this again, though. It's right at the very beginning of this interview.
You're going to put weight on him, and you're going to eat this gravy.
And a hug, you know.
And then when I come stay in Trevor's home, we're going to come hang out with you guys, and we're going to play some Call of Duty Mobile.
There we go.
I'm legit.
I'll tell you what, Sebastian's godfather won't play because I've done a screenshot and showed it to him. I had 147 kills in one match.
Well, then I'm not that legit.
Great.
But I'll play. But I play. I like Call of Duty Mobile.
Well, I call Seth on my team if that's what we're doing here.
Oh God, yeah.
It's as good as I am. So
what's that?
Sebastian's as good as I am.
I was going to ask you about that really quick. How good is he at video games? Like the games that he loves? Is he just phenomenal?
He is.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
He is. I've literally tried to get him to take this phone that I'm using talking to you right now. I was like, I told him, I was like, son, I'll wipe it. I'll do a reset. We'll take your Gmail account that you have and we'll hook it up here. And we'll let you have your own.
Okay, so this is the part that the parents frustrating with all three of them, saying he's doesn't have access to capability of getting, on these things, and we just found out he has a Gmail account. What do you have his account?
I was like, I told him, I was like, son, I'll wipe it. I'll do a reset. We'll take your Gmail account that you have and we'll hook it up here. And we'll let you have your own Call of Duty mobile account.
That's dope.
No, I don't want it, Dad. I just want to play on yours.
Oh.
Okay. So, because I keep trying to tell you, you have your own account, then I'll have mine, and we could be on the same team. But he would rather play or watch me play. So.
Yeah. Wow.
Seth, I gotta ask you, that trophy, that picture of that trophy looks like it's taller than me. I gotta ask, what was that for?
It was that he was playing at the school.
Awesome. I was gonna say, yeah, that trophy's at least as tall as I am. That picture of that trophy looks like it's taller than me. I gotta ask, what was that for?
It was that he was playing at the school.
Awesome. I was gonna say, yeah, that trophy's at least as tall as I am. He's gotta have done something for that.
He was in school. He was playing Plinko chips, I believe, or something. But it was a game show at school, and
game show.
That's what he got. I don't think he got to bring it home though. I think he just got to take his picture with it, and that was it.
I gotcha.
Well, when he comes home and when you find him, and he comes and lives with you, I'm sure he will feel different about it then, because I remember my children would say the same thing. I don't need my own account, and then it was like, don't even touch my account anymore, Dad. Don't even click on my profile. It was like, I have a game saved. It'll mess everything up. There was kind of that little snotty, kid thing, because I suck at most video games, and except PUBG and a little bit of Call of Duty. I'm good at that. Okay, I'm not 140 whatever kills good, but that's a lot.
I was down. It was a really good game for me. I mean, on average, one game.
School gives them a Gmail account instead of a school account. Like our kids had a account through, like, an email account through the school, and it was ended in an EDU account, not in college, in grade school. So as some schools do Gmails. I didn't know that.
Multiplayer, about 5 to 7 minutes, and
yeah, mine too.
25 kills is what I average.
Can somebody post that again? I didn't see it. Are mods not able to pin a comment to the top if you can? Because I would like to pin that comment.
The GoFundMe?
What's that?
Are you guys about the GoFundMe?
Yeah.
I put it in our private chat if you want to drop it and pin it.
Cool. Let me do that right now. Hold on.
Because I had shared it, so I went and grabbed it.
Awesome.
If it was, then I was misinformed. From my understanding, it was at school. But if it wasn't, then I was just misinformed, and my apologies.
About what? The trophy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That smile. That was a wall-to-wall smile. That trophy is he was pretty proud of that. So that it's there pinned. I'll also pin it in the comments of this video if there are people that do want to support you. I understand that your sister's the one that started it and she's the one that's taking care of it, and you're not asking for a thing except for people to show up and help. Look, tell me one more time where you're going to be at tomorrow.
Natchez Trace State Park.
And about what time? And this is East Coast. What time are you going to be there?
I plan on getting up. Well, I planned on getting up at 4, but that was at 10 o'clock. So I'm going to set an alarm for 5. Should put me there about 6:30, 7 o'clock, depending on traffic.
All right. And if there's anybody in that neighborhood, Seth, thanks for coming up and talking to us, man. I really do respect the class that you handle yourself with, and the determination at the same time to find your son. I mean, it's inspiring to know that Sebastian has you looking for him and you're not going to stop. And so I'll let you get some sleep with that. I appreciate you coming up and talking to us.
No problem. I appreciate you keeping his face out there. I appreciate everybody doing what they can. And if people can't show up to help me look, if you guys can print flyers and just every flyer out there is a chance to get 5 more people to see his face. You know, the more people that see his face, the less he can remain a mystery right now. Because he's a mystery, and I need him found.
Well, I hope tomorrow is the day. I hope tomorrow's the day, Seth. So thank you. And we hopefully, we'll talk to you soon with some good news.
I appreciate it.
All right,
Thank
man.
you.
Hey, take care and you have a good night. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay. So, I mean, there was a couple new things there. I wish he would have been able to finish he's 15, but mentally he's like, I really wish I could have heard the end of that. A little change in what grade he is in school, not a big deal for a dad, in my opinion. Seth does not believe that he left to be with him. We've been hearing that too. Gmail account, I do think he is definitely more tech savvy than parents are letting on, just my personal opinion. Let me see, what was I saw a question here I wanted to answer. Yes, so Chris and Mom said he played Minecraft but offline, and Seth said that he plays Modern Warfare, he plays several other video games as well online, and he watches gamers on YouTube. So and then he said again tonight in another interview that he's very avid with video games. He loves his video games. That's been reiterated by all of them. So Seth also said that he plays Magic, Dungeons and Dragons, and goes fishing with him. Trying to see if there's anything else when it comes to tech. The Wii, that was a thing. He has a PlayStation 4 is what he said, not a 5, so it's not like I don't know. Loves video games from mom and stepdad is what they said. They didn't give a name besides Minecraft. They said Minecraft. The easiest way to hide a child is to dress them as the opposite sex. Oof. I know about kids who believe they chatted with Slender Man. Who knows if Sebastian didn't make it a man? I don't know about that. They're adamant. Yeah, they are adamant that he didn't have a social media account, but that you would think, but maybe he doesn't know how to use it. But I do think he's definitely more tech savvy than they're letting on. Yes, he did say that in the last one we went through. He gave him more freedom by playing online, and he was able to FaceTime. Seth said that when he was at his house, he would spend hours on the phone FaceTiming with Chris's daughter. I didn't either, but he said it. Yeah. Magic, Dungeons and Dragons. He said he went with him while he and played it as well. Yeah. I didn't know it was a thing. I do too. I think he was. So I can hop off and we can finish the interviews later. The only other thing I have, if you guys want to go through it, was the FOIA that was leaked on Facebook. Since it's out there. I don't know if you've all read it or not. It's a hard read. It is a hard read in my opinion. Right, Sofa King. Absolutely. I'm going to go with he had access and that must be looked at. Yeah, and I just, again, we have to go with the TBI thing. the TBI newsroom and all the data that they have. It is a FOIA of Katie and Seth's divorce. Yeah, I can. Only because this is out here so publicly. I know it's been talked about on several channels, but please, no bashing either of these parents. This was 8 years ago. 8 years ago. Keep that in mind, okay? So this is Katie's statement. It says, since returning from deployment in December, I have witnessed a multitude of events from Seth. I have seen him hit Sebastian in the head, neck, and back. I have witnessed him, when taking his anger out on Sebastian, grab him with both hands, lift his entire body up, and slam him down, then proceed to beat him. He has on many cases whipped him with a belt, not paying attention to where he was hitting because he was so angry. My neighbors inform me that during my duty days, they have seen Sebastian on multiple occasions coming outside the house crying and looking for his dad because he has been gone for long periods of time and didn't know where he was. They told me they have told my son to go inside and lock the door when this occurred. Seth will, on a regular basis, just walk into the living room and get naked, not caring that Sebastian is in the area and sees this. On several occasions, when Sebastian expressed stress or anxiety about our separation or his daddy's anger, he would respond by telling Sebastian that this is all because mommy does not want to love daddy anymore. By the second week of school, the teachers had already requested that the principal be present anytime that Seth were due to talk to him, making them uncomfortable. When we went to the school to meet his teacher before the school year had started, we had just finished explaining about Sebastian's diagnosis and about the fluid on his brain, and he did something to irritate his father, who then responded by hitting him on the head in front of his teacher. And when I addressed him about it and told him he cannot do that and cannot keep doing that because it was wrong, he told me that it wasn't that hard and is fine, and people need to stop telling him how to raise his son. I found out when I took the restraining order to the school that they had contacted CPS 1 week prior. The social worker and myself have seen behaviors from my son, such as waking up screaming and kicking in the middle of the night with chairs, fear of making a mistake for fear that daddy will beat him. He had an accident at school where he wet his pants and was terrified for daddy to find out. He is displaying aggressive behaviors that mirror what his father says and does. I have reached out to his doctor and am requesting assistance with therapy for PTSD in light of the child abuse and to help my son recover from this. I've spoken to his doctor and a referral is in place for therapy to start as soon as possible to help him with this transition and to cope and recover from the trauma that he has been through. Seth has been monitoring all of my phone calls and not allowing me to speak with anyone, including my family, without listening. And he has been monitoring every text and call that I make to patronize me and keep me from telling people exactly what has been going on, hovering over every call that I make. On 6/5/2016, Seth was very angry and belligerent. He stormed out of the house and got into that Chevy Cruze and peeled tires out of the parking lot. Approximately 30 minutes, give or take, later, he came back, pulling in crooked and fast, jumped out of the car and ran inside the house, looking for his gun, stating that he was going to kill that... My neighbor was over at the time and took recording of him during that time. I responded that if he took his gun and tried to kill someone, he would wind up in jail, that he could not do that. My neighbor went outside with him and spoke to him, where he stated that someone followed him and threw a soda at the car. Soda was all over the outside and inside of the car. Well, let me scroll down. No, there we go. And and pulled him out of the car through the driver's side window and punched him in the face. He said he did nothing to provoke this and refused to make a police report after being repeatedly advised to call the police and make an incident report. He did not have markings but was exaggerating his limp for approximately 5 minutes before walking normally again. I have also received multiple complaints at various times throughout the past 4 to 6 months from neighbors that he makes them feel uncomfortable because he is standing out front confronting everyone when they come home or watching them. My neighbor in unit redacted is in process of adopting, and they have persons come to their house on a regular basis. I caught Seth approximately 1 month ago confronting the gentleman because he parked in his spot and telling him he doesn't care who the fuck he is and that he does it again, he'll take action to have his car towed and beat his ass. This was to a social worker there to check their home, and he knew it. Attached are pictures of our son with marks left by the respondent. I certify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of California that the foregoing is true and correct. And I have seen the bottom of this where there are several signatures of the witnesses, including, well, I'm not going to say who all's on them, but there are several witnesses. And that picture was included. And let me pull up. Now there's a response from Seth. Let me pull that up here. A response in the court documents. It is tough. It's very tough. And please remember that it is 8 years old. Here is Seth's response. I cannot read this. It's just stating the weapons that were in the home. I think that's what's the weapons listed below were relinquished pursuant to penal code and be retained by the sheriff's department until the protective order is no longer in effect. You may contact the property/evidence unit gun desk at this number with any questions. So it's just talking about the weapons that were turned over because of the protective order. Okay, so it says generic allegations of temper issues. False and not a basis for a restraining order, even if true. Generic allegations of drug use. False and in and of itself not a basis for a restraining order, even if true. As a result of these baseless allegations, I respectfully request the court deny Katie's request for a permanent domestic violence restraining order in full. So she was filing for a permanent domestic violence restraining order, and this is his rebuttal to that. There is no basis for her claims, and she fails to prove conduct under the Domestic Violence Prevention Act that would justify a restraining order. The incident on August 28, 2016, in her request for a DVRO, Katie claims that on August 28, 2016, I was being highly aggressive in my mannerisms and verbally watching her in her sleep, and I yelled at her because she is not willing to beat her son. This is not true, and even if it was, it would not be the basis for a DVRO. What actually happened on this day is that I was having a difficult time with our son. He refused to do anything I asked of him. I asked him to clean his room, and he replied no, and that he didn't have to listen to me or do anything I asked him to do. And he told me I should apologize for asking him to clean his room. I attempted to appropriately discipline him by sternly telling him that under no circumstances should he ever speak to any adult, let alone his mother or father, the way he spoke to me. After this, Sebastian ran downstairs to Katie, jumped in her lap, and started saying he hated me and that he wished I would leave and never come back. After Sebastian seemed to calm down a bit, Katie got up from the chair she was in and walked outside. And Sebastian approached me and told me he loved me and wanted to live with me after all, which that sounds so much like what Chris just said the other day in the interview The second interview on Dutchies, the second one. Okay, after this incident, I was very upset, but I was never violent in any way. Our neighbor was in the house and she said something about being uncomfortable. I told our neighbor I was going to just get some coffee and go outside to be alone. When I did, our neighbor followed me outside and asked me what was wrong. I told her how I was feeling and asked her to just let me calm down and compose myself. At no point did I act violently towards her or anyone else in the house. And I never yelled at Katie because she wouldn't beat our son. There was never any. Oops. There was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. A little bit. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I had a snap from, it was a video snap from Morgan. I wanted to listen to it real quick. Okay. Incident on August 22nd, 2016. In her request for a DVRO, Katie claims that on August 22nd, 2016, I was being belligerent and yelling at her and our son. This is not true, and even if it was, it would not be the basis for a DVRO. What actually happened on this day was that Katie and I were arguing about how we were going to proceed with our divorce. Our divorce has been filed and we were still residing in the same house, which created a tense situation. Although we agreed, I never once acted violently and never once did I encourage her to beat our son, as she alleges in her pleadings. During our argument, I left the residence and slammed a door, but her claim that I broke the door is false. The door was already broken before I slammed it. Okay. Again, there was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. The incident on August 11th, 2016. In her request for a DVRO, Katie claims that on August 11th, 2016, I was angry at our son and that our son told her I hit him. The truth is that I never put a hand on our son. Our son suffers from a rare condition called 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome. Among the symptoms he suffers from are incidents of acting out, where he hits and bites himself out of frustration. He has been known to throw himself to the ground during these incidents. This is a very common thing for him, and others have witnessed him doing this. I have filed herewith declarations from some of these witnesses. And what the official ones that were emailed to me is signed by a couple witnesses as well. On August 11th, 2016, Sebastian suffered from an episode in which he hurt himself out of frustration. I had told him that day that if he cleaned his room, he could go swimming. I asked him if his room was clean, and he replied that it wasn't. I told him he couldn't go swimming until it was clean. Sebastian reacted by flying into a rage, screaming and hitting himself, biting himself, and trying to throw himself on the floor. I reached out to catch him before his head hit the door frame. At no time did I ever hit him or display any violent actions towards him at all. It should be noted that Katie never called the police, and Katie never took Sebastian for any medical care as a result of this alleged incident. Katie never took any action whatsoever consistent with a parent whose child has been abused. Katie's allegation that I abused Sebastian in any way is completely fake. Katie's generic allegations of temper and drug issues. In her request for DVRO, Katie claims that I yell and scream at her with balled fists and make vague allegations that I do drugs. Those are both untrue. As set forth above, we do argue because we are going through a divorce and live in the same house. Of course, things are stressful. However, I never ball my fists at her and never act violently towards her. The only drugs I ever consume are my medications as prescribed by my doctor. I'm currently suffering from 9 herniated discs in my, holy crap, 9 herniated discs in my back, a torn meniscus in my left knee, 3 tears in my right shoulder. I attend physical therapy as a result of these injuries. It saddens me that Katie uses my injuries and resulting prescriptions for medication as ammunition for a vague accusation that I do drugs. Furthermore, I find it ridiculous that Katie I'm sorry. I find it ridiculous that Katie alleges she is in fear of me. Even if I was acting violently, which I was not, I would not be able to physically harm her due to my injuries. While I am in great physical pain, Katie, by contrast, is not only physically healthy, but as she is in the Navy and a part of her shipboard security force, she has received training in physical combat techniques. She has no fear of me. Katie's child custody order request. I find it disheartening that Katie alleges Sebastian has anything to fear from me. I've always been Sebastian's primary caregiver. As Katie is in the Navy and is stationed on board a ship, she works and is often deployed while I act as a stay-at-home dad. I care for Sebastian's day-to-day needs, and this is a continuous task, given his special needs due to his condition. I love it, I embrace it, and even though it can be troubling at times, Sebastian and I have built a special bond due to the fact that I'm always home with him, taking care of him. He has no reason to fear me. Katie's real reason for filing her DVRO request. I believe Katie only filed this request for DVRO in order to gain a tactical advantage in our divorce, and specifically to get me kicked out of our marital residence. As stated above, our living situation was quite stressful as we were going through the divorce process while living together. However, I believe Katie knew she could not remove me from the home without staging a domestic violence incident. This was totally unnecessary. As I know that we cannot live together any longer, I am willing to move out without a court order to do so. I know that she did not want me to have equal custody of Sebastian, so the DVRO is an attempt to ensure that I do not see our son. Attorney's fees. Katie's requests the court order me to pay her attorney fees, but this is simply not possible. There is a vast discrepancy in income in this case. I have not worked in some time, as I have been a stay-at-home dad. Katie is an E5 in the Navy and earns substantial base pay and allowance, as reflected in her leave and earnings statements. Hang on. Okay. As reflected in her leave and earning statements. She earns significantly more than I do. For that reason, that Katie's request for a DVRO is baseless, meritless, and unnecessary. I request the court deny her request for attorney's fees and instead order her to pay my attorney's fees and costs associated with having to defend myself against her completely false allegations. Conclusion: Katie and Sebastian have no reason to fear me. I've never harmed, harassed. I knew I was going to do that. There it is. I've never harmed, harassed, or threatened them. Katie's request for a DVRO is simply a tactic she is using to try to get me kicked out of the marital residence and cease my contact with our son. I respectfully request the court deny her request in full. I also request court order Katie to pay my reasonable attorney's fees to defend against her false accusations. And then it just throws that picture. Morning, Joneson and TP. Well, I will say that there were neighbors who signed the statements. Absolutely, the neighbors signed the statements. The teachers signed the statements. There was video evidence submitted, but then from everything I have seen, it has also went nowhere. So take all of that into consideration. Just take it all into consideration. But since it's out there and people are talking about it and slinging the information around, I wanted to make sure that here we represented both sides as equally as possible. I'm just seeing a video of Chris in his first interview where he looks as though his bite marks on his arm. Apparently, it is, well, it, yeah, we went over that earlier, Winnie. It's from March 5th, so it would have been 9 days after Sebastian went missing. Yeah, you can't really tell much from that picture. Absolutely not. Me, Gran used to get upset, but we also don't victim shame here. We have no way of knowing what the truth was in that situation. That's why all we can do is present both sides, and then the outcome was that Katie had full custody of Sebastian. She, I don't believe, got the permanent domestic violence restraining order. But we also have from all three of them that Sebastian was going to go live with his dad. So we just have to take it all into consideration and just lock it away. I know, and that's why I struggle with but so it was, like I said, 8 years ago. That's all I've got on it, guys. It was the restraining order did not go through. He stated that, but the one thing I did notice him leave out of all of his allegations was the teacher stuff. The that he had to be in the presence of, what was it they said? Was it the they had to have somebody there with them. Who was it? Let me see here. By the second week of school, the teachers had already requested that the principal be present. So that was the one that I did not see addressed in the rebuttal at all. And the contact, I found out when I took the restraining order to the school, so she was granted some form of a restraining order, maybe a temporary one, that they had contacted CPS 1 week prior. The social worker and myself have seen behaviors from my son, so there's something from a social worker there. And then that was not addressed, and neither was the hitting him on the head at the school in the rebuttal. Yeah, it's definitely a little suspect, but right, he couldn't because he wasn't granted the permanent domestic violence restraining order. You are a trooper. No, we won't. We'll never know the truth. That's why I think it's fair to show both sides. I've seen some channels showing one side over the other, which other fit with where they were going. So usually it's finding the right medication. Yeah. It's sad. It is sad. All of their stuff's out here on Front Street. Yep, just because you have a past, it doesn't mean you're guilty. Absolutely not. Doesn't point towards either one of them. And that's, yeah. I'm actually just really sad that all that stuff there. I'm not sleepy, actually. I'll probably be up for a little while longer. That part just made me really sad. Really, really sad. Because even if it was weaponization, like some said here in the chat, I look at the rebuttal and I'm acutely aware of what's missing there. And then I just think that, and he readily admits that it was a very hostile environment because of their divorce. It just makes me really sad. I just hope that everyone had received the proper help that they needed after that to heal themselves. Yes, according to Seth, he did have he had a Gerber grow up plan on him. Had it since he was a baby. It was called on him in that reference. Let's remember what this is all about, y'all. The splitting of sides in the chat and the pointing of fingers and of these parents who, I remind you that the FBI, and the Secret Service have all of this information on them and are still coming up short and with no answers. Just remember what this is all about. And that is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He's 15-year-old autistic Caucasian male who was reported missing February 26, 2024 from the Stafford Court area of Hendersonville, Sumner County, Tennessee. Sebastian is 5 foot 5 inches tall. He weighed 113 pounds at his last checkup. He has sandy brown short hair, brown eyes, and may be wearing glasses. Sebastian was last seen on February 25th, 2024 at 9 p.m. when his mom saw him go to bed. He was wearing a long-sleeved black shirt with a picture on the front, black track pants with a white stripe down the side, and no shoes. Call 618-451-3838 or 1-800-TBI-FIND if you have any information at all. That's right. I think he did, Callie Dime. Unless all three of them are really good at faking it. I have to remind myself that that's what I've, before reading all that, what I have felt from all these interviews. No matter what I think is suspicious, no matter what I consider a red or a yellow flag or what is a contradiction of what they've previously stated, I feel from all three of them how much they love them. I mean, again, I have 2 pages of notes of the positive things that they say about Sebastian and a much smaller, a fourth of a page of negative things. And they're all confirming each other, or they're at least starting to in these interviews based on the one we just watched from Josh. His nicknames and what he loves to do and what he loves to eat, who he spends his time with and where he hangs out. It's all about this young man right here. I hope he is found safe too. He was tracked through the building site to the retention pond. No human is a perfect parent. That's absolutely correct. I did peek ahead. Well, it's not an interview. It was from one of the news interviews, and it was the United Cajun Navy who stated that they do think something is coming soon from law enforcement. I just hope that's true. I mean, I don't care what y'all think about the United Cajun Navy, but I hope that there's some tiny glimmer of truth or hope in that statement that something is hopefully coming soon from law enforcement. I think Jonesin, are you still in here? Are you going to go live later today and cover some more of the things that have been slung around in his case? Because I got a few to tell you. After bullying, did he go home with the auntie who then passed him on to another relative to hide him from the bio dad he made of worn a pair of bowling shoes out of the bowling alley? I don't think so. All right, guys, that's all I got. I can't believe we have stayed at 330 people for 9.5 hours going through all of this. Blows my mind. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're all, each and every one of you are here. No matter what you think, no matter what your opinion, no matter what you believe, just hearing us go through these interviews one by one. And I don't know about later today, but maybe tomorrow we'll finish them up. I do too. Ironic. Good night, y'all. I'll see you on the next one. Love, love.